Okay. So we are live. I hit go live. We got the mic and everything else. Now we'll see if people...
My background's different than you guys'.
Is it?
It says 68 people, so we'll see if it's on a delay or what.
Lean over a little bit, Matt. You can't be, you're not, no, over. Oh, my child.
It didn't say if I went live yet.
I don't know.
Oh, there it goes.
Hey, there you are.
Hey, now it says. It took a little bit for my live thing to connect. I was beginning to think like, well, now everything's broken today. Now live. Okay. Waiting on the chat.
How do I see that?
Is the chat working, guys? If you like mute your phone first and then go...
My phone's off, yeah.
And then you can open up the live comments on there. Restore.
Where?
Oh,
What?
I see people now. I had to reconnect my chat for the video. Everyone's like, yeah, we're here. Why are you retarded?
Oh, fuck. There we go. Here we go.
Yep, I told you to mute it first. I
Oh,
told
stop
you.
it. Calm down. Okay, I know. Okay, I screwed up.
No, yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah,
If you
wow.
touch anything, it's just gonna blow the whole thing up again.
There is a ton of people already.
There's a lot of people asking questions, so can you just delete all those? Let me handle this like I do my email. Hang on. So,
You guys like our desk?
it's very nice.
I'm asking these guys if they enjoy the...
Oh, you're not talking to me. Okay.
Nope. What do I got? How do I... Here we
Trying to
go.
figure out how big my square is.
I'm going to exactly try to fit this. Like, because I have my whole monitor cropped over here. Yeah, I'll just close it. Oh man, there we go. This is starting to look good. Like we're at a news desk. Let to raise us up a little bit. This is fantastic. The desk is bitchin'. The backdrop is dope. All right. Okay. I guess we'll start. Jeez. All right. We had quite a time, everybody. This one doesn't have a timer on it now, Devin. Hope. See?
No, I noticed.
Apparently, guys, like Google Meet and what was the other one I tried? They have a time limit on how long you can do any more than 2 people. It's once every hour, and that's not going to cut it. So, where's the drinks on the desk? I don't know. Maybe I can get them up there some way, but we had to do it on Zoom. We all had to sign up for Zoom like 5 minutes ago and log in. All right. So, I guess we're going to do the YouTube questions first, or do I even need to? I guess I need to introduce you guys. But so we have Devin Vanderhoof, and we have Joe Simpson, Tempest Racing, and HCR Innovations.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go over your questions and try to sarcastically answer you and lead you in a circle and not really give you the answer at the end.
I hope everybody's expectations are extremely low.
Yes. All right. Well, people are complimenting Joe, so we won't read those out loud. Joe is a badass dude. He makes funny videos, and I don't know how his channel is not a lot bigger.
Well, I guess it depends on the size of the monitor.
Yeah. I'd be curious, is Dominator... What? Oh, is there anything a Dominator doesn't do? That's actually a good question.
We'll get that later.
Okay.
I think we really need to just air the grievances, right? So, like, I got a bunch of messages about this video. And,
okay.
And everybody that messaged me said, what do you guys hate the most about what you do for a living?
Oh, yeah, you guys should talk. I'm going to drink my coffee, and you guys can talk about that for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
So, I guess I'll, Joe, you're welcome to start, or I will. I'll be the dick. It's fine.
Yeah, you go for it. I wouldn't know where to begin.
So a little bit of background on myself, and then Joe can give background on himself. But I wire and I tune and I plumb race cars for a living, and we sell parts and work with, trackside tuning and whatnot. I don't do much dyno tuning. Joe, that's his specialty. But everybody that asked what was the things that you dislike the most about doing what you do and working in the industry, because the majority of people don't work in this industry. So they only see it from one side. So they were asking, what's the other side of this industry like? So imagine going to sleep at like 3 o'clock in the morning, really tired, right? And pissed off because you had a terrible day. And then waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning to the same thing. And it's literally a rinse and repeat. And most of it is due to the fact that people have very unrealistic expectations of what they should expect out of you or me, in this situation, and what they should expect for performance wise out of their car, like out of the parts they bought. And look, I pissed Joe off so bad he left. Yeah, I think he left. So what I was saying was, if y'all would just oh, look at that, he got wiped. You threw him off. Anyway, what I was saying was, if y'all could just learn to not everything is the biggest rush in the world, and slow down a little bit, and you probably end up going a lot faster and being a lot happier doing what you're doing. So, not everything is the world's on fire and I need to drop, and everybody that's involved needs to drop everything they're doing to get you this $3 part, or whatever it is that you've come up with that you think you need, by 3 hours ago. So that's really, it's really kind of my answer on it. That's probably the worst thing that you have to deal with, is that people have very unrealistic expectations, and they make it your burden every single time. And I hate to be that way, but I figured I would just be honest. So that was the thing that everybody messaged me and said, hey, you should probably talk about this. So now that I'm done, Joe's back.
All right, start all over again. I missed that.
This is nice. Now he's trimmed automatically too. Finally, his shit's working. Now, this is nice. We're in chairs.
I went away, and then the last word you said is when I came back. So that was pretty good.
I adjusted my height so we can I can be as shoulder height with you guys.
And I can't get any lower.
Well, I guess go straight into. I always say the words manage your expectations, and I think that covers everything.
Yeah, I mean, like with what I had to say, like I got a lot of awesome customers. Joe left again. Oh, he's back. With what I had to say, don't think that I'm sitting here talking bad about customers, because I'm certainly not. We have a lot of great customers. Honestly, the great customers are the reason why I'm happy to deal with the not so great customers. You hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay. Well, my thing fucked up. I don't know. It's a piece of shit. This thing popped up. I don't know, whatever. So, so I have a lot of great customers. We all do. Everybody in this industry does have great customers. And that's the whole reason why we, still answer the phone every day, even though we have to deal with the people that aren't the greatest customers. And I'll be honest, the worst customers are the ones that are never a fucking customer to begin with. You know what I mean? They're assholes, So if you don't know what an asshole is, it's somebody who will ask you 101 questions with absolutely zero ambition to spend a dime with you, one, and two, are asking 40 other people that work in this industry the same questions. I don't know what they do with it. I don't know what they do with all their answers that they have, but they do it. I don't know why. So, but anyway, I'm not talking bad about any of my customers. I'm just forewarning you guys that like, you'll be a better customer for everybody in this industry if you're just not a giant pain in the ass. Joe is trying really fucking hard to not laugh, but it's true.
Yeah, it's the amount of questions you get sometimes to make $1.50 on sale is just so not worth the effort. And it's, when you do it long enough, you can sort of feel out like who is potentially going to be a customer, and then sometimes you can tell immediately who's just looking for free information. So I don't know, just try to communicate with people in a way where you seem like you're serious. I don't really know how to like, I know exactly what you're complaining about, but I don't think it's like an easy fix. Just, if you're not planning on spending money with somebody, just search the internet and do the homework yourself.
Yeah, I would say, because
interrupt somebody's workday and, you know, call them 156 times, knowing damn good and well that you're never going to do any work with them or spend any money with them. You're taking away from everybody else that is actually spending money. It's just kind of not fair to everybody.
No, yeah, I would say one of the main takeaways of that is each person's going to do something different, and if you take things from Devin and Joe and put them together in something, and then ask either one to do something neither prefers, you're not helping anybody. You're making it more difficult. And, you know, if he asks you for 6 things that need to be wired, you know, you can better off like, no, that doesn't work with this. You shouldn't buy that. Blah blah blah. He can't. What I think those people are doing is they're getting like the cheapest thing from everybody, and then hoping it works out, kind of thing. That's my first thought about that.
Another thing, you know, a lot of people think that I don't like LS engines, and that's not true. The truth is that I don't like the mentality that has been spurred due to the LS engine. Everything's too easy, right? So like, the reason I really don't like an LS engine is because the internal cam and crank, you know, reluctors, right? And I know that sounds stupid and petty, but one, they're problematic, and two, the people that have never owned anything with a distributor or a crank trigger, they don't know shit, right? So they buy this LS and they're like, I got this LQ94607 or whatever the hell acronym they come up with. I don't know any of the shit about LSs. I'm just going to be honest, and I could probably sound really ignorant right now.
I'll make you a flow chart.
Oh, I don't need one. And they call, like, I got this Gen 3 LC7. I'm thinking LC7, isn't that what we use for track prep on radials? Like, you know, I don't know what this shit is. But anyway, they can't tell you what the cam and crank reluctor is, and then they want to, you know, know, you know, what their problem is. Why doesn't it start, right? I got an LED and it doesn't light up. You know, that's the diagnostic level, the diagnostic skill level of the vast majority of the LS community, you know. And then there's some that have fought through some horse shit and learned a little bit, and then they have a little bit bigger respect for what it takes to actually diagnose problems. So yeah, I don't actually hate the LS engine. I just hate the fact that Matt fucking bailed. He's out. He's like, LS is my lord. I'm not listening to this.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose my entry to heaven if I start with that. LS gods are going to ban me for life. So no, yeah, honestly, all the points you made are relevant. I learned, you know, with Ryan Gregory and distributors and 5 liters and having to do all of that, and when he went to like a coil pack, you know, we did a crank trigger, and then we got the like engine position sensor from a Ford Explorer and used an AEM one that was worse, blah blah blah. But yeah, you learn a lot more when you're like trying to glue down a lifter valley or water will leak in your small block. Yeah,
and you know, and it's and you've never tuned a distributor by sounds, and it really shows. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know, and it seems as if some of the guys that are deep into the LS stuff are they're they don't know. They don't have a timing pointer. They don't know how a timing light works. They don't know how timing works. You know, shit, forget the light. And then they just wonder why, like, you know, hey, I bought this $200 engine. Why didn't it make 5,000 horsepower and get 25 miles to the gallon?
Yeah.
That's the kind of the gist that I get. So, all right, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox.
Huh. Okay. There we go.
I'm so confused, like watching Matt bounce around 66 different seats.
Yeah, are you guys watching the chat? It's pretty awesome. You have to like. See, I figured now if I space you guys over there, I'm like the interviewer, and I'm like, "Hi guys," and then you guys are over there.
I need to back up a little bit. Like I got that Nick Nolte head going on. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, there we go.
The Cameron goes, "Hey Matt, can you have Devin send me a picture of a well-mounted Dominator, CAN EGT, injector driver module, smart wire, etc. So I have ideas, so I don't bring him a trash heap."
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I'll send him pictures.
I know,
Actually, I think Laura's already on that. That's Laura there, my fiance in the chat, that LL Weber 84.
Oh, okay.
We'll take care of that.
We'll make her a mod so she can ban people she doesn't like.
No, don't give her that power.
I already did. It's too late.
Okay.
Monkey Fab's saying the same thing. The internet ruined, like YouTube ruined a lot of fab welding and everything.
I quit fabricating and welding because of the internet, really.
Yeah, I mean, you brought that up. It's people don't want to pay anything for anything.
Joe, what would when you did fabricate and weld and whatnot, what would you quote somebody to build like a turbo kit on a V8, like a single turbo kit on a V8? Did you quote it like just a chunk, like this much money, or did you quote it like, hey, it's materials and time?
I have tried every variation, and it's just like anything else. You got to feel the person out first, and then decide how you're going to approach it. And and back when I was doing that more often, like VS Racing, and like there wasn't nearly as many affordable options, so the parts were 10 times more. Right. So the conversation would generally go like, if $10,000 turns you off, then we probably shouldn't finish this conversation. And then if they like didn't run away at that point, then we would start breaking it down. You know, I tell people you can buy at that point in time, you could buy a $900 turbo, or you could buy a $4,500 turbo, and then you have huge price ranges on every single component within the whole thing. And then the labor side of it, the tighter the engine bay, the longer it's going to take and the more expensive it's going to be. And I sort of get it. You know, you get the guy that's got a $90,000 drag radial car, it makes sense for him to spend $20,000 on a turbo kit. But when you got a guy that's got a $650, you know, Fox body Mustang that's been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for 13 years, you don't even want to quote him 15 grand for a turbo kit because it just doesn't make sense for him to spend that kind of money. And it seemed like the guys with the nicer cars wanted to spend less money, and the guys with the biggest pieces of crap in the world, the ones that were perfectly okay with spending a lot. So it was really weird trying to navigate and figure out like who's who and what's what when it came to pricing.
Yeah, when we quote wiring jobs, we do it by the hour plus material, and we have, you know, I've got a pretty good handle. I think this orange car that's behind me is car number 94, I think, that I've done from scratch with Holley. And I've got a pretty good, you know, grasp on how many hours it should take. And Laura, you know, she quotes every job that we do. And it seems as if some people get turned off by the idea that to wire a car should take, you know, 60, 70, 80 hours, you know, and it doesn't have to. It certainly doesn't have to. But I promise you'll wind up spending that much amount of time on the side of the road or in the pits at the racetrack trying to find out, you know, what that Scotch lock that you just crimped on there with a friggin' hammer fell off and you wrapped it up in electrical tape. You know what I mean? So that's why I asked about the fabrication side of things is, you know, did you quote, you know, time and material, or did you quote just a chunk, or, you know, because
yeah, it's the same exact scenario. Like I get and understand that before you spend 42 hours doing a detailed quote for somebody, you kind of I found you need to throw out a ballpark figure, and then if that doesn't make them run away, then you can start breaking it down. But you would try to do it hourly, but with the fabrication stuff, it's really difficult because you might find yourself spending 3 hours mounting a boot solenoid just because you made 2 brackets and you didn't like them, or you mounted the solenoid here and then you decided you want to reroute this intercooler pipe that now smashes right into the bracket. That's your fault. You can't charge for that. So I just felt like I lost a ton. Like I bet I always use $100 an hour for labor because it's just easy and I'm terrible at math. And I just, even though I charged $100 an hour, I bet if you broke it down, it's probably more like $3 or $4 an hour. Or at least that's what it felt like. There's
absolutely.
So much time that you're not getting paid for.
Yeah, I mean, when we quote a job, I have like a solid 20 to 25 hours. That's like, I already know is just free. Like, so if she quotes a job at 60 hours, it's because I told her to quote the job at 60 hours, but I know that I'm going to have about 85 to 90 hours in it, just because I'm going to spend that amount of time to do the job, to not so much to make the customer happy, because most customers are very happy. I'm not, you know, as far as I know, I don't have a single customer that's unhappy with anything I've done. And if there's any of them that are watching, please speak up and say something and let me know. But it's not so much about making like for me, it's not so much about like making the customer happy. It's making sure that like I'm happy with the product that I'm giving the customer. So if we quote 60, I anticipate that I'm going to spend 90, but they're only going to get billed for 60, right? So I make sure that it's, I kind of use the time and a half rule, right? So like if a job gets quoted at 60, I know that there's going to be 25 to roughly 30 hours that's free in that job, which I'm okay with. I've come to the realization that I'm okay with that. But at the end of the day, as long as the customer has a product that I can hand a product to him and he's happy, or she's happy, or whatever, everybody's happy, and I came in under my quote, you know what I mean? And everybody leaves the transaction happy, then that's all that really matters. You know, to me, I don't do any fabrication. I should not be a fabricator. Nobody should ever want me to be a fabricator. So I just wondered if the fabrication side of things is the same way, because I know the guy who does all the fabrication on my own race car, he eats so much. I mean, he loses his ass on stuff, you know?
I call it eating shit. You got to eat shit a majority of the time.
Right.
Realistically, I almost deal with the same thing on tuning cars. Like at this point, I mean, there's no reason that I couldn't schedule 3 cars a day and, you know, go buy a couple Ferraris and actually afford to be able to live. But I can't bring myself to just spend 2 hours on a car, take people's money, and then, you know, he goes to start it the next morning and it takes him 45 minutes and 12 cans of ether to get it to fire up.
Right.
You know, I have a truck over here on the other side of the wall that went on yesterday. It was on the dyno all day, and there was like 1 or 2 times where it just cranked a little longer than I wanted it to. And I'm like, man, there's just a 30% chance that this thing is going to cold start like crap. So I was like, let me keep it overnight. Let me just verify that the cold start is good. And of course, I started up this morning. It was like the best cold starting car ever. I'm like, well, God damn it, now it's here all weekend and it's in my way and everything else. But and I'm sure you've dealt with it too, where you finish something and you'll move on to the next thing, and then 2-3 hours later the phone rings and it's a guy that just picked his car up, and you're like, oh, what did I screw up? Like, what's wrong now? And then they're calling you to tell you how happy they are with it and how great it is. But like every time your stomach drops, like I'm the same boat with you. Like I'd rather just spend the extra time to make sure that it's not going to come back. And with tuning, especially, there's scenarios and there's things that are just sort of out of your control. You know, somebody picks the car up and ran great for you for 12 hours on the dyno, and then 3 days later it will start, and you find out his, you know, crank trigger fell off or something. So it has nothing to do with you, but you still kind of owe it to them to help walk through and try and figure out what it is. And you just, if you're the last one that touched it, you sort of can't help but think that maybe it's something that you did, and you got to at least.
Yeah, and usually the last person.
That's right.
Usually the last person to see it is the tuner. So they have to put icing over, they have to Bondo it all, or they break it because someone else set something up. So yeah, that's why, if people don't know, it's always the tuner's fault. If we haven't said that enough, you never heard it before.
I always ask our customers to make sure that we're the last stop, right? So like my goal is to always get their car before they're ready to go to the dyno. I wanted to have it painted and whatever, the engine in the car, whatever. Like I want the damn thing ready to run and go down a racetrack when it's brought to me. And then, we wire it or we plumb it and wire it and whatever. And I get it fired up and running for them. And then they're off to see their tuner, or if I'm going to be the one that tunes it, whatever. That sometimes when people bring us cars and like, I kind of feel like I'm the interception for the guy who has the dyno, right? So like if it's going to the dyno after me, they bring me the car and I'm like, hey man, this is all great, but you don't even have a drive shaft. Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like what, or wait, where'd the transmission go? You know what I mean? Or, or hey, you didn't put any fluid in anything, something dumb like that. And then when I do put a fluid in it, everything leaks, it's like a motor leaks and transmission leaks. The car that's here, it hasn't started and it leaks. I don't understand how, but it leaks. But so there's some small things that and that probably brings us to a good spot to go to the next topic. I think that we should probably talk about is what's the stuff that you see on the dyno that people should probably try to focus on doing before they come to you, because, and I can go over the same thing when it comes to going to the racetrack, you know what I mean? It seems like everybody's always in a hot rush and last minute Charlie for everything. And then that's when things turn to shit. You know what I mean?
The biggest one there is calm your ass down and take your time. Guys will spend 10 years putting a car together and sit at the body shop for 3 years. But when it's time to get tuned, it has to be done that afternoon. Yes. And then when the car shows up, nothing's put together, everything's duct taped and everything else. And, I'm going to fix that later. I'm going to fix that later. I'll take care of that after the tune. And it always becomes a problem during the tune.
Right.
That was huge. And for the love of God, if your battery is from 1947, get a new battery before you go to the dyno. That is a problem with every single car.
Yeah, bring your own battery charger. Joe's going to charge hourly to plug a flat rate fee for you to plug in the car. The first time I crank it, if it's something slow, I put on a 10 amp thing on it. And then I think we talked about it prior, or I did with Caesar, take that off to do final dyno hits to make sure it's not, if the car has a voltage, it drops off and the box will float it. That's important. So
hey, hang on 1 second. Hang on a second. Go in there.
I can't get him in there. Where's the thing?
It won't identify animals.
There he is.
It doesn't want you to.
It doesn't like him.
The meeting will end in 10 minutes. I hate you guys.
There he is. He's like, hey, what's up? What's up, dude? Oh, come on.
Oh wow, this one's worse than the other one.
Yeah, guys. Guys, apparently you have to pay for every video software now. Or you don't have to pay, but you can only talk for 15 minutes. So
what do we do?
What's the workaround on that?
In Facebook Messenger, I'll give you guys a link for Google Meet, or I'll launch another one of these. We should probably go to Google Meet, because that was like less than 30 minutes or something.
That's why I said that one's worse.
Yeah, they're both around 40 minutes. It sucks. Anyway.
But yeah, that's a topic I think we should definitely do. So let's get this fixed and then we'll go over that. All the things that you see that are shit on the dyno,
I think I have a YouTube channel based off around that.
Yeah, but you're too nice. This is an opportunity to not be.
I'll launch a Google meeting for this one, and then once we're both connected, I'll put it on the screen.
I'm waiting on you.
Chat's going wild. I got to address that then. All right, we'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna create a new thing for us. Hold on. And desktop. And we should be good, everybody. They're back. Yep, they can see us.
All right. Why is somebody asking me if Holly's going to respond to Joe's suggestions? I don't know.
Yeah.
Isn't it really weird how the world works sometimes?
It is strange. And I don't know. I thought it was a pretty good video. I told Joe there's about eight or nine things that were in that video that are already being worked on.
Nice.
There's like 2 things in that video that are not going to get addressed, that as far as I know. Yeah, it should be cool.
They're not going to get addressed because they're dumb ideas, or they just don't want to do it, or what's the reasoning there?
I have to go back and remember which ones weren't going to get addressed, but one of them is a hardware thing. I believe that they'd have to change hardware in order to do one of the things that you were after. And the other one, I think it was just very low on the totem pole for the amount of work. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, I figured if I did that and they came out with one thing, it would be cool. I never would have thought they would already be working on 8 or 9 of them. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's from what I from what I remember watching your video. It was for sure at least 8 things that were in that video that are going to be addressed. That are now. Don't hold me to that. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what I'm being told. So,
And being addressed could still mean 3 years from now if it's like any other company.
and to be honest, though, man, Holly's been pretty good about doing software updates. I think, you know what I mean? Like, I've been using this stuff for at least 9 years or something. Whenever this shit came out, and like V1 was like nothing. You know, I mean, it was a huge improvement from what we had available elsewhere with like a classic fast, or you know what I mean, or like an Excel Gen 7 DFI or big stuff. But it's grown pretty exponentially, and for not having a hardware update since is pretty impressive. So
I think they were 5 when I started using it, so I'm pretty new to it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. I mean, like V4 was a big update. Like that was probably one of the biggest updates they made, right? And that's where you got advanced tables and a lot of other really cool stuff. But like V6, I mean, there's some stuff like what you had to say in your video. Should there be a flex fuel ICF? I think that there should just. I don't think it should be a whole ICF, right? But just because like there's a lot of work that goes into creating a whole ICF, right? But like I think that there should absolutely be like some, hey, this is your flex fuel input, right? So like check here if this is going to be your flex fuel, right? And then it'll say, hey, like you were saying, check boxes, right? Hey, checkbox, do you want to multiply fuel flow based off of your flex fuel sensor? Do you want to modify timing? Just like little check boxes, maybe under the the sensor input setup. Not so much the whole ICF. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the ironic part is my suggestion was an ICF, is I figured that would be easier. I figured they could just
Me too.
by itself and put it in there when it's ready.
Yeah, me too. I didn't understand that that's the most difficult part. So easily could they add a tab on the left in the fuel options, so maybe you can check somewhere again, shove it in somewhere it's easiest to program it in.
Yeah, I don't care where it is or how you do it, just put it in there.
Even on the main engine injector page where you choose flow and everything, it'd be cool if you could hit a checkbox and it would just expand. Maybe the software guys think we're being unreasonable, and yeah, we don't care where it is. Put it in a secret code or something, just so it's there.
Oh, it would, like, I definitely think that you're right. Like, it would be, especially for the Term X guys that have only got a couple advanced tables, that they can't eat them up with a whole ton of, hey, I want to modify fuel flow, I want to modify cranking fuel, I want to modify, all that kind of stuff.
That was my big thing, but mainly the Terminator X. Like, you just run out of inputs. You can I use 2-3 of them on idle, and then, the 56 other things that you want to do.
I've just started using the
just run out
by gear and 3D tables to fix that, because I think now that I've done a lot of stuff with ethanol, I think the 2D chart is crude now. So I kind of like trickling it in or out on the 3D chart now, because I have a top hat and a monocle now. Look at me. I'm drinking coffee here.
So am I. I'll say this.
Out a Nespresso out of a Starbucks mug? Is that what you're drinking coffee out?
No, mine is in a
Oh,
this is, R2D2.
yes, it is.
To be honest, I'm not a really big ethanol fan. I call it cat piss.
It's most of the way to alcohol.
Yeah, no, it's like kind of like a half fucked chicken, man. That's really what it is. You know,
I'm muting now. I'm muting for a while.
Oh, you're muting me? I'm sorry. Oh. It's kind of like getting half pregnant, right? So like you gotta buy a little bit bigger of a fuel system, right? Like, so you're spending more money there, right? And then you're on the fence, but you're like, hey, if I actually want to get some performance out of this, I should probably leave the heavy intercooler in the car, right? So like, there's the half pregnant part. You know what I mean? So you spend more money on the fuel system, right? So hey, I need a bigger pump, or I need 14 Bosch 044 pumps in a tank with a surge tank, and and then a belt that fucking hits a float from a carburetor that fills the surge tank that does this. People come up with the stupidest shit, right? And then I need my flex fuel sensor, because what if I forget that I run E85 in this car and I pull up to the gas pump and I forget to grab the other colored fucking handle and I put this one in, you know what I mean? All for like kind of a decent performance increase, right? Or the ability for a decent performance increase. To me, E85 is awesome for the guy who wants to make like 1,000 horsepower and drive his car every day. And that's awesome, right? It's an awesome fuel for that.
Well, that's what I'm glad you're coming on to that, because for a street car and the flexibility for power range, and like I'll limit the boost controller to not hurt itself if you if you leave the dial-a-boost on maximum and you have pump fuel, it will restrict your overall amount of boost and ignition. So yeah, like you said, a street driven 1,000 horsepower, it can't be beat.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like what I mean, but it's still a half pregnant, right? Like
if you 100%, yeah. Like go all in, or I don't know.
Like if you got the 1,000 horsepower street car and you're going to cruise it every day and you just want to be on ethanol, cool, no problem. I don't have any complaints there. I support you 1,000%, right? Those are the people that deserve that should have a flex fuel sensor in the car, and those are the people that should be using all the advanced tables hopefully an ICF or whatever, pre-canned flex stuff. But like the guys that are like, man, I really want to make 2,800 horsepower out of this 320-inch engine. Don't want to put an intercooler on it. Really want to keep an electric fuel pump, but it's got to be a quiet electric fuel pump. And I really don't want to buy anything bigger than like 120-pound injectors, so let's put 17 sets in it. Like, that was stupid. Why would you know what I mean? Like, I know all that was an exaggeration, but put methanol in it. Just put it on methanol. Like, methanol is the best fuel that you can use when it comes to a boosted combination, in my opinion. If you're spending the money already on a fuel system, and I know that some of the stuff I say could come across as I'm being pretty ignorant, but a majority of the shit that I work on is the 2,000-ish horsepower and up. A lot of the street cars in my area, or that I end up working on, they make 2,000, 2,500, 3,000 horsepower. And yeah, they're streetable, right? So they're fast cars that are streetable. And, some of them people are liars and they call them street cars and they never actually drive on the street, but they still have all the things in the car that are still make it streetable.
The term street car has ruined drag racing.
It has. It has. No, the latest thing now is all steel, all glass.
Yeah, that's just a fancy word for street car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just trying to change the terminology just a little bit to create a new class so that everyone can change two parts on their car and bring their car over and ruin that class. And then what's going to be next?
Right. Well, now it's like
street car based things.
Now it's mostly steel, some glass. You know what I mean? Because like everyone's like, well, it's for safety. I need optic armor. Piss off. Exactly. Like my convertible from 93, like literally the window frame is terrible, went 215 mile an hour in the quarter, and it was like 40 degrees outside with stock ass glass. Like, it didn't come out.
Well, they need optic armor for safety, but they got a roll bar made out of 2x4s in the car. Like, they're clearly not concerned about safety. Let's not kid ourselves.
Right. And then they got those they got their ratchet straps used to hold them in the car. You know what I mean? And they scribbled on there with a Sharpie. It says like Stroud or something on there. You know what I mean? And they throw out fucking last week's laundry out the window as a parachute. They're worried about safety, but the car's made out of tin to be as light as freaking possible. They put a jockey in the car who, he don't fit in that seat. You know what I mean? Like nothing's safe about it. And then they're going to cry about safety. Anyway, we're getting off topic. I apologize. It started off as the 85, and now here I am, like just rambling.
So there's definitely a bit of a disconnect on the stuff me and Matt work on versus what you work on in terms of power levels and like legitimacy.
I wouldn't say that at all. I mean, I wouldn't say the legitimacy stuff at all. I like what y'all work on a lot, like a lot. Like what I work on is very, like going to the racetrack and racing some of these cars is pretty stressful because
it's a job. I look at like what you do and what you work on is they're not like fun cars for those guys. They're work. It's a job. There's too much money on the line. Like you don't just go out and drive that to 7-Eleven and get some hot dogs, because if someone was to crash into you, it's a $250,000 investment going down. As to where some of the cars that we work on, they might make 1,000 horsepower, but as far as the bank's concerned, that car's worth $1.99. And if someone smashes into it, you just take the parts out and you throw it in another car, and you lost a weekend of your time. There's an element of a car that's just a gigantic pile of crap that I think is what makes it the most
You're
fun.
Swimming in my part of the pool, gentlemen.
I've owned a lot of cars over the years, and one of my favorite cars that I ever owned was that little green Festiva.
Oh, what a gem. I wish I had filmed that much more back then.
I mean, like I used to get blackout drunk and jump it. Like we would do the dumbest shit with that car, and like it loved it. I had so much fun in it, Like Matt's laughing because he knows like I was a freaking psychopath.
I've been there. I saw it.
Yeah. But that was one of my favorite cars. And then I think I traded like a pretty sweet 50cc dirt bike for it. You know what I mean? And then I got an engine out of a junkyard for like $150 for a Mazda. And like we shoehorned it in there, and there wasn't any info on the internet about it because there wasn't really much on the internet at the time, and that was a blast.
It had a Miata hot side, Joe, so it stuffed a little bit of the turbo and all of the wastegate out the front grille because side mount versus front mount. And then on top of that, it had a air vane meter.
Yeah.
And then I think you had a boost reference, like some sort of pressure modulator. FMU. I couldn't think of the word. Wow. I think it had an FMU and a vane meter with like a flap door on it. I don't know if everybody knows what that is.
No, majority of the people that are watching this are like, where do you plug that into my LS? You know what I mean? Like all that stuff. I mean, now granted, what you're all describing here is junk. You know what I mean? Like it's all old, antiquated junk, but it was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
The other good part about like the real low power stuff like that is if your car makes 80 horsepower and you pick up 20 horsepower, it feels like you've gained 1,000 horsepower in comparison.
Oh yeah, people all the time.
Today that picked up 65 horsepower and it made 200, so it's probably going to feel like it has nitrous on it now compared to what it felt like before. You pick up 65 horsepower on a 2,000 or even 1,000 horsepower car, you don't even notice. That's the difference between it, being 90 degrees outside and 70 degrees outside.
And not even that much. Honestly, like I can say this, like I got a customer that I've been working with for a little while now, and we've been chasing. I'm sorry, I gotta turn my phone off. We've been chasing a 10th in the 8th mile for about 6 months.
6 months, $75,000 for a 1/10 of a second.
Yeah. Now, granted, the car is already, it's a top tier, like top running. It's a very it's a contender in everything it runs, right? But we thought that it should run a certain number, and I think we're down to like 4 numbers off now. So when I see people post up like, hey, I decided it was Friday night and I was going to go to the racetrack and we had a great time, I'm like, I am so jealous of you. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, hey, I had to start on on Tuesday getting ready for this. You know what I mean? And like, it's like, I'm jealous of that because like they just went and had a great time with like their friends and family, you know?
That, and they can move like a couple of numbers around or click a button or do whatever it is, and they'll go from like a 640 to a 590 all in the same night. Like, could you imagine dropping that much? Like, that would be a super fun night. But it seems like once you go for anything is when it really starts becoming a challenge to go just a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, once you get into the I mean, like, you know, nowadays with we'll just use Fox bodies because that's like the most common thing that you see at a racetrack, you know.
The domestic Honda Civic.
Right. Yeah, basically it's basically the domestic Honda Civic. Your typical Fox body at the racetrack, if it's a turbo car or turbo LS or whatever, you can typically just shove those things into the low 5s, high 4s, pretty easy, right? But like their days are numbered. You know what I mean? Like their days of fun are numbered, you know, because either it'll, you know, if it's a low budget build, it's eventually gonna, you know, come apart. You know what I mean? If it's a higher dollar build, they realize, hey, we just went 490s, but this combo should probably run 440s, and now they start down the rabbit hole. And that's
exactly what I was going to say. Is once you go a little bit fast, suddenly you want to go a lot of bit fast, and then it turns, just like we were saying before, it turns into a job.
It's exponential,
a bigger truck and a bigger trailer and an RV and a camper, and you got to build a new garage at your house, and you need a spare motor, and you need it snowballs really, really fast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've always, whenever we go to the racetrack and I'm working on a car or something, I always see the guys in like the pretty mildly modified cars, and I like watch them, and I'm like, man, how much fun they're having. You know what I mean? Like, this is pretty awesome. Like, you know, and people that don't know me well think that I'm probably like a snob or something, which I'm not.
Look at all these turbo LS cars doing so well. That's what you're thinking to yourself.
No, I'm not thinking that. Well, I am. I'm watching them. Look at these turbo LS cars. I can't wait till they roll the track down. Because it's coming. But no, it's just I mean, they
no, it is. You're right.
watching the cars that people can just hop in and enjoy is a lot of fun. Like, I really like it. Now, there's another side of that, though, is that I really, really, really do enjoy the competition, the competitive nature of some of my customers. Now, I've lost it for myself. I just stopped giving a shit. Like, I don't care. Like, I've talked to both of y'all about this before. Like, for me, it doesn't matter. Like, I'll post times. I'll like the boards. I'll go wherever the hell I want. We're going to try to have fun with a fast car, not make it a job.
I think the reality of what you said earlier about the worst part of what we do, I think that is it, is no matter what, maybe not 100%, but at the end of the day, you take a lot away from your personal hobby. And if your hobby is now 90% tied to work, you can't go to the racetrack and scatter parts everywhere and flip the car 6 times and whatnot, because it's going to directly impact your business. So everything, as far as your hobby goes, becomes totally different once it's your job.
Oh yeah. It's I don't mind the stress when I'm working with a customer or a friend or something, like, you know, at the racetrack. But when it comes to like racing my own stuff, I just don't give a shit. It's one of those like, are we a first round duck? Okay. Guess what? We brought a lot of really good food. You know what I mean? Like, so we're going to cook and we're going to have a good time, you know, and I'd be there to support, you know, my customers, and it is what it is, you know, but, you know, I'd rather see my customers do well than myself do well. You know what I mean? So that's one of the reasons why I'm probably just going to focus on running just the, like the drag and drive stuff with my own personal car so that I don't have to race against customers. You know what I mean? So
I missed these. I didn't have like the super chat thing on. Monkey Fab just told me there's people that donated money and some had questions. So I just want to say thank you to them and not think that their gift did not go unnoticed. Monkey Fab gave me $49.99 and he asked, "Is this a dad bod convention?"
Oof.
Maybe.
I don't have any kids, but I probably got the fucking body for
it. Well, that's the point. Yeah. And another guy, Luke Pierce, he says, "Can you tell me the pros and cons of using Aeromotive variable pump speed on an ice cream and burnout car? I'm also using a Dominator on an LS. What's the best way to get the signal to the pump?" I mean, you might not be doing that because you're a lot of mechanical, but Joe and I...
Behind me is the exact setup.
Oh, okay. So there you go. There you go. That's what I get. That's what I get.
Yeah, no, behind me is that exact setup. So now I don't only work on like race cars. Like I actually really like working on street cars the most, like legit street cars. That's what I enjoy the most. This is a 70 or 71 Dodge Demon. This thing's really cool, but this is a cruiser car for them that's going to be fast. It's got some here. Let me slide out of the way. Oh, you can probably see the bullhorns there.
Looks like it sliced your face off.
Right there. Can you see them or no? Can you see that shit? It's got big bullhorns in it. Okay. Anyway, so there's big bullhorns on this thing. Okay, good. Thanks for blankly staring at me. But no, so anyway, this thing's got an air motive pump, Dominator. It's an LS turbo deal. So what I typically do is I send a 12-volt output to the, I believe it's a yellow wire off of the air motive variable speed pump, and just set the output up to be based off of throttle position or whatever you want. You can do a ton of different variables, but I find throttle position to just be the easiest. So, and if you're going to go to the floor with the thing, it's going to need more fuel. So I usually set them up over 50% TPS. Was that the question? I don't remember. I got sidetracked. Okay. What? I don't know what that is.
It's an inline 6 Trailblazer engine.
I think they said you're muted.
I am?
No, me. It was me for them. I forgot. I have to mute in 2 places. So yeah, I'm asking. So everybody, Calvin Nelson is here, and he's asking if methanol will help keep his stock pistons together. Will it be able to hold more power if he uses ethanol? He's trying to get to 1,000 rear wheel on a Vortec 4200. And again, Devin was asking what the hell that is. And it's an inline 6-cylinder. So it's modular. So the Colorado has a 4-cylinder, a 5-cylinder, and then Trailblazer's got a 6-cylinder along with like Envoys. I mean, they're all the same GM. But yeah, so it's a 4.2 liter inline 6-cylinder he's been pushing the envelope with, and he's already made a little bit over 800 rear wheel. So he's not a moron. He's seriously asking, can you handle... Well, in my opinion, methanol is more volatile, and like you said, it's easy to blowtorch stuff.
Methanol's got a lot wider of a tuning window. It really does. Like it's got a very large tuning window. The issue is that it's really, really, really bad when things go wrong. So it's not like just a little bad. It's like really bad. I don't have a lot of experience with keeping stock pistons alive.
I guess methanol, he means is there, better cooling versus E85, and will the advantages you're hoping for going to methanol be worth it with a regular engine setup? Because they want to squeeze more power out of it, but make it safe.
What's breaking when they break them?
I don't.
Have they not gotten to that point yet?
I don't think he's gotten there. Something broke the one time on their dyno, but I'm not sure if it was power related or what. But maybe he did break a little bit of a piston, so that's his next. That's why he's asking if methanol would be worthwhile.
In my experience with.
He says here. I'm sorry. Lower combustion temperatures was my main thought.
Oh, it absolutely will do that.
And then he says the rods break, so we want to upgrade the rods, but the pistons are fine. He's
methanol
telling me
definitely
now.
help you break some rods. It'll help you break some rods. It'll help you break it will help you find the weaker link of but I think a lot of the problems that people experience with methanol and with failures because of methanol are because they get greedy. I think
Like
that's a lot.
The tuning window is wide, so yeah.
Well, that and there's a lot of people out there that think that you should never have to read spark plugs because we have this fuel injection and you should have a oscilloscope strapped to something and then you should have some combustion analysis pressure transducers inside of the piston and whatever or you just learn to read a spark plug. I think a lot of the failures that come from methanol are people just being really greedy, and trying to rely upon closed loop to save their ass or you know what I mean, whatever it may be. So Joe, you deal with a lot more of the you've been doing a lot of methanol lately. Didn't you just do that Gen 3 Hemi?
Yeah, I would say in the grand scheme of things, I'm very new to methanol. I've done very few cars. However, I've had a zillion cars come here when I rent the dyno out. And renting the dyno out on a regular basis has been an astronomical help for me because I've seen every end of the spectrum. I've seen, the most sought after guys in the industry using the dyno, watch them do what they do. I've seen guys that have big, huge names that you watch them do what they do and you're like, how, where I'm going with that. We'll just leave that there. And, I've watched guys torch things and you get to figure out why and you kind of get to see all of it. What I've noticed is on gasoline, and I guess you could say even on ethanol, is almost everyone seems to do the same thing. Like you're going to have roughly the same target air fuel ratio and whatnot. But with methanol, you got guys that are running crazy lean with no timing. And then you got guys that try and flood the whole engine with fuel and then put 1,000 degrees of timing in it. And it just seems like they say the tuning window is wide and people seem to want to be on the edge of either side of that. So the methanol stuff that I've done. So actually the last one that I just did, it made 16 something. So we had the plugs out of it 15 times during that dyno session. And we made one pull. It was probably somewhere in the 12 or 1300 horsepower range at that point. Brand new set of plugs, one dyno pull, pulled them all out, looked at them, and all the cad was gone on the strap. So I was like, ooh, let me back this off a little bit. So I pulled 2 degrees out of it and it lost 90 horsepower or 80, whatever it was. I'm like, well, that's weird. So we put another set of plugs in it, put it back to where it was, and I put 1.5 degrees in it, and it picked up another 80. So it was kind of funny that you pull and add from where you're at, and the horsepower loss and the horsepower gain was the same. And then the second wire with more timing in it, all the cad was on the straps, and it was, a quarter of the way, not all, not to the bend quite yet. And it gave every indication that it wanted more timing, both with power and the way the plug looked, and put some more timing in it, picked up more power. And so that one kind of threw me for a loop a little bit. Like, why did it seem to be so much hotter on the one run than after that? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, even the videos that I post on the street cars that are making 300-400 horsepower, I feel like I'm doing the customer a disservice if I'm not pulling plugs at least a couple of times throughout the thing to see what's going on.
Yeah, just make sure that you're not out in left field on them.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, the car I did today, the one that picked up 65 horsepower, part of the reason that it picked up so much power is it was a distributor car on a Honda, and you can only advance it but so much. And it's it just, with it all the way advanced, it was still retarded a good bit more. So we just made up for it in the ECU. It's not ideal. It's just what you have to do when you're out of options. And so every Honda takes, especially naturally aspirated, they all take the same amount of time. You just know what it's going to be before you even get started. And I always you do the same thing. You start a few degrees back and work your way in. But on this one, I mean, it probably had 10 or 12 degrees more time. Like I told the guy that owned the car, I was like, if anybody ever looks at this map, they're going to think I am a complete moron. Like this, the way that this map looks, this engine should be, the piston should be liquid, but that's just all, you can't just treat them all the same. You have to look at everything and just verify it all. If they all just took the same thing, then none of us would have jobs.
Right.
I think that's where a lot of people get themselves into trouble. It's not verifying what's going on.
We worked on a car together. I think you were kind of afraid of that one.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, nitrous car, and it's fast, and it's an awesome car, and
Beautiful car. The fact that everything has to be kind of like top secret on it, and no videos or whatnot of that one is crazy, because every bracket and everything on that car is beautiful, and he doesn't want anyone to see it. So it's kind of disappointing.
Well, welcome to my world. I've got quite a few. The majority of my customers are like that, which is all right. You know what I mean? I've got a good reputation of being pretty discreet, so I'm happy with that. But that one, like, so we're talking about being on the dyno, pulling plugs, paying attention to it. Do you remember we didn't ever spray it with nitrous?
Mm-hmm.
So did we hit it with nitrous?
No, not that time.
Right. So it was there with somebody else with a different tuner doing stuff, and they hit it with nitrous. But this time we never hit it with nitrous. And I think you sent me a message. You were like, "Dude, you're not getting any more out of it. Stop it." Yeah. And I was chasing the motor tune-up on it, and I was more concerned with the motor tune-up on it than anything, because we know what it's going to do with nitrous. It's simple math, right? But the motor tune-up is what was so important about it. And the owner of the vehicle, before he went to the dyno, I was on the phone with him. He's an awesome guy. He was like, I think we'll make like 1 or 2 pulls on motor, and then we'll hit it with nitrous. I'm like, nah, not if I'm involved. We're going to make as many pulls as we need to get the motor tune-up spot on. Well, I think we wound up finding like a total of, from where we started to where we ended on motor was right around like 110, 112 horsepower, something like that. I'd have to look, back at notes or whatever, but it picked up a substantial amount of power from like where we started. And with the nitrous cars, it seems like a lot of people want to, get a motor tune up. Oh, it's roughed in. We'll clean it up with nitrous. That to me is terrible, because then the math doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And
that was probably 95% of the nitrous guys that rent the dyno. They do a motor pull just to make sure the car's not going to fall off of the dyno. I make them do a motor pull. Like we're doing a motor pull for safety. Right, and then past that, they want to get right into the nitrous. The guy that was doing the tuning on that truck previously is actually a really good friend of mine. He's really good. Yeah. And he's actually on board with the tuning the motor, spending a majority of your time there, and then going over to the nitrous side. Right. That particular deal, like, I don't want to get into their stuff, but there was like some time restraints, and I think, if I remember, I think it's got like a whole different motor setup in it now than it did before. Yeah. No, for sure. No, and I don't want to talk too much about that one. I was just saying, like, when it comes to nitrous stuff, a lot of people think, that they should just be able to, like, tune it half-assed on motor and then just nitrous. And like, the other thing is, everyone, okay, I have this much nitrous, we're going to pull this much timing, but that number is based off of the engine timing being correct. So if you don't spend the time finding out what the engine wants, then you could be 5, 6, 8 degrees in either direction, and going the wrong way, because you might have it over time by 5 or 6 degrees on motor, but you got this awesome fuel in it and a number 12 spark plug, so you might not find out that you're way over time. But when you're over time and then you spray it and that math doesn't work out, then you're picking up pieces off the floor. And the nitrous stuff's weird too, because a lot of those guys, like, if you're not breaking things, they think you're doing something wrong. It's like they almost expect to be rebuilding engines every 2 passes. So it's interesting seeing how the turbo guys tend to want to keep it alive for a little while, and the nitrous guys are like, well, let's just keep going until it breaks.
We have a word for them, and it's masochist.
The nitrous, carbureted nitrous guys that have switched over to fuel injection are probably the worst at that. Why haven't we blown it up yet? God dang. How many sets of pistons did you buy? You know what I mean? Like, is this why nobody can get pistons? Is y'all bought friggin' 40 sets of these sons of bitches? Like, what are you doing? Like, let's try to make it through like at least, half a season before we burn a hole in one of these things, it is interesting. You're right though, the nitrous guy. But you know what I will say? When you get a nitrous guy that has changed over to turbo, he's like the best customer in the world, because he's willing to like pull plugs every pass. He's like, hell yeah, we got to pull plugs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we got to change the oil. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? And, and like, he's over there, like doing like compression and leak down between rounds. You're like, dude, chill out. You know what I mean? We only got like 30 pounds of boost in this thing. It's gonna be all right, you know? But they're so used to putting in so much effort to go as fast as they go that like when they get into like a turbo combo, they're like, what do you mean this is supposed to be easy? Like what? No. I got like a crew of guys over here ready to like, you know, tear this thing apart like a top fuel team between every round. It's like, no, man, download the log and let's see what we got. That's it, you know?
Buddy of mine, real good friend of mine, he's been a customer forever. It's got well, he got rid of it recently, but a Fairmont. It runs, you know, in the 4s. And he brought it to the dyno and, you know, I asked him about what plugs are in it. He was like, yeah, these plugs have been in there for probably like 2 years. I'm like, well, that's weird. I'm like, well, let's put a new set of plugs in. I pulled the plugs out and I shit you not, he had 3 different heat range plugs in the motor. There was like 7s, 8s, and 9s. He's just been racing it like that. It runs exactly the same time every single pass. But yeah, he wouldn't be a good candidate for a nitrous motor.
No. I got a customer and he's become a really good friend over the years who he gets mad as shit. He didn't want to buy plugs. Like he's a turbo racer, right? He used to race nitrous, but now he's a turbo racer. And so I ordered a case of plugs for him and I brought them to the racetrack. I gave them to him and I said, hey man, here's, you know, what are these for? I said, what do you mean? What are they for? I said, pull plugs out of that thing. He's like, nah, man, we put those in like, you know, just the other day. I said, what do you mean the other day? He's like, you know, we got the engine refreshed. I said, what do you mean? The engine got refreshed 6 months ago. Yeah, they were new. We ain't put new plugs in this thing. I'm like, the hell, you know, but with methanol will eventually destroy plugs. Like it'll, especially any of you guys that don't know this, Pro 600 will kill plugs as well. Like you can't leave plugs in a Pro 600 car for, you know, a year. It's gonna kill them. You know what I mean? It's just that they just die. Like they just take shit. You know, so if you have a Pro 600 car that comes in, I highly suggest you put a new set of plugs in the thing.
Yeah,
you know, periodically. It's not like you got every run or anything like that. It's just, you know, do it periodically. So, Matt, what do you got for questions? Why is Devin such an asshole?
No, I mean, did you guys get to look at any of them?
I don't know. I can pull that up.
I'm ripping through real quick. I mean, I have the ones on the video too. I see Bootleg Burton was asking questions earlier on. I'm trying to find it, but he has a shop. I believe up north of me. I follow him on the gram. Maybe he can just ask again when he hears this. Maybe there's good ones early on.
Have you played much with the way the spark plug looks versus when the dyno tells you it's done making power?
Yep.
And find that the whole, you know, the timing mark in the middle of the bend, like how accurate do you find that versus where, again, like I said, where it quits making power?
Yeah, I find that they line up. If I'm thinking that's a good ignition spot, we do a fresh plug. I would say when it's a stock bottom end and it's pump gas, when we start getting close to 600, I want to look at the back plug all the time. And then if it's a stock bottom end car on like E85, when you get close to 4 digits, I like looking like 850 area. So yeah. But if it's all motor car, you know, you're splitting hairs there. It's pretty easy, I think. I just add fuel and pull away timing until it has a significant drop off, which is usually on pump gas is pretty close to power versus none. It's like a 2-3 degree range, but like E85 is a larger window, so similar. You'll hit a point where it's making 20 horsepower per pound, and then it, you know, starts making 5 or 1. But yeah, but you know that. But I like to, if you make hits right around there, I find it's close to the bend, and as you back off of that small gain, you get back into the flat. Usually if I ship somebody out, I want it on the top of it, not even in the bend. Because I don't have a loaded dyno, and I'm assuming they're going to do a high gear burnout for 11 miles. So I chase the low end of the scope based off of, my whole situation there. But yeah.
they're going to click it in high gear at like 3,000 RPM and just mat it to the wood, let the converter drag it down and just knock the rods out of it.
I mean, that's what I would do, so I don't expect people to do any less. But have you run into the same, Joe, where I like to mechanically and electronically verify?
Yeah, I basically do the same, but I've been just sort of, and I think you have to take dyno pulls with a grain of salt, kind of like you're mentioning.
Yeah.
You look at a spark plug after going all the way down the racetrack versus a 3 or 4 second long dyno pull. There's some variance there, but
yeah, because I will err on that light end, and then the people I do go to the track with, it does line up better, and sometimes you can, yeah.
So, but I've seen a lot of times where the spark plug tells you that it wants more timing, and you give it more timing, and then it moves the timing mark and it puts it kind of theoretically in the middle of the bend where it's supposed to be, but it quit making power 4 degrees ago or 3 degrees ago. So I just, that's one of those things that I always find interesting is seeing, how that actually lines up. And then, so like I said, I was just curious if you guys had seen anything, similar.
What I do in that situation is give it more fuel.
Yeah, that's the other one we're playing with, especially like cylinder to cylinder. It's interesting what 2 or 3% of fuel will do. It does far more than you would think.
Yep. Yeah, like if like with the methanol engine, like the majority of what I do is methanol, right? So like methanol engine, the time, like if the plug comes out of the motor looking brand new, all right, give it a little bit of timing. If you've got a timing mark on it, but the plug's still, clean around the base ring, then you could probably afford to lean it out, right? As you lean it out, you might want to knock a degree out of it just to make sure you're not going to hurt nothing. If you've got a timing mark in a good spot, But typically, like when we're creeping up on something, I'll have a timing mark out at the tip. We'll throw a degree or two in it, make a hit, picks up mile an hour. The timing mark is down, getting closer to the bend. We'll put a couple percent of fuel. Maybe I'll just target something, 0.1 richer. It'll go run faster mile an hour. We pull the plug. There's no more timing mark. You're like, where'd it go? It's gone. It's off the tip. We don't have a time mark anymore. Now shove another 2 degrees in that thing because we gave it more fuel and it wanted it. And that's the thing about methanol is that like you wind up chasing that perfect spark plug all the time by giving it more fuel and then more timing, more fuel and then more timing, or less fuel and less time, whichever way you're going after it, But that's one of the things that I really like about methanol is because you can make a plug look fantastic at 4.0 air fuel and theoretic number of like 20 degrees of timing, or 3.2 air fuel and like 24 degrees of timing. You know what I mean? So there's
basically just described what I was talking about earlier, how you get 2 different people doing it, you get the same outcome, but the numbers will be drastically different between one another. And everyone always says how they find reading plugs on methanol to be difficult. And with the limited amount that I've done, I no way, shape, or form claim to be an expert, at anything, but especially with methanol. But I find everything about reading the spark plugs to be way easier, assuming it doesn't have 160 gallons of like top lube in the fuel that makes it look like a gasoline plug. And then you're like, I don't know what to do with this. This isn't, I'm not comfortable with this anymore.
Yeah. Like I think like when we were up at World Cup, you had stopped by, we were in my trailer and I was showing you plugs and like, we were both like, look at how easy they are to read. You know what I mean? Like, we were bullshitting. We were saying, man, I don't understand why anybody bitches about this. Like, look at this. This shit's easy. Like it makes sense, You don't have to worry about soot. You don't have to cut them open. You don't have to, what I mean? That's just, you're not worried about a little fuel ring down here and you get your little magnifying glass, all that shit. It's just, there it is. Looks good. You know what I mean? Give it 2 degrees or give it, 0.1 more, fuel or whatever it is. And that's why I'm telling you, I always encourage anybody building a new car, a race car or something that's going to make a bunch of power to put it on methanol because they're going to be happier. And that gets back to the whole half pregnant thing. Can't do that shit with E85. You know what I mean? Like you can't have those 2 huge variables of like what you were describing about how people tune them. You can't have those 2 different sides of the equation still work with ethanol because it just takes a shit. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't pan out the way it does with methanol. So I'm a big meth fan. So
Well, you
The
do
more and
live
more I
in
do it, the more and
in
more
the
I like
South.
it. But it's becoming really trendy in a weird way. And it seems like everyone always says that they're going to go methanol until they price out the fuel system, and then suddenly they don't. And then I think methanol gets a bad rap because there's so many problems with injectors. You need such big injectors, and all the large injectors always have problems. And and then it comes down to the fuel that gets blamed for it. Just like turbos used to get blamed for everything, 10 years ago. It had nothing to do with the turbo. It's just everything that you did as a result of having a turbo.
Right. Like we just started carrying AFIS injectors. They're basically like a big Siemens Deca. Now they don't idle like a Siemens Deca, like down at at 1 millisecond pulse width or whatever, but they flow a lot of fuel, and they don't have nearly as many of the hung wide open scenarios that you have with some of the other brands. You know what I mean? Yep. I'm not saying nothing bad about them, because you're basically looking for an injector that is a garden hose that you can control. This is kind of funny. So like a lot of guys that are new to methanol, they have like a 6-liter LS, like a stock block, but it's like a really nice engine, and then they bought like a $5,000 turbo, and they got their methanol fuel system, and then they bought like billet atomizer 700s. And you're like, oh, welcome to the fucking party, buddy. Prepare to deal with the fact that this piece of shit is never going to want to idle. It's going to rev like garbage. And the only time this piece of shit's actually going to run good is when you're at like 4,000 RPM and like 10 pounds of boosting up. You know what I mean? Like they could have got away with running, a 500 pound per hour injector, or 2 sets of Bosch 210s or Siemens Deca 220s or something like that. But they got into that mentality of like, oh, bro, bigger's better. We got to get these 700s or these 850s. By the way, I want to run them with my stock Holley injector harness, and you know what I mean? Like, and I wired it with some wire nuts and shit. I'm sure everything will be fine. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's probably the mentality of how everybody buys like 210s now. That makes 300 horsepower. We're like, oh, we just throw 210s in it, and you just turn them down. Once you get into those really big injectors, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah. I mean, like it gets people that are like really experienced. Like I know a guy, and I ain't gonna mention him, but like I know a guy who's like really experienced with like tuning gasoline and E85, right? And he just recently converted his own personal car over to methanol. And he reached out to me, and he's a great dude, and he's probably watching it, so I don't want to talk bad about it because I'm a big guy. I don't want to deal with that shit either. But no, he's a really good dude. He reached out to me and he said, "Hey man, I got a tune up that ran good on gasoline. You think you can help me out and try to convert this over to methanol? Just get me in a spot to start it up." Yeah, no problem. So we started talking. I think he had 500 pound per hour injectors, and it was on a 5.3 LS, right? So I put together a startup file for him, and he's like, "Oh, thanks, whatever." And then like a week later, whatever, he fires it up. He's like, "Man, it fired up pretty good." And he's like, "This thing idles rich." I was like, "Yeah, yeah, it does. I fucking bet." And he's like, "Well, I'd like to idle it at like 6.0." And I was like, "Yeah, man. So would I. Go ahead." Well, he quickly learned like, wow, you can't. You know what I mean? Like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like you can't do them both, So that's where like, if you want like some street ability, especially like big power stuff, if you want some street ability, look into having multiple sets of injectors.
2 sets of injectors has always been my go-to. Even, 10 years ago on the 4-cylinder stuff, all my personal cars always had 2 sets. It just makes life so much easier.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'd rather have 3 or 4 sets of injectors than rely upon, one hog. Now, when I say 2 sets of injectors, I like to have like a decent small injector that it'll idle and it'll get up onto the chip, and then like one big set of injectors that, like, to me, I think that's like the best of both worlds for a methanol combo, right? So like, the car will drive around the pits fine and all that shit, and then when we roll the second set of injectors in, we're shutting the first set off in essence. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like if you run a set of like 600s as your second set and like a 160 or something as your first set, we don't even care about that 160. You know what I mean? Like once it gets up on the chip, we don't care. Mm-hmm. We shut that thing off and then we run it on just the 6 or 800s or whatever. So that to me is the best way to go about it. So
our call ends in 10 minutes. Those
So you have to
bastards.
set another one of these up.
Yeah, so
You probably got a lot of questions, and we just went on a tangent, and probably
Yeah,
nobody.
it's like one question about spark plugs is 45 minutes about talking about everything else. That's what's crazy about these things is we can sit here and talk about this stuff till the sun comes up.
yeah, it's
It
hard.
feels like 2 hours.
Matt, I think we did that one time, didn't we?
What?
Talking till the fucking sun came up.
Yeah, it was like 7 hours.
It was terrible.
Yeah,
Oh, it was terrible.
that was with Troy.
Yeah.
I think that
Well,
was.
Troy was amped.
It was like 7 hours, I think.
Yeah.
It was till 5 or something, and I'm like, okay, guys, I'm gonna sleep 2 hours and go tune.
Yep.
My internet is so bad at home that I had to stay. I just stayed at the shop to do it here. So I have almost an hour drive home after we're done here.
Ugh.
So that'll be fun.
So where is your shop?
I'm like 15 minutes away from MIR. When you came down, did you stay at a hotel?
Yeah.
Do you know where you
No, I
stayed?
mean, I wasn't necessarily asking for me. I was asking for everybody watching.
Oh, yeah. So I guess I'm in, Waldorf, Maryland, which sucks. We're 20, 30 minutes south of Washington, D.C., and about 15 minutes from MIR, and probably 20, 30 minutes from Capitol Raceway. So it's hard to know exactly how far you are from anything because there's just traffic everywhere. Yep. So it could be 15 minutes or an hour and a half, and you have no idea what to expect.
Right. I do not miss, I'll tell you, I used to live up in Pennsylvania, up there by Matt, and we live in South Carolina now. And you look at the map and like, you're like, oh, it's a 20-minute ride. It's only like 7 miles. Where you live, if there's no traffic, 20 minutes is 20 miles, Yeah. Where I live, 20 minutes is like 5 or 7 miles because there's like no direct way to go. I'm telling you, like, I think when they started to develop cities in the South, it was like two like hillbillies fighting over shit. You know what I mean? They're like, well, hell no, you're going to make a left right here. Well, fuck you, you're going to make a right. And then you're like, I'm telling you, you do like there's no planning. You know what I mean? Like everything up north, it seems like everything's in a big grid. Down south, everything is like, yeah, you got to go like 7 miles out of the way over there to like make a right at this tree. And then you go on this road. It's such
everybody's so laid back in comparison. I'd rather drive an extra 30 minutes everywhere I went, not to have to. It's like the more north you go, like the more rude and obnoxious everybody is. And the more south, you drive in South Carolina or Georgia, you just knock on someone's door and tell them you're tired, and they'll like offer you to sleep in their house.
Absolutely.
You go up north, you'll immediately get shot in the face. Like,
right, just for pulling in their driveway. I love it down here. I'm not talking bad about it down here. I'm just saying that the planning and the roads down here are absolutely terrible. So
I have good questions, but we only have about 7 minutes left on this thing, so I think we should just get another one rolling.
Okay.
So we can ask that. Hey, it's Joe Simpson. Here we are. So we have to do that every 40 minutes, everybody. What a joke.
Is it back on like for everybody else to see this?
Yeah, we're ready to rock. They should. I was going to say this also. My buddy Chris Ortiz says he lives in South Carolina now also. And he says Phoenix is the most well-planned metro area in the U.S., which I would agree because I visited him out there, like in Nevada and in Arizona, and the roads out there are like mint. It's like all concrete, everything's straight, perfect grid. Another place that's I think is well designed is Houston because it's pretty uniform and they call it the Sam Houston Beltway. So there's like an offshoot so you can speed up before you get to the on ramp, and then there's an on ramp for a while before it hits like a 5-lane highway. And everyone can get on and off on these steps. So, and then there's a side road that runs along, and then it splits down into a grid into the city. But like that structure to get on and off exists the whole way around Houston in a giant belt.
DC has on-ramps with no merge lane, and it's like I guess you would call it more of like the highway that kind of goes around and through the city.
Yeah.
If you're going anything less than 140 miles an hour, you're going to get run off the road.
Yep.
And there's no merge. So you're trying to go from a dead stop. It's like drag racing. It's so sketchy. Like everybody just and then if someone crashes, it's a 64-hour backup, and it just ruins everybody's week. It's the worst planing in the history of the world for sure.
But it's at least a grid.
Yeah,
that's what we're saying is the grid is nice. Where was Bootleg Burton? I said, he had a question somewhere and I couldn't find it, but he says, how do you get, because he asked a spark plug question, so I figured we didn't hear enough of that. But how do you guys feel about cars without timing marks like LS and Coyotes?
Yeah, you already touched on that one.
Yeah.
So he could just rewind then. Maybe he missed it. Crashes all the time. Joe ain't lying. What else did someone ask? Oh, I posted them. I pasted them into this other thing. This was a good one when I was not paying attention to you guys. How many cars show up to the dyno and go smooth,
all of it,
start to finish? So
none of
I don't think Devin's on. That doesn't really do a bunch of dyno tuning, but we'll start with you, and then we'll do Joe, and then we'll do me.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to anything. So I'm starting. Sorry, I was reading some commentary on the.
Well, that's exactly what I just said to you. Is exactly what I was doing. So Zach asks, how many cars show up to the dyno and go smooth, start to finish, or in your case, at the track, smooth, start to a decent finish?
For me, it's a little different because like I'm really selective with the cars that I work with on the racetrack. I like, because I can be, right? You know what I mean? Like I hate to sound that way, but like I can be, because I can only be at one place at a time. And like, there's some guys out there that like have the capacity to tune like 9 cars on one day and be successful. I'm just not one of them. I guess I'm more involved. I try to be more involved with like any car that I'm working with. Right. So, a couple weekends ago, we're at Darlington and I was there with like 3 different cars. No, yeah, it was maybe Orangeburg. I don't remember. It was one of the racetracks, right? So it was like one of the racetracks, like in the north and south. It might have been Piedmont. I don't know. It was one of the southeast racetracks, and there was 3 cars there that I was helping with, right? And the only reason I can handle doing like 3 cars at once is because like all I was really focused on was the computer. But that's because those are like guys that like I know well. I've worked with them in the past. They're cars that I know. So it's like we already know that like the chassis works, and we already know that, hey, this is kind of the limit as to where this car is going to be happy. You know what I mean? But when I go to like a racetrack to tune a car, it's something I've already wired, or it's something that like it's been wired by somebody else, but like I've worked with it in the past already. Like a friend owns it, or a customer bought it from somebody, or whatever it may be. So that it usually goes, pretty smooth. As far as tuning goes, we haven't really had many problems. I saw somebody in the chat asked if I was reading spark plugs with Sick Week. If y'all, I don't want to get into that, but I'll just say that the engine failure and the fire that happened with my convertible had nothing to do with a fucking tune-up. So I'll leave it at that. But usually everything goes very smooth. As far as dyno stuff, honestly, I wire them up, I fire them, I get them working, everything functioning, and then I ship them. So I ship them off to a dyno. So I have yet to have a single complaint from any dyno I've ever sent one to. So that's what I got for that. Or if I have to go to the dyno, it's because the customer was really adamant that I be there for them. So, and it goes very smoothly. But I've been on the dyno plenty of times with other people that, or have witnessed other people on the dyno where it's a total shit show, and Joe can, I'm sure, go over that.
It's a majority. So the biggest thing that I struggle with is, at this point, the work that I actually do in the tuning is the easy part. The problem is scheduling, and scheduling is so hard because something that should take 4 hours takes 4 days, and you just never know what you're going to get. It's like 100% guarantee. If I schedule 2 cars on the same day, that means that the first car is going to have 4,200 hours worth of problems, and the second car is going to be pissed off because he's sitting there waiting. And it's such, everyone's like, well, why don't you just tell people to leave when there's problems? In theory, that's easy, but what happens when the guy drove 8 hours to get here? You know, he has a problem that takes 30 minutes to fix, and you're going to make him drive all the way home and bring it back? He's not coming back. You know, that's going to be a bad experience for him. So there's, yeah, it's tough. And then the other problem is if you don't, nobody comes to the dyno, at least, like, God, I hope not, nobody comes to the dyno knowing that they have problems. So they're on the dyno and they figure out at that point that something's wrong. Like, generally speaking, I honestly believe everybody tried to do what they thought was right. So if they get 12 different things wrong, that probably means they got 20 things wrong. So if you stop at the third or fourth, fifth thing that you found wrong, they're just going to come back with more problems. So it's almost like you have to kind of go through all of them, because when it's just as frustrating for me as it is for the customer when they have to bring the car back 4 and 5 times to get tuned, because it's just a huge pain in the ass to schedule people. It's a pain in the ass for them to take off work and trailer their car and all of that. So I almost forget where I was going with all that, but.
Well, I mean, the base question is how many cars show up to the dyno and go smooth start to finish. So is that I feel like it's gonna
be. Just want to put a number on
it's gonna be like a homeowner or what's that called? Like a sheet that says very often, not like a suicide test. Yeah, to put it in best terms. So
I would say
very likely, not likely.
I call it no tools tuning is what I call it when it goes smooth.
What's the percentage?
You can just tune.
You said like 1 out of 10, or
huh?
What did you say? Like would out of 10, or a percentage of cars that
I'd say probably 1 out of 10 go smooth.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. When they go smooth, I call it no tools tuning, and you can actually just tune the car and not have to work on it. So that doesn't happen very often. And I get a lot of people too that, you know, a 300 horsepower car doesn't really make for an exciting YouTube video typically. So people like to see the higher powered ones. So then I get into this circle of people saying like, oh, you probably don't want to tune my car. It's only going to make like 300 or 400 horsepower, because they assume that you do some higher powered ones and that's all that you want to do.
I was going to add in, when you were talking about gaining a bunch of power on motor or getting the motor ready first, and people say the same. They're like, well, I don't have a starting point of 500 rear wheel ethanol turbo car with a 5-inch dump. I don't think you're interested in it. And I tuned a friend's car that he did the game. He's very capable, and he did a Game Boy setup, and it ran great. But I did a video on it where I picked up like almost 60 horsepower on motor by messing with everything, even injection timing. And a lot of that is satisfying, because a lot of people don't realize if you can squeeze a small percentage out of a small motor, that's a big percentage with a big motor. And they're missing that math. If you can squeeze 10% out of an all-motor car, you can get 10% out of a turbo car. That goes from being 5 to 55 horsepower. And that's the big picture, is learning how to make a small engine powerful. Obviously, every single thing you learn carries over to how to make a big engine. make big power. I put a micro squirt and tuned my Grom when it came out, when it was new, and I managed to make 1 horsepower, and people are like, that's laughable. I'm like, it's 10% more power.
That's ironically where I was headed with that whole, where I was going on that is, if people assume that you don't want to do the low power stuff because it's boring, but it's far less problem prone, generally speaking. And a car that makes 300 horsepower, you could do 110 dyno poles in a day if you wanted to, and you don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah.
But you do that with a car that's making 2,000 horsepower, you're going to have to rebuild the motor 4 times.
A little bit more BTUs.
Yeah, and you can overtime it by 10 degrees and it's not going to hurt it, and you can just try it and experiment. So a lot of times the lower power cars, I think, are more fun.
It's harder to get it.
Really
It's harder to get those gains out of it, so it is more challenging as long as you're not fighting every other mechanical failure possible, obviously.
Yeah.
I like track tuning the lower power cars because they're fucking easier.
Well, I think it's easy when...
a lot of people think that I only want to, with like wire or plumb, like high powered stuff or like really high dollar stuff. And like I said earlier, that's not the case at all. Like I like working on street cars. I like working on street cruisers. I shouldn't say I like working on street cars. I prefer working on race cars because race cars are easier.
Yeah, the GT500 video always makes me laugh. You're like, I'm never doing this again.
That car was so beautiful, and I was so happy when it was done. You know what I mean? Like it was that car whooped my ass for a long time. But that was like doing a lot of stuff that most people thought that I didn't do. You know what I mean? They thought I only worked with these 3,000 horsepower cars and yada yada. That's not the case at all. We prefer to do a little bit of different everything. It keeps it interesting.
Yeah, it gets stale. I mean, I schedule all sorts of weird things, but it's much more fun to do all of them. Or at least from what I see, people have really interesting combinations of junk sometimes. I would say a lot of the cars I tune are people that are copying a setup. But yeah, just as Joe said, people show up with a bunch of small things. And like I always say, they paid for a specific amount of time, basically. And I'm like, if that's homework or whatever else, or me showing you vacuum routing and everything else, you're still getting that, not go the hell away and bring it back when... Because for a lot of people, I know that it's their first car and I'm the gateway to them to go from not knowing to knowing more, and a lot of those people come right back and then it's fixed. So I'm assuming they valued the lesson because a lot of them have explained they get somewhere and the people are like, get out of here. Like the cars.
That's what I deal with too, is a lot of guys will come because they'll see... It's funny how YouTube works. People just really watch how you do things and they're like, oh wow, like I went to this other shop and my spark plug wire popped off, so they punched me in the face and kicked me off the dyno. So like,
and I think people need to have that happen
immediately. If there's one problem, they shut you down, and I don't, and that's where I struggle because I lose an astronomical amount of money because I'm too nice and I try and work through people's problems, but I try and put myself in their shoes. Is nobody, like I said before, nobody intentionally screwed all their stuff up. And there has been cars where it's blatantly obvious that they just didn't care at all. And you don't put the same effort into those deals. You're like, okay, you don't care. Why should I care? Like fix it and bring it back. But I really try my hardest to get every car finished if at all possible. And then the problem becomes I'm an astronomical pain in all of my customers' asses to schedule with. And I can't answer the phone anymore because I'm getting like 100 phone calls a day, literally. And then email has gotten so out of hand. Like I sat down before we did this for about 3 hours and responded to emails. And then by the time you get finished with that last email, everybody's responded again. And now you have another 3 hours worth of email. And then everyone's like, well, why don't you just hire somebody to do that for you? I'm like, oh, they're going to open up the email and then they're going to ask me, hey, when can you do this car? I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know? These next 3 cars that are in the shop right now, they might take 3 days or they might take 2 weeks. I don't know. It's really hard to know what's going to happen.
Luckily, I don't really run into that because I'm there for the time and then I go home. So
Yeah,
we
see, that's
both
why
have
I'm
to
jealous.
split.
Uh,
I know. I live in like this awesome little Switzerland island where I do whatever the hell I want on both ends, and you can't defame me, you know. And if you say I do a shitty job, I mean I own sloppy mechanics, and everybody's seen what I do, and I make. I'm not. I have no illusions of who I am and what I do. I think, and obviously people don't like that, and people do whatever.
I think it's good for the sport. I just think that there's some people that like kind of go out of their way to try to gain like attention.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like, look at this sloppy thing that I made, and you're like, dude, you went like you put more effort into making that a piece of shit.
Yeah, as I
You know what I
always
mean?
say, it goes, I would say sloppy goes that way for a little and comes back. And, you know, we're worse and then we're better. Like, it's always a moving target, but every now and then they're all trying to one up each other on like blatant, obviously, like you said, I would do stuff because it wouldn't take time. And I'm not saying that anybody wants to copy or one up me or, you know, maybe some do or whatever. Anyway, my stuff is crude but effective, I would say. And then yeah, there's other people that are like doing shit with ladders and showing themselves standing in a tree with a chainsaw. You know, is this sloppy tree cutting? I'm like,
Right.
well, I don't know. You know, it might be the amputee channel later, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's that's the only thing that I
Obviously, I hate that too. Yes.
yeah. My other gripe with I don't like the race to the bottom.
Of course.
And and when it comes to selling parts, I really hate the race to the bottom. And I believe that what has happened, not necessarily because of sloppy mechanics, but because of the internet and because of Facebook, is that a lot of people have become, basement dwelling part slingers, right?
You always talk about this. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't do what you do, so I don't see it, but I know what you mean by someone has a small Amazon store to sell a fitting for 0.01 cents cheaper than someone else.
It's like, what are you doing? Like, why did you do this? Like, you just made 12 cents and you're investing like, all this effort. Like, why did you do that?
Yeah, your time in a day just to prep an order to make 4 cents.
Pretty much quit selling parts for that exact reason. It just, and especially now that everything is so hard to get, that if a supplier doesn't have something in stock, I absolutely won't sell it, because I'm going to sell it to you. I'm going to make $1.40 on it. And then you're going to ask me for a tracking number 119 times a day for the next 4 months. And it's just, no amount of money is worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I pawned it off on Laura. You know what I mean? So she does all of it. She does all that.
Here you go. This is yours now.
She's actually really good at it.
Well, then better.
Yeah, she's actually really good at it, and I just like being her boss, so it's easier.
He's only saying that because I'm standing right here.
Yeah, she actually just came out here to bring me a cup of coffee, which obviously she should, because she's my subordinate. And
You want to get paid for that time?
she's fucking mad as shit at me. But no, she does all the part sales because I can't do it. Like, I just can't deal with it. Like, if I did part sales, if I had to talk to customers that wanted to buy parts, nobody would ever want to buy parts from me, because I invest too much time into the cars that I work on, right? So like I think that everybody has like a capacity, you know what I mean? So if you use 50% of your capacity to work on the car, and then 50% of the capacity to like remember to follow up with all the customers on part sales and check the tracking for this, that, and the other, and follow. Oh man, is that a St. Ides special? God damn, he pulled out a St. Ides on me.
I wish, man, that would be funny. I have a Dr. Pepper. Sorry, everybody.
Oh,
I'm done with my coffee, and I want something other than water. Here, listen to this. Can you hear the awesomeness that is Dr. Pepper?
I hate that shit.
Oh man, it is totally polarizing, isn't it? It's, people don't say maybe. People are like, I love Dr. Pepper, or they're like, it's disgusting, I can't even smell it. Right?
There's just too much shit going on. There's just too much in that can.
What do you think of the can IO module? I'm curious what you think of that.
Who are you asking?
You. Well, I guess I'm asking both of you because you're both here, but yeah, do you like it? Would you recommend it? Is it hot garbage? Is it a band-aid for people that should already have a Dominator?
Yes.
That's what I would say too. Like, you should just jump. Just make the jump because you're going to have that many and then you're going to want more and more. Joe's a little frozen. I hope he just.
I think he's paused himself so he could chug that St.
Oh,
special.
you're right. He might have unchecked his video. It might have done that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Usually it goes to the person's name anyway.
He's frozen though.
He has really bad storm down there, and I was talking to him earlier. It sounded like rocks. Yeah, he just wrote in the chat, internet died again. So he'll be back then. Yeah, it literally sounded like rocks were hitting his building. He's like, can you hear that? I'm like, holy shit, is that rain?
What the hell were we just talking about?
CAN-IO module.
Oh yeah, so CAN-IO. Man, I don't know. I think it's a good thing, right? But you can't use any of the IO from the CAN-IO module for anything that's in a ICF, right? It's like a pre-configured ICF. Can't use it, right? So like boost control solenoids, nope. You know what I mean? Like you know, if you're going to use staging, right? Nope. You know, like so you're going to pick up what dome pressure, whatever, like a couple pressure transducers. To me, my opinion, and again, I could be wrong, but if you start off with an HP or a Terminator X and you get your feet wet and you say, hey, you know what, this is actually a product I want to stick with, and this is what I want to use, and and I want to grow with it, then save yourself the hassle and buy a Dominator and grow into that, right? Because if you buy a CAN-IO module, I don't know what anything costs, but like
$275 right now, actually, because
okay.
a friend and I are trying to. Actually, he made me some prototypes I want to test later this week, but it has inputs and outputs, and it is a CAN-IO module, but it's homemade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know you sent me pictures of that thing.
So that'll be interesting. But so I looked up how much he and I could partner for like a plug and play harness that maybe went from his to my already existing harnesses, so people could buy both. And offloading those gives you direct inputs like wheel speed and stuff that's supposed to be high priority. But yeah, you're continually climbing towards. I guess also what I wanted to say before I forget is the Holley systems are modular. So you can literally unplug a Terminator X and put in a Terminator X Max and do trans and drive-by-wire. And then when you want to get wild, you can unplug all that and plug in a Dominator. And the wiring's all the same.
Yep.
So that's what I think, like, once you start doing a few, you're going to want to do a lot. And then you don't have to make any other jumps. And then you're like, oh, well, now I want 2 widebands. Oh, well, now I want to run methanol. Oh, well.
Right.
Yeah, that's the point, is they can't add too much to the budget ECU because it's going to cost as much as the not budget ECU.
Right.
What I always say is that a Terminator X is not just a cheaper Dominator. You have to understand that there's things that you're not going to get with the Terminator X. I do wish, and obviously the HP came out before the Terminator X did, but what would have been really nice is the Terminator X had 4 inputs and outputs. The HP had 8 inputs and outputs, and then the Dominator had 140 inputs and outputs.
Yeah,
it would make it feel like the HP is kind of like the stepchild right now. It's kind of in a weird spot. It doesn't seem to offer quite as much over a Terminator X. So I feel like you're either going to do a Terminator X or you're going to do a Dominator.
I got a customer that's been 430s on methanol with an HP because he can run an NTK02 sensor and he's got a low impedance injector driver.
Oh, I mean, as far as running the engine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with you. Like, it would be way better if it had 8IO. You know what I mean? But it doesn't. So I don't think they're going to make a change anytime soon about it. I think that when Generation 2 hardware comes out, if I were to guess, that all your main harnesses would plug right in to Generation 2 hardware. This is just a guess. Don't fucking quote me on any of this. But I think that you're going to have expandability with it, right? Like, so I would envision that the base ECU is going to be the same for everybody, for generation 2 hardware. And then like you'll put an expansion on there if you wanted more IO or trans drive by wire, all that kind of stuff. Because it seems like that's kind of the way it's going. You got to, a lot of the guys that are listening or, watching this, they probably don't realize, but like Holley EFI came out, 10, 11 years ago? You know what I mean? It was like 10 years ago, I think. So that same harness plugs in from 10 years ago to the same ECU. You know what I mean? Like you could have a 10-year-old harness that you bought right when it came out, and then you could go out and buy a Terminator X and that thing plugs right in and it works. You know what I mean? So I think they've done a pretty good job at keeping it all interchangeable. It would be sweet if the HP came out with more IO. The problem with that is the only way to do that with an HP is you'd have to get rid of like IAC. And how you do that? You know what I mean?
Like I said, if they would have came out with all of the ECUs at the same time, I think I would have done it that way. Considering the HP's been out longer, I wouldn't expect them to update it. I think I take the HP over a Terminator X any day of the week. The guy that worked with me for 8 years, he just was in the market for buying an ECU. He wanted to do a Terminator X, and I made him buy an HP. He didn't want to spend Dominator money, but I made him buy an HP instead of Terminator X. So.
Yeah, it's the logging alone is worthwhile. To be honest, I don't have much Terminator X experience. I just don't see a lot of them. You know what I mean? I got a friend who he's about 30 minutes from me, and he does a lot of basic like plug and play installs for people with Termexes and snipers and whatnot. And he does really nice work. And but his demographic is that he works on. Now don't get me wrong, he also works on some twin turbo big block Chevrolet methanol race cars too, but like he does more of a plug and play type thing. He's not a wiring guy. And he can get him up, fire him up and run. He does great work. And I've helped him with a bunch of stuff, how to figure out how to make this work or that work. He's got a lot more Terminator X experience than I do. And Terminator X is huge, because everybody and their brother can buy one and plug it in, you know what I mean, to make it work. But I think that if more people understood the benefits of just going to an HP, we'd have a lot more of them out there. You know what I mean? So
I basically made a video on all of that, and that's how I got hooked up with Matt and did the first radio show when I was comparing all the ECUs. And
yep,
the really what made me be, I did probably a Dominator car first. No, it was HP car was the first Holley car I ever did. Never used the software, never looked at it, anything. The first car I put it in, fired up, made a bunch of power, still runs to this day. I was like, wow, this is pretty nice to use. And then shortly after, the Terminator X came out, and then did some Dominator stuff, and then did some sniper stuff. I'm like, so you got the older guy that's had his car for 90 years, wants to switch over from carburetor to an EFI, and then you got the street car guy, that's the sniper guy, and then you got the street car guys running Terminator X, and then you got the race car guys with the HPs and the Dominators. It literally covers every end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
So the amount of potential customers is like 4,000% larger than any other ECU manufacturer. So I was like, well, this makes really, and the softwares are so similar that if you know how to use one, you know how to use all of them. If you're used to Dominator and then you go and you mess with the Terminator X, you might be looking for something. You're like, well, I want to do this, and then it's not there. But you're still going to know how to navigate through the software. It's not like starting all over again. Right. So, that was like just the biggest turn on for Holley with me. And I guess I made the right choice because I have more cars, more people contacting me about tuning than I could ever keep up with. And it's, I always sound like I'm complaining when I say that. Like, it's so stressful trying to figure out how to schedule all these cars and like which ones do you say yes to, which ones do you say no to. And I got other people I'm like pawning cars off to and letting them do it. And it's, I've never experienced anything like that. And I think it's just because Holley is so popular and there's so much of it. And ironically, I think the whole YouTube thing has played a big role in that. I never in a million years would have realized that what could have potentially come out of that in itself. If I would have known that, I would have started doing it 10 years ago.
You might want to tread lightly. You're about to be considered a YouTube tuner, and by the Almighty. And if the Highlander hears of this, you're probably going to get blasted somewhere on some obscure Facebook group and be talked about how terrible you are at everything you do. So just a forewarning. So
that's a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you put anything out there on YouTube, you're going to get, there's a negative side to it for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I got really good at ignoring, pretty much everything. I've actually gotten really good at it. Hey, I got a question. What's the quickest way? What's the quickest way for somebody to not get a message back about you tuning their car? What's something they would put in an email that maybe you'd be like, all right, that's it. I ain't even reading this shit.
Oh man. Well, for starters, when there's 145 paragraphs that I have to spend 2 hours reading through, that's number one. I don't need to know your entire life story. Oh man, you could almost like start a web page just on emails that you get from people wanting cars tuned. They'll literally start from square one. Be like, hey, my name is Bob. My mom gave birth to me in California. When we were 2, we thought about getting a car, and my dad thought we should change the air filter. And it literally would take you half an hour to read through this email. And at the end of it, you could tell that they're hinting at trying to tune a car, but they never even ask a question. They're like, well, you told me everything I could ever possibly know about you. How do I reply to this? Like, what do you want to know? So that's a big one. And then the other one that you get a lot is, well, they're asking as if they want you to tune the car, but they're clearly just asking questions to be able to tune it themselves or to validate that who has already tuned their car, if what they did was right or wrong or not. So if you have questions in that regard, just be straightforward and honest with it. Like, don't lie to me. I've been doing this long enough. I can immediately tell when that's going to happen. I mean, it's kind of a dirty world. I've had different shops like send cars to be tuned just so they could essentially report back and pull the file out of the ECU and, use that as their new base file that they start with on everything. It's a mess, but I think I don't need to know what wheels are on the car. I don't need to know what color your taillights are. If you want to get your car tuned, just say the relevant stuff of the setup of the car, what injectors, what fuel, what kind of power levels, like what your actual expectations are.
I have a 4th gen Camaro with plug burner 5000s and a SLP loudmouth. What do I need?
And it's an off eggshell canary yellow that only one of fucking 7 were made in the plant in Detroit. And,
someone that starts off with complaining about other tuning services is a giant red flag. Someone that comes to the dyno and starts off with complaining about another shop, because those people just are going to go to all of them. This guy didn't do a good job. This guy didn't do a good job. And I've had people where they say that about people I know, and that I don't react. I try not to react at all and be like, oh, well, what happened or what did they do? I don't really know who that is. And it's
people don't understand that a majority of us that tune cars are all cool with one another, and we all bounce things off of one another.
Yeah.
So when you start talking trash about tuner XYZ, I'm probably friends with them. I probably heard the other side of the story of that car, and you forgot to mention that the transmission fell off when it was on the dyno,
and or that was a friend of somebody, and it never happened to them. It's just like whisper down the alley fabrication, but yeah, all of the above.
Yeah. So, and like the other one I always get is you generally ask people what their goals are. Like, how do you use the car?
That's the second.
How much power do you want to make?
Yeah.
And everyone always says, I want to make as much power as possible, but I want it to be safe.
That's not the same answer. Yeah.
You kind of basically the way I interpret that question or that statement is that you want to make a whole bunch of power, and when it breaks, you want to be able to blame it on somebody. Yeah. So the primary thing that you need to do when you're building a car, in my opinion, is you either need to pick a horsepower level that you want to make, because all of this stuff is math. It all comes down, injector size, how much fuel you need, all of that. It comes down. You have to base it off of something, and that's going to be the horsepower level. And then maybe if you don't want to base it off of horsepower, it comes back to horsepower. If you pick what you want it to run at the track, if you're like, I want to build a 450 car, okay, well, how much does it weigh? Then, okay, well, you need to make roughly this much horsepower. But
Yeah.
if you just buy a whole bunch of parts and throw them together with no kind of goal in mind, you're more than likely you're gonna just have a setup that just doesn't work very well together.
Well, that's what I remember saying to people all the time in videos. What's your goal? And after I would get pissed off drunk on the LS1 Tech videos and just scream, "What are your goals?" at everybody. I'm like, people don't know what their goal is. So you always hear when people talk about a goal is to go like, 850 in a Fox body that they've never driven anything more than a 200 horsepower Mustang or similar, right? So that's why I created the Don't BS Me build, and then I said it's for burnouts and ice cream because that's all a lot of people want to do. Obviously, the people marketed at that or what I do aren't Devin's customer. I don't have a cable drive, methanol, and yeah. So I realized there's like an economical transient point there, a line in the sand where making more than 500, it starts to snowball because then at some point most of your components aren't enough or are too much for the rest. So I gave that recipe when I'm like, guys, 550 rear wheel in an automatic car is batshit for most people. It's terrifying. So
Well, the last time we were on this podcast, I was talking about how like you could take like a lot of these guys, the guys that talk shit about people that don't have a 4-second street car, right? This is one of my gripes, right? So you get guys that get on Facebook and they're like, oh well, if that thing doesn't run fucking 480s, it's slow, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, they've got a car on jack stands that hasn't ran in 10 years.
yeah, or
And they've never
similar
been faster than 590 in the eighth, right?
similar
The
to
rea-
like you've put a bunch of cars into the fours, but a handful maybe a year. I don't know how many you do, but Joe and I, do 100 cars in a year, and
Right.
all of them survived. So obviously,
Well, this is what I was getting. What I was getting at is the guy that's online talking shit about like your car is not fast because
he's nowhere near that, of course.
Well, if you put that dude in a brand new car that runs 7.0s, like a sports car, like a Vet or whatever, scare the shit out of him. You know what I mean? Like it will. I think that the internet has created this place where people can talk shit about other people about how their car is slow. But the reality of it is that like if you've got a car that runs 6.0s in the eighth, that's a fast car. I know it's not fast when you compare it to a 358th mile pass. I get it. But it's still a fast car and it can still kill you. You know what I mean? And you can still have a whole hell of a lot of fun with that car. And you'll have more fun with that car. You know? But everybody gets so hung up on why doesn't it run this or why doesn't it run that? Why doesn't it run that? Why don't you shut up? Did you build one? You know what I mean? There you go. Why doesn't it run that? Because I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, let the guy enjoy the car. And I know this sounds weird coming from somebody like me who works with a lot of fast shit, but I'd rather see the guy who's got a car that runs 6.0s and his buddies are like, hell yeah, let's go to the racetrack. Hell yeah, let's have fun together. You know what I mean? As opposed to somebody who's got a car that runs 6.0s and then talk shit to everybody going, well, that thing's slow because it doesn't run fucking 490s. You know what I mean? Like, shut up. You know? Like if this shit runs faster than 7.0s in the eighth, it's fucking fast.
It's true. Well, that's what I tell people.
The best advice you could give somebody getting into it is to race within your budget. If you have the budget for a 730 car, then race a 730 car. Don't try to build a 480 car and then it takes 13 years. And the very first time something goes wrong, your wife divorces you and you lose your house and
you're thrown up in the corner, right? Like flossing with a 12 gauge, right? Because something broke.
Yeah, so that's a good. It seems like a majority of the guys trying to drag race nowadays are all spending money that they don't have. So as soon as something doesn't go right, it's like the whole world is ending.
Right.
Well, that's why I think in one or two shows, obviously, we said the budget to build your fun car should include 1996 D Series Honda. Because people like Area 1320, the Subaru shop here, he's got 40 cars in line and someone pops their Subaru every time it snows doing Axis donuts. And they're like, yeah, when can I get this back? And he's like, when those are done. Mm-hmm. And then people are like, well, I can't do that. I need to go to work. You're
Working
like,
on having a Subaru shop is a serious insurance policy. You are always going to have work to do. It's like having an RX-7 shop back in the day.
yeah.
You know, every car that you give to the customer is going to require 10 to 12 engine rebuilds per year. So you're just always going to have work to do. Those things are just always exploding. It's wild.
Yeah.
I don't understand the following the Subarus have.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Someone, Tech Mark brought it up, but that's another thing I always tell people. People don't understand how fast. So they'll bring a notch and they'll do a clean job, and I'll tune it, and we'll start at 650 wheel and work up. And I talk to them, and I'm like, I think I said this before also. I hate to be your dad here, but what's the fastest thing you've ever driven? Because 850 wheel in a Fox is blindingly fast. And if you take 99% of the population for a ride in that, they will pass out, scream, cry, shit the seat. Yeah, it's going to be a complete shock washover flush out of fear. I know that. And you try to tell these people like this car made 600 wheel. It's an easy nines at 140, like foot brake car, and they're like, what?
I had a customer years ago. It was a Honda, but he wanted to make 800 horsepower. 800 horsepower was like that was the number back then, where if you didn't make 800, you weren't cool. So that's what he wanted to build. I know he had never driven anything anywhere remotely close to that. So I kept trying to talk him out of it because it's like once you go above 600 horsepower in those cars, like things start getting significantly more expensive. And so he wouldn't take no for an answer. So we made 800. And when I gave it back to him, he was a friend of mine. So I gave it back to him. I turned it all the way down and made 500 and made him like take it around the block. And when he came back, he's shaking, white as a ghost. Like it scared the shit out of him. I'm like, dude, that was 500 horsepower. You could have saved yourself $25,000 like easily if you would have just listened to me in the first place. And he like refused to believe that was only 500. I'm like, well, let's turn it up to 800. The car's going to be significantly slower because it's just only going to spin the tires. It's not going to get out of its own way. So yeah, part of my spiel with the turbo stuff is always figuring out if anybody's driven something like that, because if they haven't, you have to turn it down. At least let them get used to it with, at 20 pounds of boost instead of 40 or whatever, whatever it works out to be.
But I almost got lost there. But I was gonna say I've always told people that have no experience with cars that 660 feet, an eighth of a mile, is essentially a city block almost everywhere. So if you can imagine, this car traps 135 in the eighth. I'm like, that is a dead stop to 135 in a city block. Once you give them that figure, a lot of people, I think, can relate better. So you point down the street and you're like, from there to here, we're going 142. And, you give them a visual reference and they're like, holy shit. Because you say like, oh, this car goes 575 in the eighth. And they go.
In the meanwhile, all it has for safety equipment is the factory seatbelts from 1992 and
Yep.
nothing else.
I'm a lap belt mid-9 boy myself. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not me. Safety's paramount for me, in my opinion. You'll never convince me to cheap out on safety, ever. Like fucking ever. Like I'm bougie with safety. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like my head is what makes me money. So yeah, I got an expensive helmet. You know why? Because this is the only thing that fucking makes me money. You know what I mean? This and this makes me money. So I bought good gloves and I got a good helmet. You know what I mean? I got a good jacket and pants because that's what connects this to this. So, I don't want that getting all burnt up. You'll never convince me to save money on safety ever.
My buddy,
that for me is one of the. I'm just messing with you. I know, you're just messing around with about the lap belt 9-second thing. I get it, but in reality, I would encourage you to be more safe about it.
Oh yeah, I'm older than that now.
Yeah.
I have people who depend on me now.
Once you have a kid, start looking at all that stuff differently. That's for sure.
Yep.
Oh, I used to be a moron. Like Matt, you remember?
I know. You were definitely a moron. Yeah. At times.
I used to be a fucking psychopath with doing dumb stuff.
Yes, that's true. I would say maybe you were a smart psychopath, but not dumb.
Yeah.
Maybe you would do dumb things, but.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, do dumb things.
All of the above. People get it.
Yeah. I mean, like, I used to go 200 plus mile an hour on a fucking Hayabusa.
That was
like
fast.
on a highway.
That was
That
a
was
fast
stupid.
bike.
Yeah,
It was turbo. What was it? A ported clip 20G ceramic coated shoved under
Yep.
there.
Yep.
I don't know what that thing made.
It was like 280 or something like that. 260 something, which nowadays ain't shit when it comes to bikes, but this is what, 20 years ago?
Yeah, that's really
Yeah,
really
probably
really
about
fast.
20. Yeah, probably about 20 years ago, right?
I mean,
18.
a 300 horsepower turbo Civic feels pretty good to me. Like, it's not bad at all.
Yep.
So yeah, if people can imagine 550 pounds making 300 wheel.
Yeah, it was stupid, but those days are over for me. I'm hardcore safety now. You know what I mean?
Oh, my buddy Calvin has good questions. He says, "How does the Davis box compare to the built-in traction control on a Dominator?" And then opinions from everybody on PDMs.
Which one you want to go over first?
I'd say the traction control, because that's, I don't know which one would be the shorter answer, and then you can go into the longer answer so we don't get lost in the sauce.
PDM is probably the shorter answer.
Okay.
Joe, you probably got some experience with some of the different brand PDMs, right?
Actually, not a whole lot. Anything that comes to working on a car or fixing or wiring or whatever, I have turned away for quite a while.
Okay.
So.
I do a lot of the smart wire PDM, power distribution module. Big fan of it. I am working on a deal with a company out of the UK called Hardwire Electronics. I'll be a dealer for them probably by next week. Hopefully have inventory from them in like the following week. I'm a fan of their stuff as well. From what I can tell, I'm going to, before I start pushing it, I'm going to play with it a lot. I think PDMs are like the way everybody should be looking at going, period. Like, it doesn't matter really the brand, as long as it's like a good, well-proven, rugged unit. Some people have bad things to say about the smart wire. Those people also are usually full of shit. I just recently read some shit from an idiot who said that every time he goes to the racetrack, there's always somebody at every racetrack asking for a spare smart wire. Like, that right there in itself just goes to show how fucking stupid you are. Nobody's running around asking everybody for a spare smart wire. First off, not many people use them. You know what I mean? So, like, you're not at a race. You don't even go to a racetrack every weekend anyways. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, I like PDMs. I like power distribution modules. Big fan of them. I was talking to Troy not too long ago, Troy Baum. He did one with I want to say it was what company was that? I think it was ECU Masters. Maybe it was ECU Masters. He liked their unit. I looked into them. They just don't have anything that's got enough of enough output count for typically what I end up doing with street cars. So I kind of like ignored them, not ignored them, but like overlooked them just because it didn't have the output count that I was after. But they do like a lot of cool stuff with their PDMs. But SmartWire is kind of like my go-to with like every car that the customer is willing to invest the money into them. Haltech just came out with a new 16 channel PDM.
How many does the racetrack have?
What's that?
How many does the smart wire have?
30.
Okay.
So
that's been my when I first looking into them when they first kind of came out, that was the problem I saw, is that it seemed like just most of them didn't have a lot of channels. And then if you wanted it to have enough channels, it ended up being a really big investment to where I see why people didn't want to do it. But 30, I mean, that's a pretty significant amount.
Yeah, I mean, like the typical car, like a race car, you probably get away with like 15, 18, somewhere around there. Depending on like what the channels are capable of doing. Street car, you're going to be in the, in the 20 plus area for sure, depending on what you want to do with it. Like I did that GT500 and I maxed that thing out, and I had an expansion module in it, and I had a keypad in it, and I had to run relays outside of the smart wire just because it had so much shit. You know what I mean? And the smart wire's got the most channels out on the market. you know, we could have used 2 smart wires, but that was just not going to be financially feasible. Like just didn't make sense. You know what I mean?
And if you got 30 on the second one and you only use 3 of them, it doesn't kind of
right. It just didn't make any sense. Right. But I'm a big fan of the smart wire. I like that hardwire PDM unit. I was all about that one. I think Troy may have done one of those earlier this year as well. But I do like their output count. I like their input count, and I also like their connectors. They use a standard Deutsch TT connector. Where I'm not a huge fan of the smart wire connector, but I've gotten pretty good at pinning them, and it is what it is.
Yeah, you know. Troy did a Nexus R5 car like a month or
yeah, I'm talking about hardwire electronics.
Oh,
hardwire electronics PDM. Yeah, different. Not Haltech. Haltech just came out with a 16-channel PDM that's standalone, not in the Nexus.
Yeah. You know okay. I mean? We have call is ending soon, so maybe we have 10 minutes to answer that. How does a Davis box compare to built-in traction control on the Dominator?
It's just better.
The Davis box is better.
So it really depends on what you want to do with it. It depends on if you really if you get really comfortable with either one of them, you'll probably find yourself content with either one, right? So the Holley traction control, little bit easier to get initially set up, a little bit easier to it's obviously easier because it's in the software, right? So like you don't have to have separate software. It is not as fast, it is not as powerful, and it does not give you the adjustability that a profiler does from Davis.
So it seems like
Profiler has about 150 million more data points, if nothing else.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the profiler. The problem is though, is that like a profiler with self-learn, the whole 9 yards, $3,500, right? Then you're looking at another $350 for a ring and sensor, which is highly recommended to run a 32 tooth ring and sensor with a profiler. So you're all over $3,850, out the door, ready to go with a profiler EFI module. That's not for everybody. You know what I mean? Like it's not for everybody. Like I get it. If you're radial racing and you're trying to be competitive and you do really, really well in the fall and in the spring and you struggle in the summer, you should probably have a profiler. If you are no prep racing and you're throwing shit at the wall and you're hoping something sticks and goes down a racetrack, it doesn't really matter. Don't buy a profiler unless you're like one of these very competitive people in no prep. You know what I mean? Like if you're one of these guys that goes to no prep racing, you're like, well, I drilled out my front shocks and I hung this, lead plate off of the back wing, and we have no idea what we're doing. And I just got the car to run last night. You don't need a profiler. You know what I mean? If you've got experience with the Holley traction control and you have found some shortcomings with it, now you're going to start to understand more about why you would want to get into a profiler. Really kind of depends on what your end goal is when it comes to traction control. But either way, neither of those traction control units, no traction control unit out there on the market is going to save you from being a really crappy tuner.
And then my buddy Cameron has a question, and we have 7 minutes left, so we'll just see how far it goes. But how do you guys professionally turn down work? If it's a shitty transmission job, he says, thank you for reaching out, but we don't offer services for that vehicle. So that's a very nice way to turn people down without them getting sour for no reason.
With the exception of when they just watch you post 64 different videos of tuning his exact combination.
Well, to be fair, he's in Tennessee and the people just bring their transmissions in because the shop is well known. He doesn't have the YouTube channel there, so. So how do you guys politely turn down work?
Who's that for?
Both of you.
More so you, because I don't know how to be polite.
Honestly, lately I've been having pretty good luck with referring the stuff to other people. And I just glanced over and saw somebody ask something about what the hell is that thing called? Mega Squirt.
Yes.
I think today I turned down like 4 of those. I don't do a lot of it. More often than not, every mega sport car has 10 times more problems than some of the other options because it's less expensive. Generally speaking, the lower the price point, the more likely you are to have like installation error type problems and things of that nature. As the price goes up, that stuff tends to work its way out a little bit. So I've just been trying to refer work, and I'm really hesitant to refer things a lot of times because I don't want to be the one that tells you to go over here to have this guy tune your car and you have a bad experience. So I've been doing this stuff quite a while. I have a lot of different connections with different things, and ironically, I don't really have a good mega squirt source, at least not that I necessarily know of. So what I did in those last few ones is I said I don't do much with that platform, and I would happily rent you some dyno time if you can find someone to tune it for you or remote tune it or whatever. So that's kind of been my go-to lately, and that's not even necessarily pushing work away because I don't want to do it or whatever it is. It's just being completely honest. I don't do a lot of it, and it is with ECUs. If it's something you don't do a lot, it might take you 15 minutes of poking around to find this one setting that you're looking for, as where if it's an ECU you're familiar with, you know exactly where it is. At this point, I'm pretty comfortable. I can go through any ECU and I know what I want it to do. It's just a matter of figuring out how that particular ECU does it.
Yep.
And I have so much Holley stuff, available. It doesn't make sense to fight with a system that I'm not too familiar with. You're doing yourself a disservice and you're doing the customer a disservice. So I think sometimes just being honest and saying, hey, that's not one that I'm super familiar with, they might not like that answer, but it's in their best interest. I honestly think.
Yeah, of course.
All
right. Well, we should do another meeting because it's over in 4 minutes. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
Everybody, I don't mean if anybody's like, what, they're ending abruptly? No, we just have to relaunch this because all the video services have seemed to limit everybody to 40 minutes overnight. All right, well, I will mute. Ta-da! So there's me. There's Devin.
All right, can you see me?
It's loading. Yep, here we are. There we are. Now we're just waiting for Joe and his garbage internet from stormy Maryland.
Are we live on YouTube?
Yep. Yeah, we're ready to rock on there. Hey! Joe Simpson has arrived. Okay, so I was going to ask another question. Oh.
Let me give you my way of we don't turn down work. There's just some stuff we don't do. So we get a lot of calls about doing Fueltech. You got a better chance of getting pregnant than getting me to do Fueltech. That's not going to happen.
I used to get 300 calls a month about Fueltech, and they've all gone away. I used to say that Fueltech wins the marketing game. Like they're just on top of that. And then now I don't hear anything about it anymore. It's really weird how much it fell off.
Yeah. I don't turn away anybody who wants us to wire a car or anything. I mean, I turn away people that I tune cars for because I don't know if I don't want to. If I haven't worked with the car if I didn't wire the car, I don't want to go to a racetrack, sweat my ass off, and then have to diagnose a whole bunch of problems.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Like currently I was helping a guy via email. He's got a blown Hemi combo, right? On alcohol. First startup, get it running, work on, kind of like the idle tip in, getting it up on the chip. This is a big pro charge deal. 3,500 horsepower type of deal. And, those are kind of things that like, you don't really, I mean, you could use a dyno for sure. Yeah. But if we can get fueling pretty damn close early, when I mean early, I mean like low boost, low RPM, I'm pretty good at guessing, you know what I mean? I always say I guess. I'm pretty good at guessing, what it's going to kind of want up top. But he's the type of customer that I didn't ever have to see the car. I can work with him and tune that car because he came from like a mechanical injection, he knows his way around fuel injection enough to upload what I send him and download logs and whatnot. And he also knows the engine well enough to understand when it's not happy, when it is happy. So I don't really turn away work. I just kind of, hey, are you willing to wait? Because that's really my biggest problem is my weight. Not my actual physical weight. For all you smart ass assholes on there.
Say your wait times.
My wait times. Yeah.
That's how you don't dig yourself.
Wait for the winter time would be when I would do all the oddball stuff or, the stuff that, you're going to spend 4 times longer on it than what you're going to get paid for. And a lot of times this stuff's kind of fun and enjoyable and you learn something new. But between, like I said before, between the whole YouTube thing and switching over to Holley, my winters the last 2 years haven't slowed down any. So then it really puts me in a bad position. I'm like, yeah, if you can wait till wintertime, then I can do it. And then wintertime comes around and there still isn't any available time. So like now I need a new strategy for finding the time to do. But a lot of times that's the stuff that you want to do. Like it'd be cool to not make any money, but to play with this thing that I don't know anything about. So I need to make more time for that kind of stuff. It's tough. It just comes back to sort of kind of ruining your hobby by doing it as your full-time job. So
yeah,
that's
mine's ruined. I mean, I still have fun, you know what I mean? But it's pretty well ruined,
Yeah.
I mean, I still have a good time, but I go about it a lot differently than I did in the past. You know what I mean? So you had a whole list of questions, Matt. We got.
Yep, I'm pasting them in the. Man, I wish my brain would work in the messenger.
Oh boy, you shouldn't have done that. If I read some shit. Oh boy, you see now I'm not even gonna be able to talk.
Why?
Yeah, I kind of glanced at it.
Well, if I can't talk because if I read something, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like that can't make my brain function. You know what I mean?
Oh.
I can't read and talk or listen to anybody at the same time.
Well, here I will.
For 20 minutes.
I can do all of this, all at the same time.
I can answer that last one. How many of your 6,750 lights are currently on in your garage?
He did have to turn off most of them again because it blows out.
I turned off most of them. My new shop, I'm hoping to move into in the next week or so. But I'll probably never be able to film anything in there because I went way overboard on the lighting. Like it is like.
I was going to ask you about if that's up and running yet.
I could move Oh yeah.
Oh man.
I'm hoping that once I have the shop built at my house, that maybe I can start having some fun with my own junk again.
We got the epoxy floors done. The spraying, spray foam insulation's done. The electrical's done. All the lighting's done. I'm waiting for the guy to show up and do the interior walls, and he's a slack motherfucker. He has missed every single appointment possible. I'm hopeful that, in the next week or so he shows up, but I've already the 4-post lift I haven't gone and picked up yet because I don't want it in his way. It's been a problem, but I'm hoping the next couple of weeks that I should be able to be moved back in be able to move in over there. So I really need those interior walls to go on so I can put my air conditioners in because I like air conditioning. That's like you told me the other day, you're like, oh, I don't have AC. I was like, well, I don't know how you do it, But you're also in an area of the country where it's not like it is down here in the summer.
It's May here. It still hasn't warmed up. There's been 1 or 2 days where I haven't been wearing a hoodie or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. Usually by March we start getting some warm weather, but it's been just garbage here lately.
It was 93 here today.
Oh, already? Wow. Yeah,
Oh,
I was wearing a
yeah,
sweatshirt all day.
yeah. Like it's but then it like rained and then it was down to like 67 and about 300% humidity. Um, the humidity here is what kills it. Like I don't mind heat. Like we go to Vegas and like I can walk around in Vegas no problem, 110 degrees because it's dry. But the humidity here like will suck the life out of you. So to me, I mean I do keep my garage nice and cold, but if it's humid is what ruins it for me. So
What's the normal temperature in the winter there? Like on the
um
colder end?
like a cold like during the day.
Yeah, like what do you,
Oh, like during the day, like probably like 40.
Okay.
Like a cold winter day is like 40, 40,
Gotcha.
45. A cold winter night's probably like high 20s,
Okay, so it's pretty similar here. We get obviously probably 35 is a normal winter day, and you get those random cold days where it goes down to like 0 at night, and you wish you were dead. But
yeah, no, like when I mean like a cold winter day of like being like 40, that's like there's like one of them.
oh, okay.
Yeah, like that happens once, and then like the state shuts down, and like literally the state shuts down. Like it's weird, but like the police department shuts down. Like when it snows here, it's kind of strange, but it's kind of nice too, because then you're just like, hey, look at that. I don't have to do shit today,
Yeah.
So
The other one, it'll be nice to get a non-serious one in. We'll have to look for those next, so it's not like wearing everybody out delivering painful facts on traumatic childhood subjects. Price to look over a tune and data logs and give your opinion, assuming you're remotely over email.
That is one that I get probably between 30 and 40 a day on. And I used to do it for free when it was more manageable. And then now I feel like a pile of garbage because I'll get people that ask me questions. I'll be like, all right, just send it over to me. I'll look at it. I can learn a lot from it to be like, wow, like I've never seen someone screw this up in this way, or, hey, you're having like a legitimate problem and everything looks right and it's not doing what you want. Like, how do we fix it? I kind of enjoy doing that stuff, but now I've gotten so much of it that, like I said, I'll tell someone to send it over to me and then it'll take me 2 months before I can look at it. And I haven't figured out how to combat that yet. And people offer money, and I almost feel like the only way to, I hate to say it this way, I don't mean it this way, but the only way to put it kind of out there is like if I charged for it and it became worthwhile for me to do, like maybe I would find the time to do it. But I'm like in this vicious circle right now, figuring out how to spread my time out. And the reality of it is you have to say no to things because there just isn't enough time in the day. So that's one that I enjoy doing. I'd like to find a better strategy to do it, but like, how do you charge somebody money to look at their day log and be like, nope, it looks good? Like, I wouldn't change anything. Like,
yeah, I know how you feel. Everyone asks me to do remote stuff, and I'm like, if it's somebody I know or someone they know, okay, and I can trust all of them. But if something's physically messed up, that's still, you can't tell a lot of times in a data log if something awful's happening or sounds, and people don't know because
sound is the big one. And then the other one, so like the LS stuff isn't so bad for remote tuning, but like you touched on earlier, you try and remote tune somebody's small block Ford. How do you know they don't have the timing advanced 30 degrees?
Yeah.
Like that's the big one for me on the remote tunes.
And then I give away a lot of bass tunes, so I know people who have loaded them and had nearly zero issues. So I think people are closer to something I would look at anyway. And then if they're asking me, it's close to something I would have built and given away everything else on. So
yeah,
my approach on this is you should have bought your parts from me. I hate to say that, but like for a long time I used to do the exact same thing and just do it all for free and whatnot. And it got to a point where, just like it's the same thing for all of us, right? Like you throw away so much of your time for free for people who, they may be grateful, but they're not very grateful. You know what I mean? Like I hate to sound that way, but like, hey, thanks, man. That doesn't pay my bill. You know what I mean? That doesn't pay my mortgage. Like it, you know, oh, you did an awesome job, like a shout out in your YouTube video or your whatever, a Facebook, but like it doesn't pay my bills, you know? So you should have bought your parts from me if that's what you want. If you want my help, you should have bought your parts from me, right? So that's the way I've had to have become, right? And then for the people that haven't bought parts from me and they hit me up with stuff, it's very similar to what you said. Are you having a problem? Yes. Okay. What's your problem? I'll invest about 3 to 5 minutes into this, right? Like going back and forth on Messenger, like because they'll message our business page or they'll call or and Laura screens every phone call that we get, and every Facebook message that comes through, because we get a lot of them that are like, I really need to talk to Devin about this. And it's really like he's hoping, or the person calling is hoping that I'm just going to like stop everything I'm doing and fix all of their lives' problems with whatever the hell they have. And then they don't pay me a dime. And so we have to go through like a lot of that shit. But if it's somebody who's got like a legit problem and they want me to look at it, or they're asking me to look at it, or if they've got like, man, this thing runs pretty good, but I feel like something's wrong with the combo and it could be faster. Those are really the only two that I really like to deal with remotely, right? Like they have a legit noticeable problem, or this combo should run 450s and it goes 490s. What is wrong, right? So I'm actually pretty good at looking at that data of like, well, your converter sucks, or look at what the shock does, or you know what I mean? Like
and it's kind of enjoyable on your end because more than likely you're going to learn something from it too.
Right.
It's like, okay, I know the answer to this, but I just confirmed it for the 75th time that what I know is correct, because you got to, validate yourself 900 times before you can really trust it.
So like moving forward here shortly, it'll be on our website where you can literally just click and buy it. And it's going to sound like a dick thing, but click and buy it. And then you're going to send your email with a global file and a data log, and you're going to buy it my time. And it's going to be
100% what I was kind of referring to, that I think if I want to go down that road, that's what I'm going to have to do, because it's just, there's so many hours in the day. And if you're offering to help somebody because you've been doing this for 15 years and you have a pretty good handle on what's what, it's not a hobby. It's not side work. I don't have a day job. It's going to take away from me making money to do that, even if it takes 15 minutes. But that 15 minutes that I spend on that might save you 3 months of troubleshooting. Or the guys that have a problem, so they just order a whole brand new of every single sensor and part on the car, and they spend $3,500 to, I had one come in just the other day. There was another shop did, and it ran real bad. And granted, they told him it was just to like get it started and running and whatnot, but it was on ethanol, and they had the fuel type set to ethanol, and the target air fuel ratio table was in gasoline scale. So, the guy's buying it.
You just went over that in your video.
Yeah, and all of that stuff. And like, obviously I changed everything in the whole tune-up because I was tuning it. But at the end of the day, if you just simply switched the fuel type from ethanol to gasoline, that car would have ran good enough. It's the whole typical, like, basically like the whole wizard tune. Like, it should get you up on the trailer and get you to the tuner. It's not going to, you're not going to drive cross country with that or take it down the racetrack. But, sometimes 15 minutes of your time, even if it was, pick a number, $100, $300, $500, it could still be cheaper than them attempting to diagnose it themselves. And I think we're all guilty of kind of discrediting ourselves sometimes in that regard.
So the person that asked the question was asking about money, right? So I'm just going to run a couple numbers by you. And then, and so this is like the grand scheme of things that maybe this will let y'all understand how cheap, at least I am. And I think Joe is as well. I know a guy who has a different fuel injection system, not Holley, right? It's a different fuel injection system. And he pays somebody to tune the car for him between rounds. And it costs him $350 per email. So he makes a pass. He goes to the tower. He uses their Wi-Fi. He sends an email. He gets an email back, loads it in the car. That was $350. Okay. It's obviously on a totally different scale from what the majority of the people that are watching this are on. But understand that there are people out there that are willing to pay for other people's knowledge at that rate. Okay. At $350 a pass. I do not fucking charge it. That's absurd. Like, I would never do that. Like, I don't care if it doesn't matter. I'll never charge somebody that much money just because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Honestly, I'm pretty jealous of that person to be able to charge that much money. Like, I'm actually pretty and still be able to go to sleep at night. He has gotten to a point, obviously, in his life where he was like, I don't give a shit. Fuck you. $350 a pass. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Pay it. Don't pay it. I'm going on my boat. You know what I mean? Like, that's where he's gotten. You know what I mean? Like, that's where he's gotten to. And I'm pretty jealous of that. Like, not jealous of like his financial situation, jealous of his ability to just say, F it. I don't care. So typically, like, for me, and I'll give you guys, what I charge. If I'm going to go to a local racetrack, right? So like if it's within an hour for me, right? And if it's an hour drive for me, I'm going to be somewhere around $500 for like, if we're going during the week, right? Like, if we're going to go during the week, we're going to go like from 5 o'clock until 10 o'clock at night, right? So I've had people tell me, man, $500 to go to the racetrack on a Wednesday night, Thursday night, whatever. That's a lot of money. Is it? It took me an hour to get there. It took me, a half hour to prep for it before I left. It takes me an hour to get home. I'm there for 7 hours. Even though the track's only hot for 5, I'm there for 7 because we're going to spend an hour before we go on the racetrack and an hour afterwards talking. So now I've got 10 hours wrapped up into $500. Plus I had to pay for fuel to get there. Plus I had to pay to get through the gate. You know what I mean? And then I had to go out and buy dinner, or I had to pick up dinner on my way home, which normally I would have been eating at home. $500 isn't that much money, right? So like from my side, like for me going out to the racetrack to do that. If I've got to go far, it costs more money because I don't like to go far, right? If it's a whole day type of thing, it's usually $750. If you're like, hey, I need you there all day Saturday, I want you there at 10 o'clock in the morning until whatever, or well, down here it's like I want you there from noon until like 4 a.m. You know what I mean? It's going to be more money. If we're going to a race and you want me to tune the car because you're racing and you have the expectation of winning, it's going to be a lot more money because I prefer to go to racetracks to teach people how to do this shit because so we're not married anymore, like I'm not a polygamist. I don't think Laura would be all about it. We can't be married anymore. I need to teach you how to do this stuff yourself and be more self-sufficient. As far as going over emails and whatnot, it really depends on how much time we're going to have to invest into it. That's why I'm going to do it by the hour. So, and if it's something that I can get done, it's going to be an hour minimum. You know what I mean? Because no matter what, Joe, Matt, you can both tell me if I'm wrong. But if somebody sends you an email and you're like, okay, I'll look this over, sure, you can get it done in 15 minutes, but you're going to spend an hour on it. You're going to be,
especially if it's something you don't have the answer to, because you're stubborn as shit. You're going to start researching it. You might text 3 of your buddies that, do the same stuff for a living. You're going to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning thinking about it. And
yeah, that's again, excuse me. I would say a common theme, like between all of us, is you end up losing money in all those aspects, even though it may seem fair or even cheap. So that's a lot of times why I have too much other stuff going on, because this is just fun for me. So to take the time to schedule or look over people's stuff is, I just say no most of the time unless it's someone I know. And then I also have, my wife says, if on like a Sunday, if you're going to tune 2 cars, if you don't make enough money, I will pay you to stay home. Because you are more valuable to me than the people. So that's what really changed the way I do things, or not take any money from most people or whatever. Because there is a point there where I stopped learning with people's cars, and I know I know what I'm doing, even though that's a joke. But according to everybody, it's not that much of a joke. But yeah. Did I make any sense there? What?
Yeah. No, I understood it.
Sometimes I end my thing and I'm like, what did I start on? And am I talking about the right subject now?
The being married to the customer is one of my.
That's the word. I forget who came up with it first, but marrying a car. They don't understand. Once you have always the tuner's fault. Like, yeah, you check the oil once and they're like, well, I had oil problems after you yanked that dipstick. Did you put it in wrong? Like, yeah, that whole thing, right? People don't understand that marry a car, but it's stuck in your head then. I have to check out this person's car. So you're paying for that rent,
Well, you tune a car. So like you mentioned, $500 to go to the racetrack for the day. And you price that versus what you could do on the dyno for a day. And it just doesn't make sense to leave the dyno to go to the track to make less money.
Right.
And
Yeah.
So that's something to take into consideration. And
Perfect summary there. If you have lined up at your site, why go anywhere else?
Yeah, and then the other side of that is you tune a car and you put some, you put some launch control in it and you put a boost control map in it, and they go down the first track or go down the racetrack the first pass. And who goes to the track and just wants to run the same thing every single time? So whether it works really good or really, really bad, they're going to want to make changes. And most people are racing in this area. Like the racetrack's always open on Friday night, and then all day Saturday, all day Sunday is always something going on. So I'm here Monday through Friday, and you take all of the cars that I tune throughout the week. Let's just, for the sake of conversation, say they all go to the racetrack over the weekend. I can't sit in front of my computer and also make changes to these things at the track all throughout the weekend. Like that's how you get divorced. You know what I mean? Like at some point. So I've had people question the YouTube thing and why I would teach people what it is that I do, to make a living. And there's just, I guess, part of being a decent person is teaching people things. It's fun, it's enjoyable, it's rewarding. And there's just an element of I can't be married to every single car that I tune. And the only kind of solution to that is to teach people how to do it themselves. And you can't sit down with each customer whose car you tune and spend 14 hours showing them how to use the software. And people can't learn that much in that short period of time. So even if you did sit down with each customer, teach them everything,
they can't retain it. Yeah,
they're not going to retain it. So then you have to do it 6 more times. So I found that putting some of the stuff on YouTube, and people ask a question, you just send them a video link to it. You're helping them out, and it's relieving time away from me, and it's helping them out. So it's really like a win-win all the way around. And the other thing I found with YouTube is people are able to watch you do what you do and realize like, oh, this guy has a halfway decent understanding of how this stuff works. I can't figure it out. Like, well, I've literally watched you get presented with scenarios where you didn't have an answer to it and watch you real time figure out and make it all work. And that's driven more work to me than anything else. So
I think it's also a good
why I'm willing to teach people what I know. That's why, I guess.
I think people can see your personality and then be like, okay, I want to deal with this person, or that
I think something's wrong with me in that regard.
It's either way, then they know what to expect. Because I was going to say, I bring up a lot of things that are painful, and I would say that most people don't do them now. Or when they do, like have up and forwards in a bad engine bay, and they're like, I know I'm going to burn my plug. They don't, I don't need to say it. They will insult themselves because of how I've insulted people doing that prior. Or they're like,
the other thing that having doing these videos has done is people will see the problems that I run into on the dyno and be like, oh shit,
Exactly.
If I wouldn't have watched that in your video, I would have made that exact same mistake. So I had to change my car because I watched that video. So the YouTube thing is an astronomical amount of time. People think we make money from it, but it's pennies on the dollar. I can go work at 7-Eleven part-time and make significantly more money. So it's definitely not from that side of it, but
we always joke like when I get anything like, oh, YouTube money.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's just if one car a week can learn one thing and saved me the headache of having to deal with that for the 90,000th time, it's worth the time that I invest into, making the videos.
It's the reason why I started doing YouTube videos years ago about like how to do certain ththings with Holley EFI, right? So like my goal was like, hey, instead of answering these questions over and over again in these groups and in the messenger and all this stuff, how about I just like make a video on how to do it? And I started off really crude, right? Like I was using my cell phone to like record my screen. And because I just didn't give a shit. I was like, oh, here you go. This is how you do it, right? And like I made like Laura hold my cell phone and like while I was eating dinner, you know what I mean? Like a total, caveman here. You're like, oh yeah, click here, do that, see you later, right? Anyway, so it evolved and like I was like, well, I guess I should do like a better job. Like if I'm going to offer up the information, I should do a better job of presenting it. And you do like a way better job of editing stuff. I just don't.
He's way better than I am. I say it all the time.
I can't do it. Like I'm one shot, one kill. That's it, right? Like we're doing this.
That's what my stuff is, and that's the way I like it. And I don't even have
wake up at 5 a.m. and spend like 2 or 3 hours every single morning doing that. I don't recommend it. It hasn't paid off yet. Like there's always like this hope of like maybe it's going to grow and turn into something, but it's so deadly consistent. Like I can tell you every single day, like how many new subscribers you're going to get or how many new views you're going to get, and it's the same no matter what you do.
Let me let you in on a little secret about YouTube and about people, right? People don't like to be educated. People like to be entertained, and that's the truth. Nobody likes to be educated because everybody thinks that when they're being educated, they're being talked down to. When they're being entertained, you're taking them away from their shitty day that they had at work or their ball busting bitch of a wife or whatever the hell it is. And they enjoy their time watching whatever, right? So that's why so many people watch football but don't play football, right? Same reason why so many people, they watch basketball and they get drunk in front of a television and fucking scream at it, but they don't fucking play basketball, right? That's why there's fans and not as many athletes, because it takes no effort to get shitbag drunk and fucking watch TV and armchair quarterback something.
Say a guy sucks at catching a ball.
Right, exactly. So they don't want to be educated.
They can displace all of their hate and self-loathing onto someone who can't catch a basketball to feel better about themselves.
Right. And then they should go out to a bar in public with a bunch of other jerk-offs and all yell at the TV together as if they're all in unison, maybe those people 1,000 miles away are going to hear them.
Yeah.
But what I was getting at with the YouTube thing is that people want to be entertained, not educated. So like what I noticed is like my YouTube channel, the growth on it is like unbelievably slow. But like when you go on to like Cletus's channel, like I don't watch any videos on YouTube unless they're about things that like have nothing to do with cars. Like I just watched the review video of the new Milwaukee push mower. Huh. Like that's where I'm at on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like I don't even need a push mower. I got a 0-turn. It's really nice, right? But I was like, oh, look at that. They made a mower. I should watch this. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at on YouTube. So I don't watch anybody's videos, but if you go on to like Cletus's videos, the few little clips I've seen of his stuff is always like, it's entertaining, right? Like he's a personality. He's entertaining, and he's got like millions or whatever, or hundreds of thousands of followers and whatnot. So he's not teaching anybody shit. You know what I mean? Like he's not, like, as far as I know, you know what I mean? I don't think.
No, yeah. And he admits it's entertainment. And he admits that he doesn't know much about, I mean, even though he obviously knows more than he gives himself credit, but he doesn't want to put himself in a position like that, right? And that's fine. He's like, hey, we're just having fun. Or like they break stuff a lot. And I'm, part of me is like, well, that's unprofessional. And part of me is like, it's cool as hell to like jump a car and bust it in half, though.
Well, see, like Cletus is a genius, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like, do you know, after everybody watches Cletus's videos, you know what they do? They send Joe and you and me messages. Hey, I just watched on this video. How do I do this? Do you know what I mean? And you know what Cletus is doing? Cletus is like, hey, thanks for buying like 14 t-shirts. and like a hat and like all this other shit and clicking like and you're subscribing and like doing all this shit so I can make money.
Huh.
And you know how many questions were asked of Cletus? Fucking none. You know what I mean? Like, so he, he's brilliant. Like, I'm not talking bad about him in any way, shape, or form. He's a genius. Like, he's the one who cashed in on it. He's very smart about it.
Yeah, I mean, especially not. It seems like he did not do it very long, and it just seems like he has it naturally, or he learned diplomacy very well from his family situation, or or something, or a little bit of both. But yeah, he's very good at. I think especially for a younger person, because I was just mad when I was younger at everybody, so I would say dumb shit and pop off. I still do it, but I think about it a little bit longer. But yeah, I like how he's like, nobody's allowed to point fingers because that's all everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
So they break a motor, and he's like, it was more than likely me, because he never wants anybody to start the finger pointing game, which is popular. So I like that he's like tried to absorb the cancel culture and let's burn a shop down kind of thing.
Right.
I appreciate that too, because that's what I try to say to people. A lot of us, even if we're not, there's a possibility we can at least, nobody's the same, but you can understand what the other person does.
Right.
And yeah,
anyway, Joe, to give you the info that, my thought at least on it is, your YouTube channel is good. It's just not going to grow nearly as fast as you'd want it to. That's what
yeah. I mean, obviously I understood that, honestly, it's when I first started doing it, it was just like, we have cool cars on the dyno. I'll just make some videos and people see cool cars and whatnot. And then everyone started asking me to be like more, like actually be in the video and explain what's going on. And then did a little bit of that. And then the one video where I compared all the ECUs, that's when I was like, that actually had some growth. Like Matt got in contact with me, asked me to do this, and I was like, oh wait, maybe this actually could be something. Like, I don't think this is ever going to become like a full-time source of income or anything like that. But it's just like tuning a car. You just try different things and see what sticks and what works and what doesn't. And I have fun with the editing side of it, and like, it's boring as hell to sit there and just go through all this footage and whatnot. So I'm like, this would be kind of funny there. Or somebody sent me this, like, let's throw this in a video. That'd be funny, and people respond to it, and which ironically comes right back down to, I guess, what you said, where people want to be entertained. They don't want to be they don't want to learn anything. But the feedback and just some of the emails and stuff that I've gotten, people not asking questions, but just being like, hey, I've been watching your stuff for a while, and I did this, and the car runs great, and I'm having more fun than I ever had before. And like, just like those type of emails and those comments are really what makes you keep doing it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Like not long ago, I got a video sent to me by somebody that I know or friends with on Facebook, and he was filming two guys in the pits watching on their cell phone with the laptop in their lap, watching one of my videos, right?
Yep.
And trying to figure out how to like make the car do something, right? And they were like, fuck yeah. And then they went on to like win the next round, which was like, so like this guy that I don't really know him, but like we're friends or whatever on Facebook. He's like, just thought you would like appreciate this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's awesome.
And like, I think it was like in like, I don't even know where, let's call it fucking Boise, Idaho. I don't know, whatever. It wasn't anywhere close to me. You know what I mean? And I was like, that's pretty fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty awesome that like this shit that we do can help somebody all the way over there. You know what I mean? In the middle of, to me, that could be Iraq. I'm not going to fucking Boise. You know what I mean? But it's all they had to do is open up their cell phone and go, shit, yeah. And now they went on to win round 2, or 3 or whatever the hell it was. You know what I mean? That was really awesome.
If you want to do something entertaining, go back through our messages on Facebook and look at the first one I ever sent you. You're the one and only person that I'd ever looked. So I told you before, like, it wasn't that long ago that I had no idea you had to push hold the trans brake button to go backwards in a power glide car. Like, I did front wheel drive Hondas forever. So the very first Holley car I ever worked on was the HP. We did the install, tuned it, the whole works. and I had no idea what the hell a bump button was. Literally no idea. So the customer told me he wanted it. I had to look it up. I didn't know what he was talking about. And sure enough, I found like your wiring diagram and your way to set it up. And, you know, par for the course for me personally. I set it all up. It didn't work. I'm like, I'm an idiot. What am I doing wrong? Can't figure it out. And luckily, I know how to test things enough that I was like, this solenoid is bad. Like, what is the odds that the solenoid is bad the first time I try to do this shit? So I put a new solenoid in it, and then it works immediately. And then I was like, damn, like, I remember just being blown away. I'm like, wow, it's really cool. This guy's like willing to teach people this stuff because he probably makes a lot of money doing this for people. You know, I can only imagine this is a source of income. And yeah, I sent you a message on Facebook just being like, hey, man, you saved my life, basically. And I wouldn't have figured that out.
I'll go back later and look through that. I don't even remember. But that's great.
Yeah, so, yeah. And then, yeah, so I just always thought that was funny. And, you know, here we are 2 years later or whatever it is. And, you know, getting fart messages at one another all day long and, you know, talking about, you know, dumb shit and doing this. And it's just funny. It's funny how small the world is sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of small world, I wrecked my car a few years back, right? I hit the wall, and one of our customers who lives in Delaware was actually at that race, right? I had no idea, you know what I mean? And he had no idea, whatever. So it popped up on like Facebook Messenger memories for him, I guess. So we already wired his car, and he sent the video to our business page and was like, hey, look what popped up in my Facebook memories, you know? So Laura was like, where the hell did you get a video from that angle? And he was like, from the bleachers. And we're in South Carolina. I wrecked the car in South Carolina, and he's from like the Northeast, you know, like up by you. Like, what the hell you do? Like, it was crazy how like it was such a small, you know what I mean? Like we wound up wiring his car, but he was in the bleachers watching a race that I wound up, you know, tacoing my car into the wall with. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of it does make you realize how small the world actually is. You know what I mean? Like what I was saying before about like wherever those guys were that were watching my video in the pits, if they were in Idaho or whatever, it felt like they were right in my pocket. You know what I mean?
Yes, so, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely cool. And man, it's the worst part about YouTube is like people see guys having success with it, so they try it out, and you have to make like every bit of 100 or 200 videos before you get 6 views. So it's just such a massive waste of time. So if you see anybody that has a successful channel, whatever you consider successful to be, 1,000 subscribers, 10,000, a million, like just don't ever take for granted how much time and effort they put into doing that. It's really, it's I mean, it's a full-time job in itself.
Yeah, I would say I've posted it many times. I will post like someone's entire email. I'll ask if it's okay usually, but I'll be like, I'll get an email or a Facebook post probably once a month that's like, I didn't ask shit. All I did was read everything. I went to the cabinet. I copied the physical parts. I read what was written. I loaded a base. It started, ran. I went to the track. I watched your, you know, this and that. And they're like, you know, they were a big block carburetor guy or whatever. And that was all their first swing. And they're like, everything went well and what you said worked. And same thing, like it's all free. The transparency, that's what when I first got into cars, I'm like, no one's giving out information. And since I had no background on it, I'm like, it's either what I learned was most of the time that was because of fear of judgment, not because it's some magic. They don't want to show you. People don't like to see their shortfalls because people would, I started building up the tune cabinet and people are like, oh, this is all garbage. Like people who knew more than me. But I'm like, okay, post yours.
And they wouldn't.
Post your tune up. Show everybody what you've done.
Yeah.
I'm like,
that's
okay.
I was absolutely horrified to start like showing screen recordings of me tuning cars on my YouTube channel, and not from the standpoint of I thought I was necessarily doing anything wrong or however you want to word that, but it was what you're opening yourself up to in terms of potential other people that think they know more than you and like what they could say. And the unfortunate reality
because you guys are a business. Yeah. So that's why it was easier for me to be like, if I'm faster than you, it's awful. And if you're making fun of me, it's awful. Because I didn't set out to do anything. Just be like, this is what I do burnouts, and this is what made me do burnouts. So people are like, it's not fast. I'm like, I know. And they're like, it's not nice. And I'm like, I know. And they're like, it's not, the tune doesn't look pretty. I'm like, I know. Yeah, and I don't care. So write me a bad review on Yelp. Here, I'll give me your PayPal. I'll send you the money back that you spent. Like, I'll just say shit like that, and it's fine. And then they go on groups and they're like, that Matt guy's a jerk, and the other people don't like me are like, yeah, let's do this. And I'm like, I don't know who you guys are. Oh, look, it's regular car reviews.
Joe,
Anyway.
you're right. When you with the whole screen recording, right? Like so what you were saying, right? So you get really concerned about like what other people are going to say or do or whatever, right? And if anybody's like actually like really good at like their job, right? And if their job is involving like high performance automotive, you would think like if you're intelligent, you would say, okay, I'm not going to judge what he's doing. I'm going to look at what he's doing. And maybe I can learn something from him. And if I learn something from him that is, hey, this isn't the same train of thought that I have, well, now I'm going to sit back and wonder who's right. You know what I mean? Yep. So that's the way I operate, right? So like if I'm doing, A with a car and somebody's doing B with a car and they're both performing well, but where's more room for improvement? You know what I mean? Like who's doing it better, right? So like I'd rather watch like what he's doing and, already know what I'm doing, right? And then compare the two and then walk away from it better educated. But the majority of the people that are going to...
And the other thing people seem to forget about, especially with EFI, is there's 150 different ways to come up with exactly the same outcome. Like, let's just say injector pulse width. Let's say you have 16 different custom tables and you end up with a pulse width of 1.2 milliseconds, or you have no custom tables and the main fuel table ends you up at 1.2 milliseconds. The outcome is exactly the same. You just took a significantly different approach to getting there.
Right.
So
yeah,
the big thing with showing what you're doing and the people potentially making comments that maybe you're not doing it right is that there's probably 75 or 80% of the people watching have no idea what they're even looking at. Yeah. So when they see 15 people comment that you're not doing it right, even if they're totally wrong and you're 100% right, they're like, well, a lot of people are saying this isn't right, so this must not be right. But I've actually been blown away. And you get when you start a YouTube channel, everybody warns you, like, don't read the comments, don't get involved with it, be prepared to just get shit all over.
Cletus and I were talking about that when he was on.
Yeah, just generally speaking, in the grand scheme of things, like you get something here or there, or whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, like people have been really positive with most of the stuff that I've done. So
he said there's a dip, and I agree. Some people, I guess, never hit this, but I would say vast majority. It might go great, and then at some point, maybe they've changed community guidelines so much that doesn't happen anymore, and that would be awesome. But man, yeah, people, I guess what I did also was stupid shit. And then people would be like, you can't do that. So I would do it. So it was a lot of arguing, but then I would test something till it would work or not work, and I'd be like, oh, here's why. Because I like to be the jerk when someone's having a conversation and they start talking bullshit. I'm like, that's not what I have found at all. What's your basis for making that statement? And then they'll be like, well, who the hell are you? And I'm like, well, I'm nobody, but I have 100 videos disproving you.
Yeah.
Do you want to watch them together? And it's not because I do like getting, I like getting that on top of people, because so much of hot rodding I learned is a flat lie or a misunderstanding. So I like to prove them wrong. And then second, I just hate listening to bullshit because that's all it is.
The other thing too is if you want to do an experiment, go on Facebook and post something positive, and then go on Facebook and post something negative or talking shit on somebody, and see which one gets more engagement.
Oh yeah, that whole.
It's absolutely the same thing for YouTube too. So like, I think a channel like yours, where especially early on, where you're just having fun and like, instead of a piston, like let's put a donut in this engine and see what happens. And
Shovel
just
gravel
doing
into a
dumb shit
Tercel
for
valve
fun.
cover. Yep.
Like, that's the type of stuff gets a tons of engagement and helps with growth and all that good stuff. So if I'm being completely honest, I'd like to see the whole YouTube thing do better so I could just have more time to screw off and experiment. Like, I'm sure like there's Plex like makes like cylinder combustion sensors, and like there's just so much like cool shit that could eat up a ton of time that you could learn so much from, but it's so impractical to like put on a real car that you're gonna use.
Yeah, we need like a warehouse compound that has Holdener on one side, and then we can have a dyno, and then Devin can have a room where he sets wires on fire with methanol and yells at people.
Yeah.
Like he makes like, I can imagine Devin like in a caveman outfit, no offense, and then like with a stick, like a baseball bat wrapped in Tefsel wire with methanol covering it on fire, and you chasing people away that are dumbasses. Yeah.
Well, so I let me tell you this about YouTube. I've had a lot of positive response as well, but I've got it's one person. I don't know who it is. I can't say for sure who it is. I've got a good idea.
Me too. I know what you're gonna say.
I'll upload a video. Like I could upload a video like, hey, it's like 9:04 p.m., right? 9:05 p.m. It's got a thumbs down.
I had that. It went away. I absolutely, for like 100 videos in a row, you post it and immediately like there's the thumbs down guy.
Let me look.
We'll talk about it off camera, but I'd be willing to bet that you probably blocked somebody from seeing your channel.
I don't know how to block anybody.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, well, I never blocked anybody.
Okay, well then that dude, I have a feeling that we've got the same guy. I think all three of us have got the same guy. It is what it is. But besides that, like everything I've gotten at from YouTube has always been positive. Like everybody's been, granted, like just like you, it turns into a lot of questions, and I literally only answer questions like when I remember to go on YouTube, because like I don't post again. I'm like one shot, one kill, man. Like it's fucking. And we made this. We're doing it live. Upload it. Okay. I'll come back in 2 weeks and go, oh, look at I got comments on that one. Oh, look at that.
It's tough. Like, I mean, there's some videos where you might get 150 comments on one video. Like, who the hell has the time to sit and respond to all of that? Like,
well, see, I get really bad because I'm like, dude, if I respond to one, I have to respond to all of them, right? So I'm like, I'm just going to do the noble thing and respond to none.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I'm like,
then
I show no favoritism. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sound like a dick, but now I'm just going to ignore all of it. And then in my head, I can say, hey, this never happened. And then I can go on.
Or the ones that I'll respond to, or when it's like you're like sitting on the toilet and somebody responds to a message from a year and a half ago. So it's not like you got 75 messages in a row on one specific video, but it's like a legitimate question on an old video. So like no one's going to see like, hey, why did you respond to him? And not to me. Right.
Because a lot of people get really emotional about like when you ignore them, you know what I mean? Like I've learned that, like I've gotten really good at ignoring. If you ever call my phone, it's my voicemail, like explains it exactly. You know what I mean? Like don't leave me a message because I'm not going to listen to it. And if you send me a text message, there's a good chance that I'm probably not going to reply to it. Right. Like my customers that have my cell phone number, they'll all tell you, if you call me, I answer. If you know what I mean? Like, but you're supposed to call the business, but like my tuning customers, right? Like the racers that like I deal with all the time. If they call my cell phone, I answer, or I'll call them right back, whatever it is. But it's tough when you get bombarded by like 100 people a day, all asking you dumb shit via some, form of communication, whether it be cell phone, Facebook Messenger, Facebook, on
Speaking of which, that's one of the biggest pet peeves I have is if you send me an email, you don't have to send me a Facebook message, an Instagram message, mail me a letter, smoke signal, stop by my house, stop by the shop, message my wife, all to let me know that you sent that original email. Like just send it in one spot. I can't sit and respond to everything immediately. Like there might be a delay, but
or people that don't reply in the chain, they write a new email every time.
Oh my God, I have one customer.
I'm like, I don't know who you are or what we're talking about or if you paid or if someone's scheduled. So we need to go back and find that. You can't be writing one from your ATT phone number account either.
Yeah, that's one of the worst ones.
I have a serious question for everybody, and then we're gonna get another call because this one ends in 9 minutes again. Does Joe say radiator or radiator?
Radiator.
Yeah.
It's like, is it Colorado or Colorado? I always want to ask Brent that, PFI speed Brent, and see what he says.
Radiator.
Colorado.
The other one I wanted to ask was, why do you guys think Sniper EFI gets such a bad rap? I'll answer. I don't hear anybody saying anything bad about it, so you guys go ahead, and then we'll get another meeting on the horn.
Did you say you don't hear anybody say bad about Sniper?
I don't really know that many people using it, and I don't hear anybody saying anything bad about it, so.
All right.
The one on the other side of the wall, the secondary butterfly stick open, and it just cruise controls itself 100 miles an hour if you don't blast the throttle to try and unstick it. So that's not very fun to deal with.
No, this is interesting. Yeah, I just don't know if no one has ever used it or what. So that's.
Sniper's the #1 selling thing for Holley.
I mean, that would make sense because it's like a drop-on retrofit.
The last time I heard, a single Sniper part number outsold. Yeah. So the single Sniper 4150, this is what I was told.
Special K. I call him Special K.
What?
I call him Special K.
Oh, one part number for Sniper, 4150 Sniper, outsells the entire product line from a competing fuel injection company that is supposedly everywhere.
Yeah.
So that just gives you an idea of the volume of sales of Sniper. So Sniper, I'm not crazy about, but they do sell a shit ton of them, and a shit ton of them don't have problems, but there's also going to be a shit ton that do have problems.
Yeah, I think it's
it's a volume thing. If you sell 100 million of something, you're going to hear more complaints than if you sell 100 of it.
I was just going to say Terminator launch.
A majority of people dealing with Sniper have probably never used EFI ever before, so they don't know what they're doing. So the problems that they're running into is just simply from not having any experience with it. So I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
I'm starting a new meeting.
Okay.
And then I'll invite you guys. So I will disconnect this and launch. Ta-da! So I'm just waiting for them, guys. Whoa. Devin is back. Ta-da! So yes, people that don't know, it seems as if at least 2 major meeting programs have limited their call times to 40 minutes, which is probably like most class times, right? How annoying is that? Anyway. Yeah, I was saying the Terminator X launch was the same. Everyone's like, this is awful. And I'm like, well, you're 200 people in a Facebook group because it's...
Nobody's like going on there like daily, like, hey, my shit still runs great. You know, it's It's I bought this Chinese
Oh, I had something
crank
audio
sensor.
wrong. I'm sorry. I had audio screwed up. So go back and restart your sniper talk. Everyone's like, we hear Matt, but we can't hear. We hear like echo looping. I looped something somehow. I'm not an expert
Will
at
that work?
this.
Or am I broken too?
No, you're good. What I did is I messed up. It doesn't matter.
What I was saying was nobody goes on every day and talks about how great their stuff works.
Of
So
course.
like I admin and moderator, whatever it's called, all the Facebook groups for the Holley shit, right? Or not all of them, but like the majority of them. And like I always see people come in there and like they'll request to join, and then like I approve them, and then their first post is immediately like, man, I'm reading all these bad things about Terminator X. Like, are we sure this isn't a piece of crap? And it's like, dude, maybe it's not for you, because if you're not smart enough to realize that this is a tech and support forum, you know what I mean? Like, you don't go in there and ask for tech support because my car runs great.
It's like a restaurant. You don't go out to eat and immediately leave a review because you had a decent meal. But, if you got a chopped up rat in your French fries, like, you might go out of your way to leave a review for it.
Right.
It's, I don't know. I've actually had no, the only problem I've ever had, that ECU that I always show, like, cut in half. That's the only one I've ever had a problem with. And it's not the ECU's fault. It was on a boat that all of the water in the river just shot directly onto the ECU that is not waterproof. Like, they just swapped it out for a Dominator. The reason that ECU gets cut in half is they warrantied it for us, and it was they accidentally sent back the damaged ECU instead of the new ECU. And rather than me sending it back, they just wanted proof that it was damaged so that I didn't send it back to have it warrantied a second time. So I just filmed doing it and did it, proved that it didn't work in an over dramatic fashion, and had a little bit of fun with it. So, but other than that, I don't know, like every Terminator X problem I've ever had has always been self-inflicted. Whether something's wired wrong, or I've seen some relays from Holley, like the primary relays that are, go bad, or things of that nature. But as far as in some harness issues, like some wires pulled out of connectors, and, who's to say that they didn't, lift the engine on the engine hoist by the engine harness, so that very well could be self-inflicted as well. I've had very good luck with them, and I deal with a lot of Terminator X's. So with how much I do, I would say if I had 5 bad Terminator X's a year, I'd still say that that's probably pretty good. But even that doesn't happen. So.
Yeah,
Same.
A lot of the harness problems I see are, I don't know, like maybe this is just like an FYI for everybody out there, no matter what you buy, right? Like no matter what brand it is or whatever. But my suggestion would be, like, before you put it in the car, like get familiar with it, right? Like, just like they have like wiring diagrams online. Like it's free. You just click a couple buttons and they give it to you, right? Like, so, and hopefully if you're building a hot rod, you understand what like a multimeter is. And if not, get yourself a test light, like rig one up with a light bulb and 2 pieces of wire. Like, I don't know, like something, and send 12 volt through each wire until it lights up, and then figure out, make sure it actually went, like, before you shove it in the car. I know that is asking way too much, but understand that, like, you're buying and for Terminator X guys, well, it doesn't really matter. You're buying an engine harness for $400, right?
That's what people don't understand. Like 5 years ago, an engine harness was like $3,000. Now you're getting one for $400, and maybe like one wire you need to crimp a little tighter or something, and you're like losing your shit and saying the whole,
everything's shit. This is the biggest piece of shit ever. No, fucker. Like, they're trying to make you happy because you've been bitching about back orders, and like they're trying to like source new companies to make your fucking $400 engine harness that you bitch about. That's already too expensive in your eyes, right? Oh, that's $400. I can't believe I paid $400 for this. Motherfucker, I ain't even fucking waking up for $400 to build you an engine harness. It ain't fucking happening.
Literally,
like, that's an incredible amount of work for $400. You have to do so much volume of that exact thing to sell that for $400 to even be able to make $5 on it.
an ECU, a wiring harness, a touchscreen display for $1,000, and people are like, "I spent good money on this. It should work." I'm like,
And a wideband, you forgot.
yeah, and
Yeah.
a wideband. You
They give you a
realistically, you should
fucking
have spent
weld
3
pump.
times that much money. So if you have to put 10 hours into troubleshooting it, you still got a good deal.
10 years ago, a stylus was like $25. A fucking poker 10 years ago was $25. Now you get one with a little nice microfiber cloth in a little fucking baggie with a little stupid mini screwdriver, and you throw it away. You know what I'm saying? So like, why don't you just kind of be a little amped up with the fact that like you live in a time where you can spend $1,000 and everything that's in this box will make everything run in the fucking car that you just rat trapped together. You know what I mean? Like,
And you can wire an entire engine by essentially hooking up like 4 or 5 wires. It takes all of the work out of the equation. Like
Right.
you put any engine in any car, boat, zip tie it to a skateboard, and you have to hook up a couple ground wires, a couple power wires, and the thing will start to run. It's for $1,000. It's crazy.
it's
And then the Game Boy tune, I always say, is just mind blowing. I always tell people, I'm like, don't load one of my tunes. Go beep boop beep boop and see if it runs just for fun. And they're like, holy shit, it did.
Yeah, I wish just people like would be a little bit more understanding with like that, like what you were saying, like, oh, you know, we got a wire and it might need to be crimped or something. Like, just check that kind of shit out before you shove it in the car. You know what I mean? Like, and if you have a problem, like if you find a problem before you shove it in the car, Holley is really, really good about taking care of that. Like they really are. Like they are very good about taking care of it. And like Holley gets a bad rap because of their tech support, but like I'm here to say that their tech support can only be as good as the people asking the questions, right?
That's
So,
exactly, it's like, yeah, remote tuning a car. If the person on the other end doesn't have, if everything starts and runs and drives and it goes good, and the person on the other end doesn't have to be a part of it, no big deal. But what happens when the car shuts off at 3,000 RPM? And you have to start asking questions like, okay, is this wire connected right? How is this? Did you put a voltmeter on this? And the person on the other end doesn't know what you're talking about. The tuner on the other side of it, it's just dead in the water. There's nothing you can do. The tech support side of that is exactly the same thing. And then the other thing people don't take into consideration is volume. Your tech support can be very good when you get 4 calls a day, but when you have 150,000 people buying ECUs a year and 149,000 of them are calling tech support, like what do you expect? So
yeah,
it's
so I always hear about how
Fueltech.
Fueltech's tech support's really good. So I got a friend who owns a shop in Virginia, and he does a lot of Holley stuff, and he does like a lot of like ZR1 Corvettes, like really nice shit, right? And he decided he was going to try out Fueltech, you know, because he was like, you know, hey, I got a dyno, I tune a lot of shit, I might as well learn Fueltech. I'm going to shove it on my own car, and he had some tech support questions, and I made fun of him immediately. And he's like, "Hey, I got to do it." You know what I mean? I was like, "Well, you'll regret this." Well, anyway, so he called tech support, and he's like, "Man, they answered pretty quick, and you know, they answered this question, that question." He goes, "But then, you know, I started having a problem," and he was having a problem with a 24 XLS, right?
And that's what Fueltech's known for, is crank trigger problems.
Well, this was a few years ago, right? So, but anyway, he wound up kicking a rod out of a block because of the Fueltech, right? Fueltech. I said, man, their slogan's perfect. Fueltech everywhere, as in your fucking rods are everywhere, all over the damn racetrack. You know what I mean? Like they're fucking everywhere. You know. And if anything's going to be anywhere, everywhere, it's got to also be in a dumpster, in order for that to be accurate, right? So if something's going to be everywhere, it has to also be in a toilet and in a dumpster to be everywhere, right? So I told him, I said, well, what'd they say? Well, they told me I needed to put a 12-1 crank trigger on it. So he did that, and he starts doing the same shit. So there's a crank signal. And I said, man, what are you going to do? And he's like, I'm taking this shit off. I'm done with it, you know? So he threw in the towel. So yeah, they answered the phone right away. Yeah, they were good and they followed through on their tech support, but they started pointing finger and blaming stuff, right? Now, that's one person, whatever, but it's a credible source, and he's got documentation proving it via email and whatnot, whatever. There's, I would say, probably 10,000 times more Holley EFI users than there are Fueltech. I mean, across all the lines, right? So like Sniper, Terminator X, and HP and Dominator, you know, anything with fuel injection when it comes to Holley. So I would say that it's at least a 10,000 to 1, right?
Yeah, it's probably conservative from what I've noticed.
that is probably a conservative number, but it's let's just call it a 10,000 to 1. They've got like, last time I was in Bowling Green, they had like 55 guys doing tech support for like 38 brands, 65 guys. So they're doing tech support for like every single brand, right? So now granted, like some of the guys are like a lot more well-versed on fuel injection, where other guys are more well-versed on carburetors, you know what I mean? And hopefully you get the fuel injection guy on the phone if you have a fuel injection problem. But like all of this, like all the bitching about tech support and like the people that are on these forums bitching and moaning, it all goes back to what I always harp on is, and I'm not saying you have to buy it from me because whatever, but buy it from somebody who actually gives a shit and who knows what they're talking about and what they're working with. Like buy your like no matter what it is, right? Like I'm not going to go buy a refrigerator from somewhere that can't warranty it for me, right? Like I'm just not going to do it, right? Like I'm going to go to Home Depot because like they're going to deliver the thing, they're going to haul off my old one, they're going to warranty it for me if there's a problem. You know what I mean? Like if there's parts in stock, I'm going to deal with Home Depot on that one, right? If there was like Ralph's refrigerators or Ralph's appliances down the road, I would, and everybody was selling the same thing at MSRP, I would buy it from the small place. You know what I mean? It's just that all the mom and pop shops that sell fucking refrigerators are out of business now because they've been knocked out by Walmarts and Home Depots, So consider Ralph's appliances would have taken care of me a lot better. They'd have told me that this refrigerator is better than that one for whatever reason. They would have educated me better. It's the same thing with fuel injection, right? It's the same thing with every car part that you buy, right? So, like, do you need tech support with your Mac valve? I hope not, right? Like it's 2 fucking wires, I hope not, but you might, do you need tech support with your shifter cable? Fuck, maybe, but I hope not, you know what I mean? But either way, like give a small company a chance to sell that to you so that like, if you do have that question, like, hey, my wastegate is this, and this port, I've got 5 ports on this. What does this do? Well, do you want to ask the guy at Summit who's like, working on dialing in his bracket car at 7-0 every fucking Friday night, or, who doesn't know shit about what you bought? Or do you want to ask somebody who actually has used these things before? So like and again, it doesn't have to be me. I'm not like selling like myself because it doesn't matter, right? Like buy it from me, don't buy it from me. I don't care. But if you buy it from like a company that actually gives a crap and like knows and use the part, like whatever the part is, there's a better chance that like your whole racing experience, hot rod experience is going to go a lot better. You know what I mean? Yeah. It blows my mind that people are like, oh, well, Amazon is like fucking 12 cents cheaper and it's Prime, so I'm going to just pick up like 4 pairs of socks and a Dominator. Like, why the fuck did that matter? You know what I mean? Like, you shitting me? You know what I mean? Okay, well, hopefully Crack-a-Lack-a-Bacca, who works for Amazon in India, after he's done his day job of trying to sell your extended car warranty, can handle your fucking, why your car doesn't build boost. You know what I mean? And you hear goats in the background and shit. Like, I deal with a lot of fucking telemarketers.
Yeah. That, and when you are going after the smaller shops because you want actual real tech support with somebody that's used it, don't try and beat them up on the price over it. Like, they're not Amazon. Like, they don't sell 34,000 units a week. They're going to sell 2 or 3 or whatever that number is. So just pay what they want. Like, the margins in this stuff are so small that even if you get a deal and you save $60, what did you really save when you just burned your bridge on the tech support side of it?
Right.
Man, people try and buy. I saw like a meme the other day that basically said, like, if you want to make the wrong decision, like, ask everybody.
Yep.
And like, if you want to buy parts, like, pick one person to buy them from and have them build you like a whole combination. Don't buy from 64 different places and everyone has a different opinion. And now you got 64 different parts that don't really work very well together.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
That's
like what we do with our customers, right? So like we don't sell everything, obviously, right? But like, we've got some customers that are fantastic, right? So they hit us up and they're like, man, Can you help us out? You know, I'm looking for this, that, or the other. And if I'm not a dealer for it, if we're not dealers for it, like Laura will go out of her way to order the part on their behalf from a company that we work with for like my own personal shit or somebody else in the industry that I know. We make $0 on it, have it drop shipped from them to our customer, right? Make $0, right? But we did the transaction, we did everything for them because maybe I know, you know, the company that we're talking about, right? And if they have a problem, we tell them like, listen, you know, I'm not a dealer for it, but you know, this is I ordered from this. I didn't make a single dollar on this. It doesn't matter to me. I wanted to make sure that you're happy with it, right? Some it's like, hey, I don't have that. I don't know what to tell you. See you. You know, that's all there is to it. I'd rather make sure that like my customer gets the right thing, he doesn't have to do anything, right? Like he doesn't have to do shit. Like he paid exactly what he was going to pay no matter who he bought it from. But I at least did the work, or well, not me, she did the work to make sure that like it was purchased from the right people. You know what I mean? So that if there is a problem down the road, that customer will call us and say, hey, my, you know, part ABC isn't working, you know? And I said, okay, well, you know, you got it from us, which you didn't really get it from us, but we're going to provide the support on your behalf. And hey, this is what I use. I'm going to help you with it. And it's because I know that I helped out that business that I've worked with in the past, you know, that small business, you know what I mean? Like, you know who they are, Hyperactive, right? Greg Hurlbut, Joe Oleski. I love Greg, right? So like me and Greg are, you know, we've become good friends over the years, and I'll be happy to not make $1 off of something that they make or sell or whatever that we're not dealers for, and make sure that the customer is taken care of. That's kind of what I mean by like, if you, and I'm not saying just me, there's a lot of small hot rod shops that'll do that for you and make sure that you're actually taken care of. And like the people that are selling you the product actually give a shit, you know? So if anybody takes anything away from that, stop buying shit from Summit and Jags. That's the other thing, right? So like everybody wants to bitch about fucking back orders and like, I've been waiting forever. You fuckers keep empowering Summit and Jags.
Yeah, I'm sure Summit, you know, Holley or whoever, whatever the part is, they finally get some inventory, and then Summit just buys all of it. So their inventory is gone immediately. And from the other customer, their standpoint, someone's going to drop $1 million or whatever it is. You have to take care of them. At the end of the day, every business has to make money. Like that's the whole point of it. So
right.
Yeah, I get that. And the other thing people don't seem to take into consideration, or probably don't know if they're not in it, is that the cheaper, or not cheaper, but the crappier the part, the higher the profit margin. So the nice and the good and the expensive stuff, like Davis, what'd you say? It was $3,800. I don't know anything about Davis, but my assumption is that their profit margin is probably not very good. And if you sold somebody some other cheaper thing, like, I don't even know if there even is any other options, but let's just say it's $1,500. So the customer gets to pay half the price, and then you also get to make more money on it. So like, that's a kind of like a losing battle sometimes, is you have to hear people whine and complain that something's really expensive, and then you also make less money in the process of selling said product. So it's just like this kind of circle of crap. It's like, by me offering you something that's more expensive, I'm making less money. So don't think that I'm offering you the more expensive product to benefit myself. It's 100% to benefit you.
Right.
So, and you know, that's everything in this industry, you know.
It doesn't matter what it is, right? Like it really doesn't matter what it is. Like the profit, like the margins on some stuff that we sell is like, why are we even a dealer? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck am I doing? You know? And then I see like some idiot on Facebook who's like, oh, bro, I'll beat that price, you know, whatever. Like, all the best price in town. Well, dude, do you even know what this fucking thing looks like? You ain't never touched this damn thing in your life, but so-and-so knows so-and-so, and he can get a deal on it, and you'll make 12 cents. And, you know, what do you get? The fucking virtual high five on Facebook for being the fucking dude who's, you know.
One thing all of the Facebook groups and stuff should ban, like I know there's a lot of like for sale, you can't post shit for sale and whatever else. They should also ban the who's the dealer and who can get me this part, because it's I bet if you look through their inbox, they're getting 350 people that are all just trying to undercut the next guy, and it's just.
Well, see, I delete all those on the Holley groups like as fast as I can.
Yeah.
And like I always encourage people to report stuff. You know what I mean? Like there's like two guys, I don't remember their names. I'm sure if I looked at my phone, I would know their names. Like they're the kings, like they're my fucking VIPs, right? Like those dudes are fucking reporting the shit out of like, you know what I mean? They're like, oh fuck him, you're not selling shit, you know, like they report. Like I like them dudes, right? But you know, and that's why like some of like the prerequisites to enter some of the groups are like, you know, do you understand there's no for sale ads in this, you know, and the other one I see a lot of is like, you know, who do I go to for tuning, you know, and it's like, well, I guess I can't really delete that one because like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like you can just.
It's sort of a legitimate question, but at the same time, then you're going to get 300 comments of everyone like, oh, this guy's the greatest. And based off of nothing.
Right.
Those ones are just always so dumb. And
yeah, they are. But I mean, like, to me, I guess if somebody dicks down their customer, like when they remote tune or something, it'll get out. And like, hopefully that it drives the person that does the remote tune and did the dicking, right? Did the dicking down, would drive that person to do a better job. You know what I mean? Or refund him or whatever it may be, and hopefully make it right. You know, I made a video on like the different types of tuners, right? Like I stood in front of like a whiteboard and
I remember that one.
Yeah, like, and I'm just not that person. You know what I mean? Like I have to smell it, I have to feel it, I have to hear it. Like this is how it is for me, you know? You know, speaking of tuning, you know, like a lot of people get hung up on like, well, it didn't make this much power, or it should make this much power at this boost or at this RPM and blah, blah, blah. And then like I had a customer not too long ago, like I wired the car, he brought it to the dyno, and then like I met him at a racetrack, right? And he was like, oh, the dyno guy said, you know, we need to shift the car at like, you know, 7,600 RPM. He was like adamant about this, right? I know this is a side topic, but I just thought of it, right? So I was like, all right, we have to shift it at 7,600. Yeah. I said, okay. I said, you sure? He goes, oh yeah. I said, okay. So I spec'd the converter for the car, turbo for the car, fuel system. Like we wired it, we plumbed it. Like we did a bunch of shit for the car, right? And let's go with the button. First pass was soft, right? Whatever. So we shift the car at 7,600. So we start getting after it a little bit, and you let go of the button and the RPM flashes to like 72, 7,300, right? When you let go of the button. And it just rides there for like, and then it clicks high gear at 7,600 by like 0.8 into the run. And it just lugs the motor down in high gear for the rest of the run. And the car doesn't run worth a shit. And he's like, well, what the hell? And I said, well, your dyno guy said that we have to shift the car at 7,600. Says, yeah. And I said, well, you know, that's without like the converter doing its thing. Like there's a little bit of magic that has to happen there, you know? No. He said that we got to, I said, okay, well, fuck it. We'll just keep shifting at 7,600. So by the time I hit it with enough power, the motor would flash to like 7,600 and hit the fucking gear change by like 30 foot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Motor was built to rev to like 9,300. Why are we talking about shifting this bitch at 7,600 RPM?
When you said 7,600, I figured you were going to say like 8,000, 8,200, not $9,000. Holy shit.
No, that thing, no, it was a small block. It's, you know, it can rev, you know. So anyway, you know, I went to the racetrack with him again, probably a week or so later. Actually, no, I did that one remotely, like a week or so later. And we wound up shifting the car at like 8,600, 8,700. But it was funny because like this customer was so dead set on, it's got to make power. And the moment it starts to fall off in power is where we got to shift it, right? Mm-hmm. Like he was adamant about it. Like, so he was like up the guy who dynoed the thing's ass. Like, well, so it starts dropping off power at 7,600. I was like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, wait till we buzz 50 pounds of boost in this thing. It's going to be all right. You know what I mean? And sure enough, like he understood it. Like, so I asked him, I said, remember when you came off the dyno and you were calling me and lecturing me about where we got to shift it, where we got to do this and that. And the dyno guy told you all these things. He said, yeah. I said, you still believe that? He's like, fuck no, I don't. I said, all right. So that goes back to that whole different types of tuners thing, right? Like I couldn't do that shit remotely because if that customer said, Well, it was on a dyno, but he told me we got to shift it at 7,600. There'd be no way for me to convince him. We'd have to either be changing the converter because he would insist that it's wrong, right? Or because it flashed and go right to high gear, or I would have to just strong arm him over the phone. Like I have to try to force him to strong arm him over the phone. It just doesn't work. So I'm not really that person. It's like, we'll do things my way, or remote tuner guys, they're great at what they do, I guess, but I can't be that guy,
Yeah, the remote tune stuff, it's a volume thing. It's like there's no reason you can't do 10 cars on the same time, really, if you got 10 different computers.
Sure.
So there's just so much that can go wrong. Like there's so many people that struggle so much with syncing ignition timing that just that in itself is a huge like deterrent for me. You get the timing off by 4 degrees and you put timing in it that should work, the rods come out of it, or even you go the other way and you pull 2 or 3 degrees out of it from where it should be to be safe, but now you're retarded by 12 degrees and the thing's down by 300 horsepower and you look like a jackass.
Right.
Just,
right.
I have a good.
Man, I tell you what, the thing I feel like I should probably dive into next and nerd out about is torque converters. It seems like even places that do torque converters don't know anything about torque converters.
Can I ask a quick question first?
Yeah.
A guy he sent $10, so I always try to ask their
I
questions.
didn't even know you could send money.
Yeah, people will tip and then most often ask a question, so I like to just stop and answer
just
it.
hang on, I just gotta grab something to drink.
I think I'm gonna get it. I would like to get another coffee, but I don't want to make noise in my house. But I might have to. I'm starting to get all scratchy.
Oh, go ahead. I can still hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Jeez. He says, small block Ford on a Holley HP, 1,000+ horsepower, burnouts and ice cream. Is there any advantage or disadvantage to running a 36-1 versus a 4-pole flying magnet trigger?
I'm gonna always vote for magnet on 12-1.
Okay.
I'm just always going to vote for magnet or 12-1.
I know you're the Ford guy, the crank trigger Ford guy. So
the reason I'm always voting that is because of the sensor that it uses, right? So a 554118 3-wire Hall effect 3/4x16 sensor. Am I speaking fucking German, everybody?
Oh no, I understand.
Okay.
I was waiting for you to deliver the rest of it, or if if I'm mouth breathing into my mic, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
That's why I'm over here. I'm starting to get all old man.
The sensor's robust. There's really not a need for anything for more resolution, in my opinion, especially when you start getting up into that kind of power. That 36-1's a saw blade. Like a Ford is pretty good at flexing the.
I think we're having a tornado.
Dang.
Could you hear that?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like a bomb went off.
A 4 magnet or even more preferred would be a 12-1. But a flying magnet like never misses. A Ford is pretty well known for thrusting forward on the crank because the thrust bearing kind of sucks. So to me, that 3/4 sensor doesn't miss the flying magnet. You'll have less headache out of a 4 magnet or 12-1 than you will out of a 36-1. That's my opinion. I'll always vote flying magnet over Ferris, reluctor for crank.
And then
was that it?
Yep, that was the question.
It, right? Okay.
So yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he knows exactly what trigger setup he needs.
So he should use using coils, I'd assume.
I would think so too, because he's asking about fairly advanced crank trigger stuff. Most people don't care about the difference, so if he's there, we'll make that assumption, right?
Okay, all right.
Maybe he'll tell us.
Yeah.
is this?
I've been sitting here too long, so I have to eat.
Understood. All right, guys. What should we talk? Oh, converters. I'm like, I thought we were somewhere. Oh, we're all so bad at this. It's a really bad combination. Joe is going to go into in depth on converters.
Oh, I was just saying that there's so much about converters that I feel like that's the next thing that I want to dive into and learn, because it seems like converters are like weathermen. You can just be completely wrong and it's just expected. You know, I've seen, like, I had a car not too long ago that came in and the thing would rev to like 1800 RPM. It wouldn't go any higher. And it had like, I think it had 88 on it, 80 mil, 88, one of the two. And they just told him that it needed to make more boost is the reason it wouldn't rev any higher. And like, well, please teach me how to make this turbo make more boost at that RPM. And of course, you know, it never fails. The customer always takes side of the person that sold him the part.
Yep.
So, you know, it's the tune, you need to get it to make more boost and all that. So I kind of took it personally. I found him a converter to borrow, just like, here, put this converter in the car. And, you know, sure enough, it did everything it was supposed to do at that point. So the fact that a converter company can get a converter that wrong is just mind blowing to me. You know, I don't quite get that. And then there's just so much about converters that I don't know. I don't understand. I've seen cars that appear to work exactly the same, but you look at the way the converter flashes and the way the converter works, and it's completely different, but the outcome is the same. You know, kind of almost like the tuning window on methanol. You know, multiple ways to get the same results, and it's just something that I'm not very familiar with, and I really would like to learn a lot more about it. And it just seems like you can ruin a whole car by having the wrong converter in it. And
Oh, for sure.
being able to identify that is something I'm not comfortable enough with currently, and I want to be. So I don't know where you necessarily find that information or how you go about learning it, but that's on my to-do list for sure. I'm gonna die.
I sent you, remember a little while ago, I sent you some global files and logs.
I almost sent you a text the last couple of days, like, you sent me some stuff and I have a zillion questions and you offer to answer them, and I haven't had time to even ask you. And it's so like perfect for like the way my life currently is.
Did you happen to notice kind of like the RPM trace on some of them, like how radically different it looks than you would expect?
Yeah. That's why I said, like, the number one question that I have regarding all of the stuff that you sent me is, you know, if there's 100 questions, 98 of them are going to be converter related. So yeah, just get ready to be annoyed by me by that.
You won't bother me one bit. I always, so shameless plug for my converter guy. We're also a dealer for him. I use Cameron's torque converter services. There's a lot of companies out there that build great torque converters. I just have a really good relationship with them, and they've always nailed it, you know, with what I was after the first time, you know what I mean? Within reason. But no matter whose converter you buy, no matter who tunes your car, no matter what camshaft you buy, don't lie.
That's right. Everybody says I'm going to make 1,000 horsepower. I feel like if somebody just spits out such a round number, like on the other side of the phone, you got to be like, no, like, what are you really going to make? But yeah, nobody ever seems to tell the truth. It's not a clutch. You don't say you're going to make 1,500 horsepower, even though you're only going to make 1,000 so you can grow into it. You have to spec it for what you're going to do, at least from what I can tell so far. And it seems like that's where most people go wrong.
So like with the torque converter spec sheet that we use, like through Cameron, it says like, give me cubic inch, give me compression, give me fuel type, and how many pounds of boost is it going to make, right? And usually people are like, well, they're kind of like lost, you know what I mean? So then what I'd say is like, okay, so I just did one, we just had to do one for a guy, 430 something inch LS deal with a single 98, you know, on alcohol, and like 3,000 pounds and close ratio 3-speed. He says, you know, it should make like 2,800 horsepower. I was like, fuck it is. Like it ain't making 2,800 horsepower. You know what I mean? Like that 98 ain't going to make 2,800 horsepower. Not a legit 2,800 horsepower. You know how to offset your fucking dyno. You can make it show 2,800 horsepower if you want to, but it's not going to. It's not going to use the fuel to make 2,800 horsepower. So I said, man, if we have a converter built for you for 2,800 horsepower, you're going to hate your life. You know what I mean? So how about we build a converter for a legit 19 to 2,200 horsepower? Because that's legit where you're going to be. And then it's raceable. You know what I mean? Man, it's going to make 2,800. I'm like, who told you it's going to make 2,800? That's what the motor's good for. I said, who said it's going to make that kind of power? You know what I mean? The converter doesn't really care too much. I mean, it does, but it doesn't really care too much about like camshaft and like operating range. The turbo and camshaft are going to be what dictates your operating range. A converter, at least what we use, likes RPM, right? So like if you've got an engine that'll only rev to 7,000, your converter is going to have to be pretty tight, you know, down low. If you've got an engine that'll rev to 9,000, you can do some pretty radical shit with the torque converter. So like if you look at some of the logs I sent you, like of my own personal car, I think I sent you some stuff from World Cup. We went through the stripe at 9,300 RPM. I think I had 53 pounds of boost in the motor about like 0.8 into the run. You know what I mean? Like I was clubbing it over the head. The converter just kept taking it. And the more power I gave it early, the tighter the converter would get out the back. So there's a little bit of magic or, you know, some voodoo to it. You know what I mean? But just don't lie. Like when you're buying one, you know what I mean? Like no matter who you buy it from, just don't lie about it. And I'll be happy to answer any of your questions about torque converters. Just call me or whatever, and we'll go over it. You know, as much as I know, you know what I mean? I don't know a lot about torque converters, just enough from racing them, you know. I'm sure you got probably somebody on there on the chat that's like, no, he's an asshole. He doesn't know shit about torque converters. And, you know, Matt, you're muted.
I said, actually, no one's been complaining about converters. It's voodoo magic to them also.
Fair.
Yeah, there's people I always have said the same thing. You have to be honest with yourself and your goals. And not people can't always be that rude to you because of cancel internet culture. You can be a moron and bury a business even though you were wrong. So yeah, it's tough. But yeah, I have people like one of them is Jake's. I can talk to Jake's and tell him what I want, and he can nail it. So it's nice, like you said, you use a guy. There's same thing. There's a lot of good companies, but once you and someone else know exactly what each other wants to hear, and then a perfect product is produced, you know, why mess around? Obviously, you want to build a relationship there.
And there's some companies out there that'll nail it for a nitrous converter and suck for a turbo converter. You know what I mean? Like
it's true, yeah, too.
Turbo converters are goofy.
And that's why paying for your services and asking those questions, it works out. Right.
So not going on to Facebook and go, bro, who can hook me up with the best converter?
Yeah, you ever see that? It's like one of those Instagram reel audio where it says, don't call me for the best price. I do the best work in town. You know, I'm not the best price. So same thing. And then that woman singing that song, I love that one. Like, it costs this much because it takes me fucking hours. Yeah, exposure doesn't pay the bills, and she sings this whole thing. Yeah, that's same thing. It's incredible.
Yeah. You had other questions, Matt. What do you got?
Oh man. Maybe I'm lost on that. Jeez. All right, guys. Ask some questions. Let me look at my
I read one from the other day or yesterday, whatever. A couple people I think asked about what happened with us at Sick Week.
Oh.
Was that on this or was that?
I don't think so. Maybe it's on. I should look at the YouTube video to be honest, because I don't think I asked anything on there. Being a jerk. Let me look at them.
No. I thought somebody, like when you shared this yesterday or something, a couple people had asked that, or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it's on. See, I think that's the questions on the Facebook post.
Oh, maybe.
And then also there's ones in the video here. See comments. 27. Is there a secret Holley Facebook page for the elites other than the EFI discussion non-search bar using term X fellas?
Yes.
A lot of people say Joe is my favorite.
That's weird. Don't say that.
A couple of people said that. I'm looking forward to this show. I'm just fitting a Terminator X on a 99 Sierra. What are the best uses for the I/O in this application? I mean, you guys want to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you want the car to do?
Yeah.
What do you want the ECU to control?
Is it a track car? Because dome, CO2, or like onboard air-based boost control is a king. And then do you need to bump, and does it need a flex sensor, are pretty much the questions I would ask. Yeah, what do you want to do with it? If it's a street car, you probably want to...
The part with like Terminator X is you can just immediately burn through all the inputs and outputs, like before you even...
Yeah, well, that's where I would offer advice, like, get rid of, if you need an output, just wire in one of those thermo switches for your fans. Stuff like that. There's ways to intelligently choose what you want. And for people, like, people might not realize, you want to be able to turn, so say your wastegate's 6 pounds, and then your race tune-up has a ramp. And if there's one way you want to turn off the boost control, it's not by using inputs. You can just turn the power leg off. So this whole switch just basically turns off the controller instead of using like...
that's one of my go-tos. My secret go-tos is doing that.
I tell people to always do it because that's the quickest test also, like a sanity check. If this is off, I should run flat gate. If not, I have a mess.
So one for Devin, based almost off of the same thing. For the PDM cars that you're doing, how many outputs are you controlling that a simple relay could do, as opposed to how many are you controlling that are like doing like cool trick shit that the PDM does more than just simplify the wiring?
I guess so like you go through like the basic chassis stuff, right? So like you got fans and pumps and stuff like that, right? The thing that really shines with the PDM is that just like the ECU, you have on conditions. You know what I mean? So like you don't have to turn it on at this temperature, but you know what I mean? So like there's like a lot of it basically gives you a whole nother page of on conditions like you would have set for your output setting. You know what I mean? So like a fan, I use a fan as an example a lot just because it's the easiest thing out there and everybody's usually has one. You know what I mean? It's got to turn on and off. So like a fan, if you were to just use a standard relay, there's a good chance that you'll probably undersize it, right? Because that's usually what people do. They'll put a 40 amp relay on like a Taurus fan and it takes like 60 amps and it's usually 75 in rush and it'll settle right around 45 amp total. They'll not fuse it or they'll put a 50 amp fuse in line or something like that. And they can kind of get away with it for a little while until eventually it gets too hot and it burns up. So with a PDM, if I need 60 amps to power it, I got to use 320 amp channels. But I can set warnings on my keypads you can set warnings on the dash based off of the PDM. You can set retries, right? So like if it does trip the breaker, it'll retry it a few times and then it'll warn you like, hey man, we keep tripping this fucking breaker. And then we could also like shut it down, like shut the car down, right? So sure, you can put safeties in the ECU and kill it over X10, but if you're like me, I don't want my car to run hotter than about 180, right? Is it safe to run it at 220? Sure, you know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that I like it, So I could set a shutdown like, hey, if we've tried 5 times for this fan to restart, but our fan's just screwed, or a water pump, right? Like I do it with like a water pump. I'll set it and I'll set the PDM to shut the ignition off. Now I'm just, hey, this damn light's been flashing at me on this keypad, letting me know, and my dash letting me know, like, there's a fucking problem. I haven't pulled over. My temp gauge isn't up too high, so it's not about to boil over or something, but I should probably pull over. Oh, I didn't pull over? They just shut off. You're pulling over now. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, and again, and like I have it set to only shut off over, you know, under X engine RPM and X front wheel speed too. So like it doesn't kill it when you're going on the highway or something. You know what I mean? Some of the basic stuff that could be handled by a relay, like some of the just generic on and off, you know, there's a lot of that. You do a lot of the generic on and off with a PDM that you could do with just a basic relay. The thing that the PDM like kind of beats a basic relay at really, really well is like multiple input functionality, right? So like, hey, I want my overhead switch to turn on this item, right? And I also want my ECU to turn on this item, you know? So like, instead of having to like tag to, you know, your 12 volt from your switch plus like a 12 volt output from the ECU to hit like to trigger your relay, and then you backfeed into the ECU and you have a whole bunch of fucking problems, the PDM can just do it. You know what I mean? Like, so you have like one of the biggest, like, and it sounds so dumb, but one of the biggest and easiest features is like, if you just think about a neutral safety circuit. Neutral safety circuit's a pain in the ass. You know what I mean? Especially if you've got like 4 bump buttons underneath the hood. You know, or like, you know, one near to, what I mean by bump button is like to bump the motor over to run the valves.
Starter.
Yeah. So like, if you've got like 2 of them under the hood, one, you know, and then 2 down by the transmission, so that you can like, you know, if you're working with like a Lenco or a Liberty or something, you get a bump over there and, you know, take the Bruno drive out or something. Just something as simple as that, as like your basic neutral safety circuit. You'd be surprised at how, you know, I mean, you know already, but like how difficult it is to wire in all those different switches to all go through a neutral safety circuit to then trigger your starter. You know what I mean? And now I can turn my starter off over 400 RPM. So even if that sumbitch gets hung, or there's a problem in the circuit, or the relay fails, you know, it fails shut, it with a standard relay, now my smart wire will tell it to, hey, knock it off. You know what I mean? So
Gotcha.
there's also a lot of pretty easily built-in safety functionality, or theft deterrent functionality. You know what I mean? So because you've got a device now that won't allow the starter to work unless something that nobody knows about is done. You know what I mean? Or the ignition won't turn on unless something that somebody knows about is done, you know? So, or if they're not done in a certain sequence, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with a PDM. There's also, like I do everything, like when I do like a smart wire dominator car, I like to do everything through the smart wire, everything through the dominator. And then like the biggest benefit is that you can watch live amperage draw on a circuit, and you can set like warnings, you know what I mean? So like, hey, I want this light to flash, you know, if we start getting above this point, I want this light to flash, you know what I mean? Because like we know something's starting to die, or something's starting to get too hot, or it's going to start to die eventually. So, you know, that's the best way to look at a PDM, you know? And I've yet to have one fail. I mean, I've read the only time I personally haven't had one fail. I did deal with one that we sold. It was brand new, and it was a programming error, but every single time it hit 95 degrees, it would shut off.
Huh.
So like if you kept a fan on it, it was fine. It was fine all winter. And it was something to do with I had to deal with, like I had to get Donnie from Race Pack to remote in, and like he just couldn't figure it out remotely. But it was almost like if it gets to 95 degrees Celsius, it's supposed to be like a thermal shutdown. Like, hey, we got a big problem. Shut this thing down, right? But it was doing it at 95 degrees Fahrenheit. So like something just got programmed wrong. You know what I mean? Like when they first built the thing or whatever, when they first coded it or whatever they did. So that was the only one that was actually like hey, this thing's screwed. We got to replace it, you know? So
We just hit
Was
our
that just
10-minute
tied to that
timer.
particular unit, or was that like kind of a thing with all of them?
That was that one. That was just
Oh,
that
weird.
one. There
Weird
was
that one
a,
would get programmed different than the others.
what's that?
That says weird that one would be programmed differently than the others.
You know, honestly, I never really did follow up about what it was. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I mean, I sent it back in. They overnighted the one out to the customer. The customer was happy, so I was happy. You know what I mean? I just kind of left it. I don't really know exactly that, you know, but when we were on Team Viewer with it, like Donnie was just like, man, this has got to be like, because of the Fahrenheit Celsius thing. With the smart wire, I also did have, I think it was a total of 3 of the, like, you know, little keypads, the little 8-button keypads. There's a little dongle that plugs into the back of them. So it's like a Deutsch DT plug that's got like this little black box, and then it converts it over to that M8 plug. In that dongle is where the actual programming is. It's not in the keypad, right? So like the CAN bus programming is actually in that little dongle. I had a total of 3 of them over all these years where the dongle just wasn't ever programmed. Like it got shipped out before ever being programmed with a CAN ID. So like when it went to look for it, it was like, who are you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
you know,
that makes more sense than one randomly getting programmed for Celsius and Fahrenheit. But
yeah. I mean, like I didn't understand that one. Like once it hit 95 degrees, and it was like clockwork. You could like live, you could watch it live, and it would be like 94, everything's fine. 95 shut down. And I was like, what the hell is that about? And then I called Donnie, and he was like, no, that's Celsius. How the hell hot is it? I was like, dude, it's hot outside, but it's not 200 degrees, you know? And he's like, well, that ain't right. And he got on. He was like, I don't know what to tell you, but you know, that's what it ended up being.
The important part is they did what was right and replaced it, and all the problems went away.
Yeah, and the customer had bought it from like, so that's the other thing, right? So like I've got a pretty good reputation with Holley and with RacePack and all those, and MSD and all those companies. And like I explained to them, I was like, listen, this is my customer. I sold it to him 6 months ago, right? Or 9 months ago, or whatever it is. He didn't get around to putting it in. I literally helped him, walked him through getting this thing working 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? Like I know it hasn't been in the car for a year or whatever, you know? And that's
one of those things that goes back to buying it from a small, reputable place as opposed to Summit. Summit's never going to vouch for you that you had it sitting
on your shelf for 6 months or 9 months. Right. So like when we talked, I was like, man, I'm telling you, like, and he was like, yeah, no problem. We'll take care of it. Like, you know, just because like I was able to communicate with the company, you know what I mean? And they took care of it and they did the right thing. So yeah, but PDMs are the way to go in my opinion.
So I have a question. This guy asked it before, and he says, question for Devin. Oh, no. The first one is, Devin, why is an aviation guy telling me mil-spec connectors are junk and Amphenol is the best?
What?
So that's obviously not true.
Well, I mean, like, that statement doesn't make much sense. Because like Amphenol and Corsair are the companies that make all of our mil-spec connectors.
Interesting. So it's just an uneducated question, maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
So
it's an uneducated statement. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
mil-spec is another one of those phrases that's partially ruined cars altogether. So just quit using that term altogether.
Yes.
The world will be a better place.
Maybe they mean like cannon plugs. What would you call that? A cannon plug?
It's a cannon plug. Yeah. Yep.
That's how I've always heard. People know what you're talking about when you say cannon plug.
We use the term mil-spec connector to differentiate between the Deutsch HD30s, like those like terrible, you know, like the industrial, like you know what I mean?
The cheap firewall connectors.
Yeah, like the plastic ones, the HDP 20s and the HD30s, and Autosport. You know what I mean? So like, there's the 3 different tiers. You know what I mean? So like we use I use the term mil-spec connector as this is the middle of the road. You know what I mean? Like this is the baseline connector that we use for firewall bulkheads, unless you want to use Autosport. So, which not everybody wants to spend the money on Autosport.
Yeah.
Because that shit's high.
And then the other one was a question for Devin, because Joe has made videos on this. But what made you decide on Holley over other, you know, EMSs? And we all know every brand has pros and cons, but what were the key points that you enjoyed or liked the most for choosing Holley? You don't need to like
Yeah, real quick. I ordered Holley the day I saw in a magazine that it was going to be released. So I wound up ordering it from a guy who worked for Holley. I saw like a release article in a magazine, like it was like, hey, coming soon, you know what I mean? Whatever, Holley EFI. I had, for my personal car, I had a classic fast box in the car, and I had a fast XFI 2.0 sitting there getting ready to be put in the car. And then I see this press release about like Holley EFI, right? And I was like, oh, they're a big company. This Dominator box looks pretty fucking huge and badass. Like maybe this thing's going to be cool. You know what I mean? So I said, man, they're a huge company. They probably didn't screw this up. So I bought one and I ordered it. And at the time when they were first released, they only had LS harnesses and a flying lead. No, actually, I think they had LS harnesses, and then they had a flying lead harness, right? So like they're unterminated. So I got the unterminated harness and a Dominator, and I've kind of helped them work through some of the bugs with those those twin tower waste fire coils that they used to build, which y'all probably don't remember them. I helped them kind of figure out the how to do the verbiage for like the cam and crank setups for stuff that has an external cam and crank, you know, like that didn't have your internal reluctors like from an LS. And I started working with their first their tech department and then their engineering department and whatnot to kind of make things better. And I just had a growing relationship with them over the years and, you know, tested new products, helped them with giving them my opinion or whatever input on like product development and software development and firmware changes and yada, yada. And over the years, I've looked at all of them. Like, don't get me wrong. I've looked at all of them. And like Joe did an unbelievably good job at his video about comparing ECUs. And Joe, that's actually where like I found out about you was, I mean, I know we talked prior to that, but like, I was like, oh, look at this, you know?
It's the same. People get the point, like soup to nuts, and then they realize, you know, it's one of those things where, not to prop myself, but I made that, it's called Comprehensive Boost Control class, and I go from like poking holes and stuff to alleviate some of the reference straight up to like dome and everything else and all the connections and nuances. And people are always like, no wonder it's a loaded question when you're like, you don't know, and you ask about boost control, and you're like, well, there's this amount of mechanical facet, and then there's the ability to electronically control almost all of those physical properties. And then as the electronics get more advanced, you can manipulate the physical, like CO2, you cannot recirculate the turbo and put 50 pounds on top at the starting line like you can with CO2. So then once you see all that, you have a good grasp of it. But yeah, same thing. Like I tell
Looks like we're about to get booted in 2 minutes.
2? Well, I guess we better reconnect again. Call ends soon. Okay. We'll be right back, ladies and gents. You just sit still, and we're going to reconnect all this garbage. All right, I'm in a new meeting, and now we have to invite... We wait for the guys to show up. There's Devin. Ta-da!
Ta-da.
I got coffee, and there were Cheez-Its.
I am eating, in case anybody was giving a shit.
Ooh.
Read that?
Artesian wraps. Meat and cheese.
It's a pretty churched up name for cheese with meat wrapped around.
Yeah, meat and cheese. Oh. Come on, Joe. His internet's he's under siege, if people don't know. The lightning was pretty badass sounding.
The thunder?
Whatever. Oh yeah, so I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
The
I was
lightning.
like, how'd you hear the lightning?
You're like, wow, okay. Hey. Matt, it would be. So people have said this prior, but people say, Matt, it would be awesome if you, Joe, and Devin did these casts every chance you can.
I don't know how much time. I mean,
We'll do like one a month or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was fortunate to be able to. So like when Joe was like, "Hey, Saturday won't work for me," I was like, "Oh yeah, Friday will work for me." And then like I already told you Friday would work for me. And then like I realized I was supposed to be at a racetrack tonight.
Huh.
And I was like, "Oh, whoops, fuck!" And then like I checked like whatever. I think it was last night, and they called the race, and I was like, "Boom, that's a win." You know what I mean? Like they called it for weather, so I was like, "Oh, I'll take it." You know. So
They canceled the racing for tonight yesterday, and due to the tornado that's been blasting through here all night long, I think they made the right decision.
there's still a racer somewhere that's like, "This is bullshit. I can cancel." Like there's only 17 inches of rain on the fucking racetrack. They could dry it. You know.
One every 3 months, they said, would even be incredible. People
gotta you just have to keep up with you know, like you just gotta like let me know. You know?
asking for a day. Yeah. Not adhering to Saturdays is probably the easiest way, but that's difficult for how much Jamie and I do.
Yeah.
The shitbox says, "Pussies can't race in a tornado."
Yeah, how about it?
Oh man, what did someone was asking something. Joe's squeaky fan. Did you fix it or buy another one yet? People have asked a few times.
The squeaky fan is still over there. I did put a legit exhaust fan in the ceiling up there because I need to set up the second dyno. But I need to build the shop at my house before I can move all the lifts and stuff to have space for it. So
Nice.
I have a second dyno a mainline pro hub that literally just sits up against the wall because I don't have time or space to use it.
And then, Joe, what IPA are you drinking? As people have asked a few times.
So anyone who's watched my videos can see that our shop isn't too far from the hood. So me and Devin had talked about our past. So I just, for shits and giggles, I had to go get a 40 because I thought it would be funny, which is actually pretty disgusting. So I got the only thing that they had available, which was this Stone IPA. And nobody in the hood buys IPA, so this expired like a year ago, and it tastes like poison. So pretty much I failed all the way around on my decision here tonight. So
Which sounds exactly right if you're drinking 40s. You know?
Yeah, I took one sip of that, and I was like, nope, can't do this anymore. That was a 20-year ago thing.
Yeah. I miss my days of chugging 40s. Matt probably doesn't.
I don't think I have. Maybe I did that day with you.
Oh, I used to have a problem.
I think I've done it once with you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, I didn't drink it at all. You had me try something, and I just talked for like 10 minutes about how awful it was. I don't think I actually drank. I can't remember, but something you had me try was it was like something terrible from a hood store.
Probably Mad Dog.
I think it might have been. I don't know, something. I was just like, this is all. Why are you drinking this?
Oh, it was the knockoff. I don't remember. You probably don't remember, but like, you know, Four Loko, when it had the really good shit in it. You know what I mean? Like when it had all that like shit that was supposed to kill you in it.
Is that what you made me try? You didn't make me try, but you were like, try this.
Laura just came out to the garage to remind me that it was camo black ice.
Camo, that's what I was going to say black ice, but I was like.
I've never even heard of that one.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible.
That was like, you only got that in like.
How does Laura remember that it was
She'll remember all that.
Camo black ice.
Yeah, camo black ice. Yeah, that's you only find that in the ghettoest of ghettos. It was strong. It
sounds like that's where you would find it.
Yeah, it was like 14-something% alcohol by volume, fucking malt liquor.
It was like literally, it was like mixing carb cleaner and diff fluid together to get a drinkable viscous material, and it burned and hurt, and I could taste it for like 4 hours. Anyway, yeah.
I loved
I
it.
don't think these had the alcohol on them like years ago, but this says it's 8.2.
Yeah, that's St. Special Brew, right?
Just normal St. Ides. I think Special Brew was like the flavored pink shit for like the hood rat ladies to drink.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I don't mind getting girl drink drunk every now and again.
Too sweet. I just have like going to diabetic shock.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I haven't even had enough to drink to be drunk in probably like 8 years or something.
Yeah, same here. I actually stopped drinking a while ago after I used to get really violent. So I stopped. So now I'm not violent anymore.
I've never seen that happen.
No.
That's a joke.
I just get fun, laugh a lot, and become really honest. But there just isn't enough time in the day to do it. And then, like,
someone just said King Cobra. Oh, I remember that.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was actually between. So I told you the other day they're all like plastic 40s now. Like St. Ides was the only glass bottle one that they had. So it's probably like 13 years old.
Oh, for sure.
All of the other ones, like the Hurricanes and the King Cobras, they're all in plastic bottles, and it just I can't do that. You gotta keep it. If you're gonna get a 40, you gotta get the classic, the shit that you used to drink when you were in high school.
Yeah. Yep. We used to play Edward 40 hands. If anybody doesn't,
I was just gonna say that. I learned that from you guys.
You get. Like,
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
One person who was in the group who wouldn't play, he would duct tape the 40 ounce bottles to your hands, and you'd have to drink
like this.
Yeah, you'd have to drink both of them before you could piss.
So to do anything, yeah.
Or just be willing to piss your pants. You know what I mean?
I smell a beer and I have to piss 7 times in the first 4 minutes. I have the bladder of a 90-year-old woman.
No.
Probably not good. So, yeah, Edward 40 hands was never in my wheelhouse.
At the time, I was like the king because I could pound both 40s and like not have a problem at all. And then, I did really well. So good times. And actually, they were really bad. They were actually really bad times. So.
I guess someone had just said, you both mentioned tuning classes. Are there any updates I would love to attend?
Well, for me, my new shop has to get done first. I want to come up to Joe's place and we could do some stuff together. I just haven't had time because every free minute I have has been dealing with trying to get my new shop done, which is doesn't appear to be a lot, but it is actually quite a bit of bullshit.
Building anything is just that's like the worst thing about becoming adult is realizing you have to take care of, and to build property is just like just loading everyone's pockets for no reason.
It's fucking blows.
And then one person in your whole zip code is like, it'll block my view of the sun during the solstice, and then they deny you. And you're like, how is this possible?
So they don't give a shit about that. There's no zoning where I'm at. There's probably zoning, but like it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like I can walk out front into my front yard with a friggin' belt-fed rifle and just unload if I want to, like because I own enough property where I can do that. But like the county doesn't care where I live, and there's a reason why I live here, and that's it. So I can go outside.
My new house is on an agricultural preserve, which means I have to be like 65 feet from the property line, which just wrecked all my plans on where I wanted to put it. And then trying to go back and forth with them, like there's nothing around. It's going to back up against woods on 2 of the 4 sides. Give me 20 feet, like just trying to do anything. And like they won't answer questions like a normal human being. Everything has to be like cut and paste from like the textbook or whatever the hell that they use. Yeah. So there's like, they're clearly just trying to like cover their ass and trying to go back and forth. And I mean, it plays a role in the size and the layout. And every time you send an email asking a question, it's, a week and a half goes by before you get an answer. And every single day the price of the building goes up $30,000 because lumber and everything's going up, and it's just been a nightmare. I just don't have time to deal with it. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. So, but to get back to like, so my side of things is like with classes, is I need to get my building done first, and then I'm gonna kind of set up to do some like classroom type classes, like classroom only stuff. And then I have a curriculum that I used a while ago, and I've modified it over the years, for a class. And then once I kind of like nail that down a little better, I was going to get with Joe, and we're going to figure out something where I could come up there, or, if he wants to do the same curriculum, I'll send it to him. You do the same thing if you want to, if you don't put your own little deal on it, you know what I mean? Like make it your own, just trying to help, you know what I mean?
I'll just say from the amount of people that annihilated my phone after you said you wanted to come here, it would be 1,000% worthwhile for you just to come here. Like that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
So
yeah. A lot of people reached out to me and asked me to come out to like their shops and stuff, and like all over the country, and like, that's cool and all, but I don't know if I can do that.
People were asking,
you know what I mean? Like, I hate to sound that way. You know what I mean? Like, I feel bad about having to hit somebody for X amount of dollars in order for me to be able to come out to like the middle of the country to do something.
You're going to have a day in traveling. You're going to have a day on traveling home. And how many days is it going to take you to teach them, which is going to be different for every person.
Sure.
And then after you go through all that, you're going to feel the need, if you're a decent human being, you're going to feel the need to give them kind of some support after the fact.
Yep.
So let's just be conservative. We're going to say you're going to have 2 weeks of your life tied up in helping this one person. Like, what dollar figure can you put on that that's worth your time, that doesn't make them want to, shoot up your house with a, machine
right.
gun? It's a lose-lose situation.
So, that's why when I said, like, I think even when I made that post, I didn't even ask you first. I was just like, he'll either say no or yes. I don't know. And, but the reason being is because like you and I get along good, and like I think that it would be good because we both do the same shit. We can learn from each other, and we can teach a group of people well. I did a bunch of classes at my old engine builder's shop, my previous engine builder shop, and we did classroom stuff for the majority of the day, and then we would finish the day out on the dyno. And what I'll say is the dyno was not a good learning tool for people. And a lot of
people want to see the dyno because a lot of people attending those classes have never been around it. And for them just to watch a car make a 400 horsepower, one pole on the dyno is worth whatever it is that they spent to like see that real time. I get why people want to see that, but I think the classroom environment is a far better learning tool when it comes to that.
Absolutely. So like what I did with the classes that I taught previously was I worked up a curriculum, right? And like anybody who's been to one of my previous classes, as far as I know, every single person that came to our previous classes learned a lot and was very happy and was very, they all said the same, hey, I got way more than my money for what you did for us, right? So, which was my goal, right? My goal was like, it's going to be X amount of dollars, and I want to make sure that you walk away with at least double that worth of knowledge, right?
And that's part of the advantage of bringing a bunch of people to you as opposed to going to each person individually, is you can charge the individual people a small amount of money when there's a whole bunch of them, as opposed to having to charge one person a whole bunch of money to teach them, by themselves.
So with the class deal, for at least in my opinion, and the way I would do things, like if I'm doing them here at my place, or if I come up there and we do them together up there, we'll work out, how we do things. But what I did in the past was I built a curriculum, and then I put that curriculum on a flash drive, and I put that in like whatever. I think we were doing like 20 or 25 people per class at my old engine builder shop. And so everybody got a flash drive. I had a questionnaire for everybody through email, like a couple weeks prior to each class. And I got a feel for every single person that was going to be in the class like there was a questionnaire, like they had to fill out, like, how well do you know this, blah, blah, blah. And then I feel as if, and maybe people can, chime in that may have been to one of my classes in the past, but I feel as if I did a pretty good job at trying to make everybody be engaged. And that's the biggest problem with teaching a class. And if you're watching this and you are interested in learning in a classroom setting about fuel injection or race cars or anything, no matter who it's from, it doesn't matter whose class you're going to, you need to be engaging, right? So like you need to engage in the class. Like don't leave your ego aside, right? So it doesn't matter. You're not going to ask any stupid questions. Oh, you might ask some stupid questions. All right, fuck it. You probably ask some stupid questions, but it doesn't matter because the guy next to you wants to ask the same stupid question. You know what I mean? So it's not that you're the stupid guy who asked the stupid question. You're the guy with the nuts who said, hey, I don't know this shit. Can you teach me? Which is the only way you learn, right? So like if I'm telling you, you have to do 1, 2, and 3, or you have to do 2, 3, and 4, but you have no idea what number 1 is, there's no point in even talking about it. You need to know what number 1 is. You know what I mean? So if you're going to go to a class, make sure that you're engaged. Ask questions. All the classes I did, I think we did a total of, I think we did like 20 something classes, right? I think it was 21, I think. I don't remember exactly. But anyway, out of all the classes, the best students I had were all the ones that asked questions. They were all the people that spoke up. You know what I mean? So, and then at the end of the class, what we were doing is we would go on the dyno and we kind of go over fuel flow and how to estimate horsepower and, kind of get an idea on how to build base files like that. It was a huge waste of time. The dyno was a huge waste of time. It's a dick measuring contest. The way that I will do it from here on out, at least here at my place, one, I don't have a dyno here yet, but we're probably gonna alleviate that problem at PRI this year. When I come and bother you at the mainline booth, I'm probably just gonna buy a dyno at PRI. But two, what I'll probably do is set up an ECU, you know what I mean, like with a big screen, and make people download from it, you know what I mean, and make them, understand that. So when I did classes in the past, I just did like my Holley EFI tuning class, and I didn't consider it a intro. I didn't consider it an advanced. I didn't consider it anything. I just said, this is Holley EFI fucking 101, I guess, right? Well, it was amazing to me how many people were like, well, I'm already really good at this, so like I want an advanced class. And I'm like, you're probably not very good at this. You know what I mean? Like, you think you're very good at this, but you're probably not very good at this, And a guy actually came out, a guy and his buddy flew out from Oklahoma, and he's become a good friend now, right? His name is Derek Kelly. Him and his friend Jeff, they flew out from Oklahoma to come to my class. And when they left, Derek reached out to me when they got back home, and he was like, dude, that was the best money we ever spent. At first, before we got there, we were hoping to learn one thing. We left learning a lot of things, and it's going to help us race. And I was like, okay, good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. He was already out winning races. He was already using Holley EFI, but he came to my intro, my 101 class. What I was getting at is that it doesn't really matter how good you think you are at something. Just like we've said over and over again, we can learn from everybody, right? So like I've been doing this for a really long time. You've been doing this for a long time. Matt, been doing this for a long time. We can look at something that somebody who just started yesterday put in their computer. We can look at it and go, well, God, I didn't know you could do that. And he just did it by accident. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So as far as classes go, I'll probably be to the point of starting to do that in the next, hopefully in the next like month and a half or so. So, and the people that have asked me about like coming to my place here in South Carolina, I'm going to do a lot of them. I'm going to make sure that we just kind of get everybody covered. So
I would do dyno, after lunch, because once you feed a bunch of people that have done book work all morning, they're like, I can watch them, nod because they had lunch. So it was a way to, and then also I feel like some people, they can only learn, they can only absorb so much out of like sitting at a laptop or looking at a screen or you showing them. Once you start showing them stuff in action, like you said, it's a dick measuring contest, but I would encourage people coming to the class to bring their project cars. And I would say, hey, we may use your car. So if someone had like a simple all motor setup, we would put it on and we would show people, you know, how making a bunch of changes can hurt the motor, but not change your horsepower number, and vice versa. And then we would usually put on like a mild or wild turbo car, and we would show similar, like how to look for issues before you go to the dyno, making sure your boost controller works, giving them stuff like I was saying to Joe earlier, teach them that you can turn off the boost controller without using inputs and stuff. You just cut the power. And like I said, you know, I would give a bunch of preferential things that I like to do, and people are like, well, that sounds like what I want to do. They just don't know it, or they couldn't articulate it, or they didn't know it was an option until I said that's easy, and then I could show people. So the physical and visual aspect of seeing the car and looking at where a boost controller is installed and not screwing yourself over on simple things, I think was pretty rewarding. To play devil's advocate with what you guys said, that the dyno is not useful.
Well, no, I mean, for me, I mean, I'll have a car here that you'll be able to look at all that kind of stuff and understand how it works. And I'm also going to have some engine parts that you can look at so you can understand how timing works, because that seems to be a big fucking problem for a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Well, that makes sense for like your customer base, I would assume, is not plug and play LS stuff. It's going to
I'm saying like people don't understand what timing is.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they don't understand the mechanical, what timing is. Like, what is the time, right? So is 10 degrees, what is, that's just a number. They don't really know what that means, right? So they don't know that it's 10 degrees of crankshaft rotation before the piston comes all the way up, right? And if we start the fire 10 degrees earlier, we have X amount of more cylinder pressure. The reason we burn holes and shit is because we didn't have enough fuel to continue to burn. So it looks for something hot. So what I like to do is give a visual of like, here's a piston, here's a sleeve, you know, a cylinder, right? Here's a cylinder head, and it comes up here. It's just kind of like a visual thing where people, once they see it, they're like,
oh yeah, of course.
Well, fuck, that's how it works. Because there's a lot of people that have got these things in cars that are already running that don't even know that like the cam spins at half the speed of the crank. Like I'm not.
I get it. Once you understand that stuff, you can better picture the tuning aspect of it. Yeah. Right. What I would also do is a suggestion for you guys is I do the learn at your own pace, because I used to do like a base entry class and then I used to do an advanced class like 1 week after the other. So what I started to learn was, you know, people would be like, well, I don't know that much, I'm going to basic. And then they knew everything. So it was not a good value. So what I started to do then, it was learn at your own pace. And I'm like, does everyone agree to that? Because what we'll do is if only 1 or 2 people don't get it, we're going to move on really fast. And that way everybody gets the most out of this class. So, you know, you start like, do you guys understand basic this? And like, and I would just choose people and be like, explain it. Because people don't like to say they don't usually. But I had pretty good luck with just getting people to talk and ask questions, because then we just move real fast. If everybody gets it, poo. And then I'm like, just ask questions. Just raise your hand and ask questions like it's 5th grade. So people would be like, I want to know how to do boost by mile an hour. And I want to know the different ways to do it so I can make a better decision on it. You know, or if they ask a simple question, I'll elaborate like that. I'm like, he means this. Right. And I'll say it usually a bunch of different ways so everybody can get on board, and then I'll show them strategy or whatever. But yeah, so you might like that too, instead of having any basis just flying along with what everybody can keep up with.
Well, see, the way I did it in the past is like I said, with a 101, the problem I had was that everybody was like, man, I'm super advanced and I know what I'm talking about and I know what I'm doing. And then you put them into 101 and they're like, they don't know shit.
Yeah, I understand that.
You know what I mean? So like what my thought process was is, hey, we're going to do a 101. And in order for you to be able to do an advanced class, you better have been able to take 101. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The other thing I did also was I sent everybody home with homework from all my classes.
Fuck that! I'm never paying you.
Well, you didn't have to do it.
No, I know. Just
there was a flash drive, and on it was a bunch of global files that were intentionally screwed up because people learn better from fixing problems. You know what I mean? Like, I feel as if people will learn more by fixing problems. So like the hope was like, hey, we just spent the day together for me teaching you how to do things. Then when you get home, if you're still into it or whatever, here, fix some problems, right? So like, here's the flash drive. They're named like, find the problem with fuel, find the problem with timing, find the problem with injectors.
oh yeah, there's value there for sure.
So, and then I get, then I also had, chassis setups info and whatnot.
Someone goes, Joe, drink that nasty 40. And he goes, I'll shit my pants. I'm sorry. You were in the middle of something serious and I'd start laughing.
What I tell people when it comes to tuning is if I could take everything I know about tuning out of my brain and implant it into yours, that teaches you 2% of what's really involved in tuning the car. 98% of it is figuring out how to identify and what to do when shit isn't wrong, which is a majority of the time. And the struggle with that is it's primarily experience. So you got different types of people. You got the mechanical engineer guys, you got the computer nerds, you got the math guys, and they all might take different approaches. Then you got someone like me that's just stupid, and the only reason I know what I know and I can get through these things is because I've been around it a long time and I've experienced a lot of garbage. And I've always worked by myself, with the exception that I had a guy that worked for me for a while that did some mechanical stuff. But when it came to troubleshooting, tuning, and whatnot, it's just been me. And things are different when you don't have a safety net. Like, you don't have somebody else to fall back on. You don't have a boss that's like, all right, man, I've spent 3 weeks on this. I can't figure it out. Can you come in and save me? Like, when you have to figure it out on your own, that's where you really start learning stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I've been to several different tuning classes. The first one I ever went to was in Texas. It was at, what's it called? EFI University.
Yep.
And it was their basic, like EFI 101. And at that point, I've been tuning cars for quite a while. And it was ironically one of the most discouraging things I've ever been to, because I went to it and for the very first part of it, I was really bored. Like, this is a fuel injector. It opens, it sprays fuel. I'm like, trying not to fall asleep. And then once I really started like diving into it, I thought I had a pretty good handle on it all. And then I realized there was so much that I didn't know. Like, why do you need more fuel when the engine's cold? And what is the fuel doing when the engine is cold? And then it starts getting into like the kind of like nerdy scientific stuff. I'm like, oh wait, there's far more to this than I thought. And then I've been to some other tuning classes. Like I went to so if you've ever been to New Jersey, it's the worst place in the world.
That's where I was born.
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah.
Or hopefully you don't hate me now as a result of saying that.
No, New Jersey's a terrible shithole. Yeah.
I hate New Jersey. So anyways, I went to this Motec class. I had Motec in my car at the time, and regardless of how you feel about Motec, there's a lot of cool shit that goes on in it, and it's really complex, and there's some nerdy stuff. And if you find tuning interesting at all, like you in theory should find that interesting. So I went to New Jersey, got a hotel, went to this Motec class. It was 2 days. So we were 3 days in a hotel room, and I left and I was so disappointed in the class. Like, it really felt like the person teaching the class was just pushing F1 on every screen and, just reading from the manual. I'm like, I could have done this in my living room. Like, this is really bad. And then as far as like the class teaching on the dyno, I always encourage people kind of away from, like, basically like you were saying, it's tough. Like if you want to show somebody like what happens when you throw a couple degrees of timing in something and whatnot, like there's some value to that. But if you want to teach a class and you want to put 4 different cars on the dyno in one day and teach people, like, what are you really going to teach them? You're spending the whole day strapping cars down. So as far as like doing the class stuff with you, like if he'll give me an excuse to go south, I'd love to come to your place and do it. As far as you coming here, we would immediately, I don't know how many spots we would sell, but it would sell out instantly. Like, you know, it makes all the sense in the world for you to come here and do that. And I think there's value in the live training stuff, but my approach to the training, you might have seen me plug in a couple videos. I have a website, it's called Tune the Trilogy, which is basically Sniper, Terminator X, and then the HP Dominator software. You know, I'm pretty deep into the middle of all of it, is going to be like essentially like an online training.
Okay.
So it's going to be like, you know, screen share, walk you through how to do it, and kind of start from square one. Like, I don't know how to turn my computer on. Like, what does 12 volts mean? And try and progressively go from there. And then with the dyno, the way I have it all envisioned in my head, I think it should be really awesome for a lot of people, because rather than sitting here and watching somebody strap a car down and make 2 pulls and then it's time to go home, like when it makes sense to show what the software is going to do on the dyno, then we'll transition to that and show live screening of the dyno screen. And one of the other huge advantages of the mainline dyno is the steady state control is going to give you real-time horsepower and torque. With the HPs and Dominators, I can currently launch all the CAN bus data from the ECU to the dyno, so we can overlay that on the screen. We're working on Sniper and Terminator X right now, so that'll be helpful. So basically what I have envisioned is probably going to be like a 2-year project for me to do it all and film it all and set aside the time to do it. But I just don't see how it wouldn't be hugely beneficial to people. And then when it comes to the class stuff, you can see between the 3 of us, we all have a completely different approach as to how we would tune it, or how we would teach it rather. So I always encourage people, don't just pick one person and take everything that they say and run with it. Like, take 9 different tuning classes and feel out how 9 different people do it, and then build your own, you know, style out of all of those. And like I said earlier in this, with the whole, like, there's 45 different ways that you can come up with the same injector pulse width. Like, there's so many different ways that you can tune cars, that it doesn't mean that I'm right and you're wrong, or vice versa, or whatever. So just the more of it you can consume, the better.
Oh yeah.
And I just feel the way that I want to present the information, you can't have people come here for 2 weeks, and then at the end of the 2 weeks, you're still going to feel like you left them with nothing. So not nothing, but there's still going to be stuff that you wish you would have covered and whatnot. So I'm not sure how I'm going to price it or what that's going to do. But even if you get your car, quote unquote, professionally tuned, I mean, the person tuning your car is, depending on where you go, they might spend 2 hours, they might spend 4 hours, they might spend a day on it, they might spend 2 days. But I get asked pretty frequently, like, how much time would I spend on my own car if I was tuning it? And the answer is, as long as I own the car. Like, the tuning never stops. So if you're going to pay somebody to tune your car, you got to understand that they're going to do, if you get your car tuned in the middle of summer, it's 120 degrees outside, they're going to do their best educated guess on what the car is going to do when it's negative 10 degrees outside. Yep. But they're not there. They're making the adjustments for it. So if you really want the most out of your car, and you really want the most out of your investment into putting an EFI system on your car, you really need to be able to learn how to do some of it yourself. Like, I get how people are intimidated by, like, the primary shaping of the fuel curve and the ignition timing and all of that. But for the 150 different adder and modifier tables in there, you would really benefit by, if you're not comfortable, like, bang out like 2% at a time. Take out 2% and add 2%. Like, see what happens and make changes. So the way I'm planning on doing all that and whatnot, it's hard to find the time to do it. But again, like I said, the way I envision it in my head, I think it should be really cool for a lot of people. So it's probably the thing that I'm most excited about right now. So I really hope I can find some time to make it come together sooner than later.
So you're going to make it like a subscription service, or like a download this?
So it's going to be a one-time fee. So I've actually ironically bought courses on how to make a course. Mm-hmm. And so what they recur, some of refer to the subscription stuff as like a drip service, where it's like I give you a little bit now, and then next month I give you a little bit and a little bit. But I mean, if you're somebody, you just lost your job and you got 3 months while you find another one, and you can sit in front of the computer for 14 hours a day, like why restrict you on that?
Right.
And I just, over the course of, I find a car that has a problem, and I can sort of walk you through, okay, this is why I thought something was wrong. Here's how I went about troubleshooting it. Here's what I found. Here was what I thought the solution was. And then here are the results of that. I think that's the stuff that's invaluable. And there's just no possible way to teach that in like a classroom setting.
No, you're right. You're 100% right.
You could, I have suggestions for you then, Joe. If when we're done, I can go over. I use this service. I haven't updated it in a while. I just don't have time, but I've thought about it a bunch of times. But it's called Vimeo, and you can put up videos and do a price structure. And so people can buy video by video, like they can buy an entry one and be like, I don't want to watch this, so they don't have to buy the others. Or you you can change them by like chapters and series, because I put up Mega Squirt and HB Tuners videos years ago, and I want to get and maybe even delete all of those and only do stuff that's newer, since the old stuff is pretty old and I don't really want people using that. But you can easily say like diagnosis, and then you upload a video like you were saying that's literally just tracking an issue mechanically and then through software and identifying back and forth, and you can just label it as such and then put troubleshoot videos on there, so people have a handle on it, but when they have a problem they can't get a handle on it, so then they can watch, or you can set a price that says buy all my videos for $400. And that can be, so you can build a subject and leave it alone for a year and someone can buy all those. Or you can set even an overall price for everything I ever publish you can view for this fee.
That's the way it's currently set up, is you buy everything that I'm going to upload from here until I die. And then I want to back it down. Like if you don't know how to do boost control, like you can buy just the boost control section. And then obviously there's going to be an incentive. It's going to make more sense to buy the whole course as opposed to just buying the individual sections.
Yes.
And then the other thing that I've already, both of you guys, I haven't had an opportunity to reach out to yet, but I have sponsors for this class already. And the objective with sponsors is, if you prove, you basically like show your receipt that you purchased the course, and then now you're able to get discounts through the sponsors of the course. In which case the objective there is the price of the course you're going to get back. So the course is going to be free if you take advantage of what the sponsors have to offer. We already have like 5 or 6 sponsors. The cool part about being in this industry for a long time is you make a lot of connections. So some things just fall into place without you really having to put a lot of effort into it. But like Mainline is on board. There's a handful of other companies. I don't know. Like I said, I'm in a weird position where the amount of people asking me to tune their cars, I can't physically do that many cars, and you feel bad, and you want to help everybody, and you can't. So this is, kind of, I feel like my solution to that problem. And,
teach a man to fish.
Teach people to do it themselves.
Yeah.
And then, we'll, do probably like a private Facebook group or something, wherever the platform ends up being, to where like if you're in the course, like now you can ask questions in this group of people that are, you don't have to deal with all of the bullshit that you deal on the public Facebook groups. It's not the same question over and over and over and over again. And you ask a simple question, you got 300 people telling you you're an idiot. So I think there'll be a lot of value in that group. And then, obviously it goes without saying that it'll be a private group for the people that have purchased the courses, but then, there's other people that will be very beneficial to be in there from like the technical support side of things. So if I had to guess, a majority of those people will probably, hopefully, end up being sponsors, and, they'll get benefits on the other side of it by helping and whatnot. And it's all about everybody establishing relationships and working together. And I don't know. Again, the way that I picture it in my head, it's probably a 2-year project and it'll never end. But if it goes half as well as what I'm picturing in my mind, I think it'll help out a lot of people. So I'm pretty excited about it.
That's awesome. I got 2.
I'm in. Let me know give me a call sometime. We'll talk about it. We'll figure out how I can help.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have you be part of it.
I got 2 for Devin here if he's ready.
Oh, boy.
And
I'm ready. I'm reading through some of these.
I'm looking at the YouTube ones.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't reading this shit. All right, let me get off this.
I can't read and do this at the same time. I'm not smart.
Yeah, I was like kind of like glancing at it, and then like I just saw a whole bunch about bed linens and ice cream, and I was like, oh, whatever.
That's why I guess I'm the IT guy. I can look at all that and read it, and I have like 17 things open. I should send you a screenshot of what it looks like. You probably.
Yeah, no, I got like a squirrel brain. Like Laura will be talking to me mid-sentence, and like my phone will go off, and I'll look at it, and like I have no idea what she just said.
Well, one is, why does Devin avoid talking about concentric twisting of wires at all costs? Is it something the general population doesn't need? Are they too stupid, or both?
Yes.
It's
just not something that really needs to be like
it's like pie cuts.
Joe, you've built harnesses before, right?
Oh, Joe was frozen there for a second.
Oh, so you've built harnesses before, right?
Yeah.
You've concentric twisted them.
I have concentric twisted sub harnesses and things and whatnot. I've never done a full twisted harness because holy shit, my thing with the way a lot of race car wiring goes is it's a race car. It's not a spaceship. Like I'm all for doing things nice and whatnot, but you got to draw the line somewhere,
No,
you don't need a $50,000 harness for your $3,500 drag car. I think the twisting stuff is really cool looking, and there's the wiring stuff like interests me to no other. I'm not organized enough for it, and I don't have the patience for it, so I don't want to do it unless it's for myself. But man, I just feel like you'd be quadrupling the amount of time you would have into a harness if you twisted everything.
Well, I'll say this: the reason why I don't ever do any videos on how to concentric twist stuff is because it's not just like, hey, you do this and then you're done, right? Like this is how you do it. That's not how it works, right? So it all depends on like, what is your core diameter, right?
Well, you add one additional wire to the harness, and the math of all of the layers changes.
So, right, and say all of your paperwork was written up on, or like all your pre-planning was written up on like a core of 3 20-gauge slant 32 Tevzel wires. And you started all that paperwork on that, and then you realize, like, wait, these aren't 20 gauge, these are 18. You're fucked. Start over. Throw all that information away, start over. What I mean by a core is that the first couple wires that are going to go into your loom, right? So like if you just imagine like a 6-foot length of a harness, right? So in the middle, you've got a core. Then you've got layer 1, and then you've got layer 2 going the opposite direction. You've got layer 3.
You don't put all of the wires in a drill and just spin all of them at the same time?
No. Contrary to popular belief, no. So like if anybody was going to ever like make a video on how to, it's either got to be like Joel, which like he's just so, I like Joel a lot. He's just really awkward. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he'd be very good at trying to educate others on how to do it, unless they were like his employees and he's teaching them. Like, I could see that.
Joel claims that I'm the reason he got into wiring.
Really?
Which is the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my whole life. Like, the only thing I've ever done wiring-wise that I'm proud of is when I put 8 injectors on my Honda for the first time. Like, I made a sub-harness for the injectors with a DTM connector on the end of it, and like, the 8 injectors going to that connector looked really good, and then everything else was just pure garbage. And he claimed, I don't know, he probably just says that to me, so I'll like buy stuff from him or whatever. But he claims that like played a big role in him getting into wiring, and now he's like on top of the world when it comes to that stuff.
Oh, he's a very bad dude when it comes to that stuff. So like it wouldn't be right for me to teach. Like I'm not going to teach or make a video like teaching people how to do that when I'm chomping at the bit for Joel too, right? Like so I know how to do it, right? Like I know how to do it, right? But
do
like
you twist like if I brought my car to you to build an engine harness, would it be twisted, or is it like I'll twist it, but it's going to be an extra, $1 million?
The majority of it, like, so it depends on what it is, right? So like, and I don't know how Joel does like a whole car or like some of these other guys do whole cars, but like, I'm kind of like 50-50 on how I do things, right? So like, it really depends on the car and the application. Your main engine harness would be twisted, right? So like your main engine harness. So the way I wire a car is a little different than the way other people wire cars, but I want your main engine harness to be kind of alone. Like I don't want anything else wrapped up in it, right?
Yeah.
And I guess the way I look at it is, I've worked on enough cars where like, hey, all the auxiliary shit stays the same. You know what I mean? But like, we went from a small block nitrous combo to a big block 5.3 bore space 903. Well, shit. Okay, we need a whole new engine harness, right? That's the last thing that I put in the car. That unplug, take that out, toss that to the side. We build you a new engine harness. We're done, right? Or if we go from the bulkhead connector out, to the engine bay, right? Like a lot of your chassis stuff, it to be honest with you, the majority of this shit is all twisted just because it's a force of habit. You know what I mean? Like, but you're talking about like, it's not like, Joel posted up pictures of like a layup of like 172 wires and blah, 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 blah. But what like you don't see is that thing's only like 3 feet. You know what I mean? Like when you're doing a whole car and it's like a full bodied car and it's not like some, whatever, like road race deal that he's dealing with, like, Formula One or whatever, where the ECU is like literally bolted to the engine or whatever the hell they do. Right.
They got 16 different bulkhead connectors throughout the whole layer of the car. So when the door falls off,
right,
off the side of a mountain, they just, they got this much harness to replace. Like,
right.
Yeah.
So like when you're doing like a whole car, I try to do as little break points as possible. And, in the chassis, if I'm doing the chassis stuff, I keep the chassis stuff separate from the auxiliary EFI stuff. So like when I'm talking, like if it gets twisted, you might be talking about like 12 and 14 gauge wire getting twisted to like lights, fuel pumps, water pumps, fans, that kind of stuff. Yeah, the harness is done. Am I going to put 8 filler wires in there to make the proper second layer? No, I'm not, because the customer does not want to see that bill for no reason. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense, right? So like your engine harness, yes, it'll be done the way it is supposed to be done and concentric twisted properly. The auxiliary stuff, it depends on like sub harnesses, right? So like if we're talking about like hey, all this stuff goes down by the transmission and whatnot, sure, I'll build you a whole sub harness. It'll be concentric twisted. But I don't go out of my way to go adding, well, I'm 1 wire over. Okay, well, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to change the layup a little bit. I'm going to fit that 1 wire in. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm going to do. You know what I mean?
The first time I saw a lot of info about that, or someone doing it in depth, was actually Rob Dom's video. And as soon as he showed wrapping like 24 extra wires into the harness to get the no valleys or have the diameter perfect, I was like, what a gigantic waste of time and everything else. Like, so you're trying to make I don't know, just the whole point of that makes no sense to me, to throw 10 pounds of copper at something so it looks smooth, but then you have boots and glue everywhere that don't look smooth. Who the hell cares?
So the whole point of it really isn't necessarily about its visual.
Well, yeah, but the EF thing, like, right, the interference and whatever else.
Well, the way I look, the way I explain to my customers is like when I build an engine harness, it's a concentric twisted engine harness. You're not going to have a problem with this. We can unbolt it from here and here, and we could also tow your car with it. I know that sounds stupid, but that thing is strong, right? So it's super flexible, right? You can tie that.
Flexibility is the biggest advantage, I think. That
Flexibility.
Yeah, really. The sad reality is most people want a twisted harness so they can post pictures on Instagram. They don't really care about the functionality of why it's twisted.
Right. Well, yes, and that's why I'm reasonable, and you know, like I've worked on enough cars to know that like this is not a necessity to do. So you know what's funny is like a while ago, Joel put up a bunch of those Formula One harnesses for sale. They were like takeouts, right? So I bought one of them. It was pretty sloppy.
I bought a Motec. I don't remember what it was from. It was something. It wasn't F1, but it was something like. It was on eBay, and I found it, and I had no use for it. I'm like, I want to buy this just to take it apart and look at it and see what they did.
Yep.
It's actually really nice. I wasn't disappointed, but there's always elements in everything of like, oh wow, they did this like that. I wouldn't have expected that, but
right.
And I went to I was kind of surprised. I went to Joe Gibbs Racing for a week and welded a bunch of titanium for one of their aerospace projects. And they gave me the tour of the place, and everything that I pictured about like a NASCAR team was so far off compared to what that was. I mean, they had to have been building, like I figured a NASCAR team, I don't know, they probably got 7 or 8 chassis there or whatever. And there was like 150 and several hundred employees, and they had like an engine room that just had engine. Like you couldn't fit a piece of paper between. There had to have been $150 million worth of engine there.
Yeah,
engine dynos and chassis dynos and wind tunnels. It was crazy. But where I was shocked was their wiring room. I mean, you probably would have had a boner for, you'd still have a boner now looking at that, and just everything's twisted, hundreds zillion dollars in every connector and boot and whatnot. And I'm like, there's all this cool stuff, and I'm not a wiring guy, but for whatever reason, like if you gave me the choice of where I could hang out for the next 3 months, it would just be right here in this wiring room.
Right.
Just crazy. Like, these cars run for one day and then they basically chop it up and throw it away. And then, how much time, effort, and money goes into a wiring harness. Like, you can't help but think, obviously you would never do this, but if you just bought like middle of the road connectors and like plugged it in and like plugged it into this sensor, like there's probably a 99% chance that would survive for the one-day race that they're going to do with it. But, they build it as if it is going to last until the end of time. And it's just cool as shit. And you see all these, like, literally, like, you see, like, 700 engine harnesses, like, all twisted and wired up and laid out. And, the ones over here have been heat shrink, and these ones are still raw. And, like, oh, man, it's just... I don't know why the wiring stuff is always what I'm drawn to. It's weird that I choose not to do it because I like it so much.
Well, you know what's what the way you just said it is like, man, how would you spend that much money? But like you're only going to run it for one day. And I look at like when I do cars for customers the same way is like whether it's just a street cruiser. To me, it'd be the end of the world if I found out that something I did left them on the side of the road, right?
Oh, absolutely. Like 100% get it and understand it. I didn't say that from the standpoint of like, wow, they're really overdoing it. It's just.
Oh, no. I'm saying for everybody watching this, that but then like that one day of them running is the same thing for me as that one grudge race for, whatever, 4.5 seconds, but there's 30 or 40 or $50,000 on the line. And yes,
I mean, with the NASCAR stuff, I'm sure it's millions,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm like peanut level. Like we got guys that are running for like 50 grand in 4 seconds, right?
Yep.
But these dudes are running for like 50 million worth of, corporate money and sponsorship and all that kind of shit. It's like, well, I kind of understand, you cross your T's and you dot your I's a couple times,
Yeah. I mean, that's why I have no idea what it costs to say it's 50 grand for a harness. If you lose X amount of millions because you didn't spend 50,000, like that was just a really stupid decision on your part.
Right.
And especially like even like the aviation stuff, it's like you buy this $70 zillion bulkhead connector and you connect the harness, and then the first time you disconnect that harness, you throw the whole thing away. Like,
Yep.
There's so many levels of that stuff that's just like mind blowing on like just the way it all works.
Oh yeah.
So we only got like a little bit of time left on the thing. I say this, but I have to load everybody because they haven't been here for 5 hours and 16 minutes. But I have to make a new meeting because it's going to run out. But everybody can just sit and watch, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Holy shit, it's been that long. Wow.
Keep pasting links. Keep pasting links. Yes, guys, I'll keep updating everybody. Apparently, Google and other messaging services for like video calls, they limit your calls now to 40 minutes. You have to pay extra to get more than 40 minutes worth of teleconference time on all of these free services now. We're stealing all the internets.
It's a scam.
$8 a month to not connect 5 times.
Yeah.
Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, here was a good one. Someone asked this. This is good because it does so much and you're a proponent of using so much of a dominator. But it says, I'd be curious for Devin, is there anything a dominator doesn't do that you wish it could?
How much time you got, buddy? No. Yeah, there's a few things. I would like open CAN buffs. Open CAN communication. That'd be pretty sweet. Is there things that it could do, right? So I wish it had 16 built-in low impedance injector drivers that were like if I had like my wish list, I wish it could be like, I don't know, fucking 416 amp. You know what I mean? Like
No,
like
yeah,
instead of,
it means anything.
like a 16.4 driver, if it was even possible.
If
know
you
what I
wish
mean?
it had a robotic arm that could disconnect the battery, anything.
Well, it would be nice that if it had 16 injector drivers built in. That's something that I wish it could do. I wish that you could. I wish every connector on the ECU was like J3 and J4, where it has inputs and outputs on the same connector. J4 is my favorite connector because it's got frequency speed inputs as well as a whole bunch of ground and power outputs and 5-volt, 20-volt, and thermistor inputs. So J4 is my favorite connector. I wish every single connector was J4.
That's the transmission one, right?
I don't know.
J4?
I don't know. I don't deal with.
I know. I think that's
when's the last time you wired up a electronically controlled auto trans?
because J1 and JB are engine, and then there's J2, A and B, and those are IO, and then J3 is drive-by-wire, and then J4 is automatic transmission.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. To be honest with you, the last time I did like a 4L80 was like a couple years.
Well, it's what other people might not realize. If you have unused pins on a dominator, you can choose to use them for anything. So if you have a terminator and you want to use all those unused pins on the drive-by-wire or transmission, you can't.
Right.
So that's the other advantage of jumping up.
the other thing that I wish that the Dominator would do that it doesn't, as far, this is again more because most of what I do is I wire and program and whatnot. I wish the drive-by-wire stuff wasn't locked out. Like for J3, you can't use like the force motors.
No, because it's assigned to drive-by-wire. Yeah, that's what people were saying. Max ECU and some other ones are nice because if you don't use the pin at all, you can address it as anything, but Holley's trying to protect people from shoving IAC power into a coolant temp sensor and whatnot.
Well, the other thing is my rebuttal to that when people say, well, Max ECU does this. Well, you kind of have to, because like you don't have 60 inputs and 40 outputs.
Yeah.
So you better be able to make them programmable to do other things because you don't have the pin count. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's all there is to it.
It's hard to describe to people like how large a Dominator is, and it's just this giant row of 35 pin connectors. It's obscene.
It's like a piece of plywood.
Right. Yeah, it's heavier than it's like a piece of slate or brick.
So that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of other ECUs that like do that kind of stuff. So like you can make whatever pin you want it to be, whatever do whatever you want it to do. Well, cool, but you only have 20 of them. You know what I mean? So like you came up with 20 different things that you could do with those pins. What about the 60 other things I wanted to do? You know what I mean? Like you don't have the pins, where a Dominator does. Something else. Let's see. I really like the idea, and I also hate the idea of output testing. I know that this is like a hot topic for everybody, but I like the idea, right? But this kind of falls back into like my disdain towards the LS crowd, right? Which is like, I plugged it in, it should all just work. You know what I mean? Like, I wish people would just like be more apt to want to be educated on the topic as opposed to like, I press this button and this one's going clicky clicky. You know what I mean? Like, how much punch a meter? You know what I mean? Like, learn how to use a meter and maybe, life would get a lot better. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that like your relationship's going to get better, but I'm just like, you at least understand what the hell your race car is doing, So I do like it, but I don't at the same time, because I kind of think it's just kind of a crutch,
Like I mentioned, the big one for me is if I could turn off individual injectors and individual coils, like
that I agree with. Turning them off.
Yeah, if you can let me turn them off, that's equally as beneficial to me as being able to turn them on.
For sure.
Like, it just 100% will save a ton of time troubleshooting.
Oh yeah, for sure. But see, like I don't really like, to be honest with you and everybody else, I don't do a lot of troubleshooting on cars like in person, like really at all, because I wire them from scratch. So like I don't use anything from, you know what I mean? Like it's not like, I just plugged this stuff in and now I don't understand why it doesn't work. Like I don't do a lot, it's just not really my wheelhouse.
Kenny, my buddy Kenny here said, you can use individual trims and just set them to like -100. Should work the same.
You can. Yeah, you can.
I didn't think of that, so I wanted to say it out loud.
You can, but you can't.
It's not off. It's just trimmed to nearly zero.
Right.
I wonder if you'd still see a dead time. I mean, it's still way less than you'd probably need to run the cylinder, which would give you what you want.
If it's not a checkbox, it doesn't count. Everything needs a checkbox.
Yes. The idea of I will say what I was told is that output testing is something that is probably going to happen, in the future. So that's all, that's all I'll really say. But I also wish that how do I say this? The Dominator, I wish it was a little bit less, like this is just a software thing, not a hardware thing. I wish it was what you were saying in your video earlier about an advanced and a beginner software. Like, I really wish that there was just a way to like,
Well,
hey,
a lot
check
of software has a checkbox, like even HP Tuner says beginner and advanced, and it just hides most of the stuff you would never have to
The
deal
problem with
with.
the HP Tuners one though is if you click off advanced, then you can't adjust anything.
Yes, of course.
There-
Yeah, it's not
there
just
is
a hidden thing.
yeah, it's not an advanced and beginner. It doesn't work, and then here's everything. Like the
Right.
concept is incredible. They just did a terrible job at like picking and choosing like
Yeah.
how they did.
That's true. Maybe you could do like a custom preset and you can turn that view on and off.
One thing I wish it did was save color layouts on data logs.
That one drives me bonkers. Like
And it'll never happen.
and it's a black background, so why in the shit would there be dark colors?
Yeah,
Well, it could be a white
extremely
background.
dark blue. You can't see it at all.
Yeah.
It could be a white background.
Oh, that's a good one. I wish the Holley screens would accept a video input for a reverse camera. That would be pretty
That
awesome.
Also won't ever happen.
You're better off installing CarPlay, Apple AirPlay, whatever head unit.
Well, I
One
should
of the
say
big
that
ones.
that won't happen with the current dashes. You know what I mean?
One of the big ones that I cut out of that video that I made that was way too long was, Devin, this probably doesn't apply to you too much, but Matt, you'd probably appreciate it, was just how if the ECU has the ability to read and see a knock sensor, just how atrocious the knock like all of the knock control is compared to what it could be.
Yeah.
And I even went into like with like you would expect with the HP and the Dominator, you get more control because you're paying more for it. But knock control is really for the street guys more often than not. So if you could even add pick your dollar number, but get a key like you do with the traction control on the HPs and the Dominators, and be able to pay additional for like proper knock control. We have a cam and a crank sensor. We have the ability to read the knock sensor. Why can't we just do like individual cylinder knock control? And you can't just have a single value for the sensitivity. Like let us actually graph out like a threshold. The engine's not going to knock at 9,000 RPM, but it's going to make the most noise up there. So if you set that single value, sensitivity value to what the engine is going to make at 9,000, then it's going to just completely miss any knock that you're going to have at 3,000 RPM where the engine's more likely than not. So I could see that being a big undertaking from a programming standpoint, but I think people would pay for it. And then they also need to understand that if you're going to pay somebody to set that up and tune that for you, it's going to take significantly more time, and you're going to have to pay more for that too. So there's going to be a cost associated with it. And then there's the element of people think that because you have knock control, that's what you're going to use to tune ignition timing.
Yeah, ride the dots.
Yeah, it's not a factory ECU. It's not pre-programmed for you. So you need to know how to program the ignition timing before you can program the knock sensors that are going to help you program the ignition timing. So it's just like this big, huge circle of, you go on the forums and you see some of the basic questions that are being asked. I see why like you wouldn't even want to introduce that into the picture. But at the same time, the ECU has the ability to see it. So
or at least I thought about it the other day too. At least if it was just an input and you could build an advanced table, but it seems like you can't even see like the amount and you can't adjust it anyway. It's tough to do anything with it.
What I said word for word in my video is I said, in my worthless opinion, the knock control on the CCU is completely unusable. Like it just, the way it's currently configured, you can't see what you need to see.
Yeah.
You can't add what you need to add. And I almost wish it just didn't exist at all, so that you wouldn't be like, well, it can read these sensors. Like, why can't we just make use of this?
Or use them as other inputs.
I can agree with you there. It shouldn't even exist.
Use them as other inputs. Yep. Use them as other inputs. I don't look at them anyway.
That's the way I look. So
that's why I said it probably didn't apply to you too much. With the stuff that you do, yeah, it doesn't make a whole
throw
lot.
that shit away. Well, I mean, the moment you put a motor on a motor plate,
Oh yeah.
stop it. You know what I mean? Like, I
That's
would
what people don't realize, and why I said like this isn't your factory, 2004 Camaro that you change the air filter on. You put a roll cage in the car, like your knock sensor values are changing. You put solid engine mounts in, your knock sensor values. Like, so if you think you're going to use the knock sensors to tune ignition timing, you're in for a bad time. But you put them in the hand of somebody that kind of understands how it all works on a normal street car, because you got the guy that's trying to make a bunch of power on 93 octane in a street car. Like, I think there's value to it. Now, don't get me wrong. 99% of the time, I turn all that crap off. And I actually have like an external knock monitor. Actually, it's one of the agreed upon sponsors for the tuning course. And I used to ask people like, all right, I can put this knock monitor on your car while we tune it. I can give you like a visual representation along with an audio file, from this knock sensor mounted on your engine during the tuning session. Is going to cost, I don't even remember what I said, extra $100, extra $200, whatever it was, to set it up, calibrate it, all that. And like 1 out of 500 people were willing to spend the money on it. So I'm like, all right, well, I have this here. I'll use it for my own educational purposes. But as far as offering it as a service, it seems to be a waste of time, which probably makes sense as to why Holley doesn't do anything.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say to that, right? If we can go, what is today? 5/7. If we can go to 6/7/2022 without me seeing another post on Facebook from the Terminator X group asking one of the 5 normal questions every day, which is like, when I turn the key, my ECU shuts off. Like if we don't see that for 30 days, then I'll try to lobby with you for knock sensors. But until there's a user base that can understand that the ECU needs to stay on while cranking, it's kind of a tough sell. You know what I mean?
That's why I cut it from the video. I'm like, well,
yeah. I mean, like it's
and to describe it, because I actually spent a bunch of time on it. I had like audio files, I had video representation of like, okay, here's what's wrong, here's why it won't work. But it was 15 minutes long. I'm like, well,
no one wants to listen to it.
30 hours.
It's something that doesn't exist, so the particulates of it don't matter because it's not being developed.
Yeah.
What I would, because I know a lot of people that do the CAN bus stuff now through Holley and Sloppy and everything, and the one thing I have is actually a test board that does CAN reading and injecting, and it actually adds outputs through the board also. So that's one cheap way to alleviate some of the I/O on a Terminator and get a little bit more out of it with his device. I wonder if he could make something that the knock sensors could plug into, and it could create a frequency-based input. And then if you had a custom table, if you could see knock in a 0 to 100 output or 0 to 5 volts, you could easily get a baseline free rev to like 5,000 and check out the noise. Or have it at a point, obviously, you would run it where it shouldn't knock at all and get a baseline noise. And then you could set up that voltage threshold by RPM and load. That would be useful too, probably, right? As long as the cost isn't retarded.
If I would have put what I put, filmed and edited into that video and showed like just how all of that works, I feel like it would make more sense as to why what's currently there doesn't work. But yeah, there's just a lot that goes into being able to set it up. And the biggest thing is you need to be able to log certain things. Yeah. And your desired threshold, and then the noise that the sensor's picking up. And then more than likely it's going to need to be filtered because they're usually obnoxiously annoying, and you got to be able to make sense of what's what and what's real noise and what's not, and what's knock and what's not. And from Holley's perspective, it seems like an absolute disaster. I just saw somebody over here that just said like they need a drop down for GM knock control. Like, well, you just completely missed the conversation in the last 10 minutes. Is once you start putting these into race cars and engine swaps and this, that, the other, there is no more drop down for a knock sensor. Like that knock sensor is programmed to the car that originally
Small
came in.
camshaft, light valve springs, quiet engine.
You simply change engine mounts, and that knock sensor value is
Yeah, I think people aren't used to looking at that because all the older ones that are piezoelectric also wear out, so they just make noise over their lifetime, and then changing your exhaust.
They don't hit the chassis, which blows up the knock sensor. Like there's so many.
Changing the exhaust or the exhaust hitting something under acceleration or same thing. It gets tough because everyone builds a turbo kit with like a 5-inch downpipe on a Silverado, and it hits the trans and body and frame, and and the knock is like, what the fuck are you doing?
So apparently the solution is you have to pay for the code, and only specific dealers that can pass training get the code, and then they're allowed to install it into the customer's cars, in which the customer has to pay additional money to set them up and
You're
program
a knock sensor pro dealer.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're in the Motec price level, so nobody's actually going to do it. So maybe they should eliminate knock sensors altogether.
What I've done is I have attempted to monopolize the throwing away of knock sensors. See, all of my customers are all about losing weight. So like if an engine shows up and they're still bolted on, I'm like, yo, check out what I just did for you. Threw this motherfucker in the garbage. Oh, wow. Is that not good? No, we don't need that trash.
What's funny is all this conversation makes me sound pro knock sensor, but on 100,000 of the last cars that I've done, it's like knock control. We don't need that. Like Dyno, we don't need.
Well, I think this all stemmed from a "what would you like to see" question.
Yeah. So what was some of the other stuff that was
ago
in your video about what you wanted to see?
What else did I have in there?
Yeah.
Damn it, that was like 3 days ago. You think I can remember that?
I know. That's why I'm asking you.
We were talking about a lot of ICFs, but as you explained, the ICF is tougher. I said it before.
Well,
Health and E85 ICF would be extremely beneficial in my eyes, but if it's easier to stuff that in somewhere easier, I'm game for that too. It doesn't have to be, because maybe the people are like engineers and they're like, well, ICF is out of the question. But they could say, hey, I can stuff it in the fuel table. I can make a panel that then has a right side view of most commonly used, like even Holley suggests it, and I use them, and I have my own variations of it now. But the fuel, spark, and air fuel target multipliers based off of content. Just throwing those in a thing where someone can click. Yes.
Yeah, I don't care where you put them. Just don't make me eat up all of my custom tables on that stuff. That should kind of already be there.
But I understand their point of you have less to work with because you paid less.
Yeah.
They can't. I always tell people they can't annihilate a dominator market with their cheapest piece of plastic.
Oh, this is something I just remembered something that the other thing that I wanted out of a dominator, right? I really want a tab somewhere under engine parameters that just says safeties.
Yes, we talked about, because I said health and ethanol.
That's what I kind of refer to.
Because Fueltech has like an engine protection specific portion. So a Holley one, I said a piece of corn, and then I said another one should be like the cross, the white cross, or the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it should be in there, and that's where you can choose safeties that'll all do separate things instead of building ICFs that cut ignition.
If I wasn't clear on my engine health one, that's what I was referring to, like all of your oil pressure, your fuel pressure, like, all that stuff. And actually, I think in the video I even put like, thanks Devin for you on your boost control, like custom.
Oh yeah, how I do safeties and stuff.
Yeah. So that one.
And then you can link a bunch of them together too. So like you can set. But then like the problem is that funny thing about that fucking video, right? So like I made that video like a couple of years ago, and I put it in a file, and it was on a file on my own car, right? And apparently I forgot to toss that file and put the regular file back in my car, right? So I had the closed loop correction safety set at anything greater than or less than 1%, right? Yeah. So I forgot about it.
My biggest experience with safeties, and if I'm being completely honest, is that they do more harm than good. They always cost you a race. Well, like if your oil pressure drops, the engine's already toast, so you might as well attempt to win that race. Now, street car, race car, different animals, but
Yeah,
So-
exactly the same.
Gotta be real careful
I
with that
recently, I helped Taylor Ray out with his LS stuff, and he has a turbo truck on a Terminator, and I set up safeties on that, and they've helped him a few times. But for his drift car, he's like, no, because if I'm doing 90 miles an hour sideways and my shit turns off, it's way worse.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would rather not wreck the car at 90 than deal with my oil pressure shutting the car off. And I said, okay,
Yeah.
we don't need to set them up. But I get it. Like you said, a race car, especially people that rely heavily on traction control instead of a well set up car, you're yanking power the whole time you're going down the track. How's that going to make you go fast?
Yep. And the car misfires one time, and then it causes like a lean spike or a rich spike or.
And all your
Like,
safeties. I had a friend with a nitrous car that had a lot of those mechanical fuel pressure or whatever, and they're all daisied. Well, all they would do is turn each other on because of the cascade, the domino effect of the sensors all getting pissed because everything keeps shutting on and off.
So I'll tell you this is what I do for safeties. I create all those safety outputs, right? And then I don't ever enable any of them. And then I look at them in a log. I'm like, oh, look at that.
That's super
Fucker went
smart.
off. Wonder
You
why.
can see if they're flagging and if it's bullshit or not.
Right. So like the only thing
Instead
that
of
I actually
smacking
the only-
ignition.
The only thing that I actually leave on for a safety, like with my own personal car, is fuel pressure delta.
Fuel pressure delta is the one that I said in the video. Like that should just be in the list of like you shouldn't have to build a custom channel for
Right.
that.
You're right.
Especially since fuel pressure is not an input, like it's already built into the harness. So fuel pressure differential should just be standard.
So do you ever deal with anything that rises more than 1-to-1?
Yes, but I would say I think more often than not, it's like I question whether it's real or not, and is it just the sensor reading bullshit? I see a lot of. There's a company out there that everyone buys their inexpensive sensors, and the concept of it's cool, but I see a lot of problems with them, and I've never really.
I don't use them. I refuse. Sorry.
Yeah. So I take what I see with that with a grain of salt a little bit, but I see more fuel pressure problems than you would ever imagine. It's every 3 days a week I see a car with fuel pressure problems in one way or another. It's crazy.
So the majority of mechanical pumps, when I say mechanical, I mean big mechanical pumps, they'll rise more than 1-to-1.
Yeah.
So like I deal with this twin turbo big block deal. It's got I think it's a 28 gallon a minute pump on it, right? So it's a freaking hog, you know what I mean? And it's got two sets of I think 500s and 700s or something like that in the car. Anyway, it'll rise like 1.5 to 1, like just about all the time.
How much boost does it make overall?
How many pounds of boost? I haven't been able to get the thing to go down the racetrack on anything more than like 35
Okay.
because it's like because of the chassis, right? You know what I mean? Not because of anything else.
But that's still 35 at 1.5 to 1 is still a significant.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're still talking about an extra 55 pounds of fuel pressure, on top of a 90-pound base. So that happens quite a bit with mechanical. And then with electric, it's the exact opposite. You know what I mean? So I do think that fuel pressure delta should absolutely be built into, that's something that I think that it should just be like when you pull up your log, it should be like, hey, there's closed loop, there's, whatever. And it should be
what I meant by, like, it should just be there. Like you shouldn't have to set up a custom anything. Like it just like engine RPM is there. You should be able to click on fuel pressure differential. Like it should just exist.
And then when you go, if it existed, and hopefully the right people are watching this or can remind me tomorrow, and I'll make sure that the right people know this. And if it did exist, then you should be able to make an internal input to monitor it so that you can trigger outputs and advanced tables with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the other side of it is just because you can view something on the log, it needs to be a selectable channel within everything else within the ECU.
Right.
And then it can't be a single value. Like it needs to be graphable, like oil pressure. Like if you want to, okay, if oil pressure goes below 20 PSI, do X, Y, and Z. Well, your oil pressure is significantly different at 800 RPM as it is at 8,000 RPM. So like, I want to set up a differential at every given RPM. And it's just so much easier to do it like graphically than it is numerically.
Well, so like for
just
oil
like-
pressure, when it comes to oil pressure and safeties and stuff, the thing that'll bite you like with a drag race application in the ass the worst is on decel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you let off the gas and the whole thing shuts off. And
Right. So okay, now that's not good. You know what I mean? Like we need her to be running. So it's, or if it's a nitrous car, it's automatic shut off. You know what I mean? Like you ain't got to worry about hitting it. But something else that I would really like is, and maybe I'm just wrong or whatever, but I would like to be able to not cut ignition for a safety, shut it off until like whatever. And you know what I mean? Like whatever the parameters. So like maybe a key cycle or whatever.
yeah,
I mean, like shut it off. Like the engine, like leave the ECU running, but like shut the engine off. Like, hey, this thing's done. Shut it off.
Couldn't you do that with a relay and just tell the relay to turn the power off?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like I wanted to cut J1A2, like done.
Pull the whole output.
Yeah,
well,
like
the other thing too with a lot of that safety type of stuff is you don't want to have to wire anything or do anything. Like when the car comes to you already wired and set up, like let's say the dude just spent $10,000 getting his car wired.
Yeah, of course.
And you want to be able to shut it off without having to chop into his harness or whatever. Like it just, there's no reason that it can't be done just through the software.
So if you wanted a fuel pressure delta, would you want your fuel, like, and this is a question for everybody that's in here, would you want a fuel pressure delta based off of what your actual fuel pressure is reading or what you've entered into the ECU as what your actual fuel pressure is?
I would say what it actually is, not what you told it to be.
So not what you told it to be.
Yeah.
My concern there is just bad scaling and, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like one of the things that I asked for in the software updates would be like a overall fuel trim. And
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
An easy way to do an overall fuel trim is to lie to it as what the actual fuel pressure is.
Right.
So I'm that's why like I'd rather shove a bowling ball up my ass than tune like an HP tuner's car or factory ECU stuff.
Yep.
So like because you're not tuning them most of the time. You're
lying
tricking
to it. Yeah.
You're lying to it to do certain things. So like I hate the fact that you might have to do that with your Holley or your whatever standalone it is.
Yeah, the point of having that is not to involve in trickery. Like in my classes where I would talk about HP tuners, I would say, listen, a stock ECU is a federally mandated emissions control device where horsepower is a byproduct.
Yeah.
And then they're like,
that's exactly what it is.
Oh, I'm like, yeah, if it thinks it needs to run an 870 air fuel for emissions, it will. Yeah. It will. As far as like a hierarchy of processing level, emissions overall.
Yeah.
Not anything else. So that's what once people hear that, they're like, oh. I'm like, yeah, you're just, not that it doesn't work, but man, the amount of trickery. I was telling someone, I think I was telling my fab guy this, that once or twice recently someone has asked about like one of my tune cabinet tunes, and they pull an HP tuners file and they're like, why does Matt have the injector? It says it's good for 1,000cc injectors, but his file says it has 35-pound injectors. Like, why is he so dumb? And I'm like, well, that's a whole slew of answers there, but the tune is scaled because you run out of spark resolution and all sorts of other things. But, it's clear that he didn't know that, but it's one of those things where you look at it on the tune-up, and I would have thought the same thing. Like, there's 100-pound injectors in here, not 35-pound injectors.
scaling tunes is the dumbest thing to ever happen to probably the whole world. I don't want nothing to do with that shit. Get it away from me.
Yeah, I really dislike, ever since Holley has gotten so cheap, there's no reason not to do it. I don't like taking on a lot of. I did a stock computer car the other day for somebody I know, and I've tuned it before, the GTO, and the whole time I'm just bitching about it, just so he thinks about it.
I got a buddy of mine remote tuning. He's in Texas, I think, but I just got tired of dealing with the factory computer stuff, so I just have him doing it. And like, there's a lot of shops that I do stuff for, and just local people I've been dealing with forever. And like, I feel obligated to take care of them. And at this point, I'm paying my buddy so much money that I feel like a piece of crap if I cut him off. So I'm like this weird spot of, I don't want to do OEM ECU stuff, but I feel obligated to. So yeah, I'm just feeding it off to somebody else. I saw somebody on there actually asked if any of us would like consider hiring like an additional tuner.
I wanted to ask that. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah. So my answer to that is absolutely not, with the exception of a few people that I know personally. But at the end of the day, you're going to bring somebody in that is going to use you as like a booster for them, and then they're going to leave and they're going to start their own tuning shop.
Ortiz said the exact same thing.
Yep. So the answer is absolutely not. So that's why I use somebody to remote tune that's, on the other side of the country. It's very like strategic of who I choose to work with in that regard.
Ortiz said the same thing. People were like, how can I do like an internship and I can learn how to do this? And he's like,
I get asked that probably 3 times a week.
He's like, I can't do that. I think he said he's tried it before, and every time it's a disaster. And the person, as soon as they know enough to turn PE on in a 2500, they're gone, and then that's all they're doing, the $100 street tunes thing.
I got asked that at 7:30 tonight. The car showed up at 7:30. Wanted to get tuned, and said I couldn't do it. So he asked if I could help teach him how to do this stuff. So yeah, that's
real quick, 10 minutes. I'll show you how to do it, and you can head out later.
Yeah. I learned how to do this in about 8 minutes. Just leave the car running. We'll be fine. So tell your wife to hang on. It's going to be an extra 10. Yeah. Oh, it's funny.
Oh, what you guys are talking about is the exact reason why the owner of Samtech started an engine building school. Half of the engine builders in Houston were his former employees.
Oh.
So I'm assuming he was apprenticing people to build engines, and all the shops became engine builders, and he had to open a school because no one would go to him. Because they were all probably making $1 building an engine, like Devin brings up.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big part of why I walked away from the fabrication stuff. Like, you could walk into Harbor Freight right now, spend $300, and you were equally as qualified as me that had been doing it for a zillion years and, bought a bunch of nicer tooling and stuff. There's just no qualifications for any of this stuff. Like, if you have a cell phone and you can post a picture of a weld and maybe it has a couple little like rainbow colors on it, and you can post that on Instagram, like that's the barrier to entry right there. So like 10 years ago, I used to weld for all the machine shops around and industrial stuff and just all kinds. But now, like, everybody has a TIG welder. They're just so inexpensive.
I don't.
Hey, I got to point out something. This is something I've been wanting to bitch about, right? I can't stand people who jerk off mediocrity. Okay? That sounds like an asshole thing to say. Okay? When I see all right, it's late, so fuck it. When I see some fucking ABS plastic cutting board thing with like 12 relays from fucking Alibaba
in a terminal strip,
and like fucking 2 terminal strips with like some bullshit, like these little fucking pigtails for the relays, all like pulled real tight with all the same color wire to like these terminal strips, and then they put like a sticker on it and they post it up. Okay, fine. Okay, you got your thing, right? Whatever that fucking thing's called now. You have that and you like it and whatever. Stop fucking saying artwork, bro. I fucking hate that. I can't stand that. I'm sorry. I know that sounds like such an asshole thing to say. I'm glad that the person who built that is happy with it and is they're going to use that, and that's fine. It is nothing against the person who built that, right? It's the jerking off of mediocrity. Super clean. That's amazing. Artwork, bro. Can you wire my car? That's a piece of shit. Stop it. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry for everybody who I'm offending, or no, I'm not. I don't give a shit. It's just, it is what it is. That's who I am. And I can't stand, I don't like when I post something up, a picture of something that I have done, and I look at it and I'm like, God damn, I am not happy, right? And
that's why another part of the reason why I quit posting the most like social media stuff. When I post a picture of anything, I'm like, all I see is the flaws in it. Like I'm
that's
never
all I
happy
ever
with
see
anything.
too. That's all I ever see. I posted up a fucking picture of this beautiful harness, right? Like before I loomed it, right? There's a concentric twisted harness. Dude, the layup was perfect, right? Layup was absolutely perfect. It like looked great. So I post a picture up and I'm like, fuck it, you know? And everyone's like, holy shit, that's amazing. Can you teach me how to do it? Yada, 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 right? And then like, I don't know, like 30 minutes later, like I'm eating dinner and I like zoom in on the picture and I'm like, oh my God, right? And you know what? The fucking lacing cord, right? So the Kevlar lacing cord that goes around the loom, I realize has rolled.
Oh shit.
Completely fucking irrelevant, means nothing, right? But it has rolled. Instead of laying perfectly flat the way it's supposed to, it has rolled, right? In one little spot, and you can kind of see it like right at the corner, like where it goes around the bend, right? And I was like, oh my God, I'm such a worthless piece of shit, right? Like I like immediately I'm like, well, I now, because like we're eating dinner, so I'm like, well, I have to go out to the garage, cut that lacing cord off, redo that. There's no way that's gonna fly, right? Can't let that happen. And which is exactly what I did. And people were like, dude, that's the craziest thing I ever seen. That's awesome, blah, blah, blah. And I get it, right? But in my mind, I'm like, this is a piece of shit, right? Because like in my mind, I feel like Joel is up in his ivory tower with like a bunch of other like, you know, people, whatever, fucking looking down, like, look at these peasants. You know what I mean? Like, look at this piss poor harness, even though it was like it's perfect. And in fact, Joel actually commented and said, God damn, that's probably the nicest Holley install I've ever seen in my entire life. You know what I mean?
Who
Of course
is
he would say
Joel?
that. Why wouldn't he word it exactly like that?
You know what I mean? Like, what's that?
Who is Joel?
The guy who owns Race Spec
Hmm.
in New York. He sells a lot of parts and does a lot of private label wiring and whatnot.
Just go to Instagram and look at Raceback, and you'll he's like the wiring Jesus.
Yeah, I'm
nowadays.
looking.
Yeah.
I was looking at the webpage quick. Ooh.
Go to Instagram and look at his shit.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see.
Okay.
So
It's like part of the thing with Instagram too is if you thought like, I actually have filmed a video on why I stopped fabricating, but I haven't edited it yet, and I kind of went off on a little bit of a rant that probably will make YouTube delete my channel. So I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but like one of my big gripes with the fabrication stuff is the way everything is presented and how people will do the most minute stuff and try and make it seem like they just reinvented like the whole earth, and how all of these fabricators, they're not even trying to attract customers anymore. They're just trying to get other fabricators that are better than them to like comment and like, you know, tickle their balls. It's so weird. Like that dynamic in the fabrication world is creepy. Like it's not about trying to get work. It's about trying to impress other people that are never going to be your customer.
Right. So like to me, like when I wire a car, I do it for the customer and that's it. I want him happy. I want to make sure, you know what I mean? Like I want to make sure everybody's happy, everything works right, and you know, and it lasts a lifetime if it's going to, you know. But I just can't handle the jerking off of mediocrity. I just hate it. I just hate it. Like that guy who's posting that up, right? Who's posting up like, hey, here's my thing that I made, right? Like he's proud of it, right? And I understand, like, hey man, looks good, you know, looks good, great job. And I comment on this stuff, like, you know, turned out nice, you know, and that's me being positive, and I'm trying to reinforce the guy to like, he might see my comment and be like, well, dang. He you know, I'm going to keep at this. I'm going to do better, right? Because like
Exactly.
he's in the same spot that I was in 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, so I want everybody to just do better, right? It's the guys that posted up and they're like, killed another panel, wiring panel. This is so sick. Fuck yeah, bro. And I hate bro. Like, I don't know what it is. I just
Chris
hate that.
Ortiz has brought this up many times, those exact wording. He says everybody in Arizona is gonna kill the game next year, or I'm killing the game right now.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's completely mediocre. And then the micro records people always talk about, it's just all a big hype game.
Yeah, I can't I just don't like jerking off mediocrity, man. Like that dude, you're not doing him a service. You're doing him a disservice by like jacking him because like he's like, oh, that's as good as it ever gets. I don't ever have to improve. You know what I mean? No, you need to live in this world of misery with the rest of us where you overanalyze every single thing that you've ever done in your entire life and then think that it is trash. You know what I mean? Like
You basically just described the video I filmed on fabrication from the wiring. I have another buddy that's like big into wiring, and I tell him that it's fabrication. It's just a different way of doing it, but it's like all of the same problems, all of the same headaches, like extremely labor intensive, extremely expensive in materials and parts, and you can't wire race cars and order wire each time you need to do a car. Like you have to order wire to be able to do the next 50 cars in a row. So it's, you know, between that and all of the other crap that you need, it's thousands and thousands of dollars in inventory. And the same thing with, if you're ordering materials to build a manifold, each time you get a job to build a manifold, like you're just losing money. You have to have that stuff there. And
right.
It's just all of the same stuff. It's just funny that what bothers you is exactly what bothers me. It's like the way, like if you build something and you post pictures of it, that's wonderful. But when you build something and you post pictures of it and you rant rave for 45 paragraphs about how you're the greatest person to ever do it, it changes everything. Like,
right.
Stop doing that.
Right.
Another happy customer. If your customer was so damn happy, he'd be the one making the post, not you.
Right.
Just shut the hell up. Post a picture of it. I built this. If you like it, contact me. I'll build you one. If not, like, you don't have to go out and try and convince people that what you did was good. Like, let them decide that on their own. No, I'm a weirdo. That type of stuff bothers the hell out of me.
Oh, it infuriates me.
Johnny Trans here gave us $4.99, or rather, he gave me $4.99. Fuck you guys. He says I've seen Instagram accounts from shops showing how they professionally use solder, shrink, Harbor Freight, like the solder and shrink wrap all together.
That's awesome.
Who is that? Can you link us?
That's fantastic.
Oh, anyway, we just crossed over 6 hours.
God dang.
And I'm about toast. It's 2:30.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm starting.
I'm gonna get
cough.
up at 6 o'clock in the morning too. So
yeah, I'm starting to cough more and more, and I don't want to do that.
Perfect. Well, at least you guys are at home. I still got an hour ride home.
Yeah, I feel bad. Jay was the same way. Jay's like, I gotta drive a little bit till I get home, and he's like, I'm an old man. I gotta leave.
So you got an hour ride home?
About 45 minutes. I used to live 10 minutes up the road, but we bought a house in January, so now I got a little bit more of a ride.
Not in a crappy part of Maryland.
Actually, really happy with where we bought. The problem is, like, commercial real estate over there is 10 times as expensive as it is over here. So if I try to move over that way, all my expenses are going to go up by $1 zillion.
You ever see those videos where you just shoot into the air and it brings your prices in your area down?
Yeah.
Keeping the I just saw a video on that the other day where guys are just like firing rifles into the air, like tons of it, and it says like keeping the housing costs down.
You'd lose your mind if you knew how cheap it was down here.
Probably.
Oh, I can really imagine.
Northeast is pretty ugly.
Yeah, I don't understand how any of y'all even stay up there.
Well, you know, maybe not forever.
The honest answer is I'm too much of like a sissy, and I assume that if I move anywhere else, I'm immediately going to go out of business and lose all of my customers. So instead, I just pay $1 million to live here.
I couldn't do Maryland, period, because of their gun laws. I'm out. You know what I mean? Like I'm out. You know, like I don't know.
Here's a funny one, quick. Joe, how do you feel about people posting their very average dinner they made?
If you post your very average dinner, that's wonderful. If you post your very average dinner and put 16 comments of how it's the greatest thing ever invented, that's where the problem begins.
Yes. Man, that's
Yeah.
a beautiful grilled cheese.
Stuff, mediocre stuff. It's just how you present it. That's where it becomes the problem.
Right. That's what bothers me the most. That really is what bothers me the most. Like
everybody started somewhere. Everybody has made, whether it's food, tying your shoes, I don't care what it is. Everyone, the first time you did anything, it was terrible. And yeah, it's just all on how you present it.
All right. Well, thanks for being on, guys.
yeah, man.
Yeah, that was plenty long. We had over 150 people for most of those hours, and now it's about 100. So
that's impressive. Hey,
yeah.
Give a fucking round of applause to all the people that actually listen to us fucking ramble.
At 2:30 in the morning, I would have expected there just to be the three of us talking for no reason.
No, I always look. I just look now because that's where my end. I can disconnect from YouTube versus my streaming software versus my meeting software. But anyway, yeah. Fuck it. Do you think Gordon Ramsay ever says fuck it and eats a microwave hot dog?
For sure. I bet you that dude is eating gas station hot dogs all the time.
He's
Probably
always
more
doing.
often than not, honestly. Like I think when you're around all that high end stuff, you just want something quick and easy. And you don't want to deal with it.
You don't want to think you have to spend 18 minutes sautéing something in herbs and butter just to have a hot dog.
Right.
Have you ever paid attention to like the audience retention on these 60-hour long radio shows?
Well, that's what I was saying. It's usually very good. I could send you a bar graph for the last couple hours. It's pretty amazing.
I mean, not real time, like after the fact.
Oh, it gets a lot of views. Especially, I put the audio from these live streams onto Anchor, and that authors it to like Apple, Google, Spotify, like 15 other podcast sites.
Oh wow!
And then
way smarter than me.
What's that?
Way smarter than me.
Oh well, it's one. You put it on one website called Anchor, and it automatically authors for all of those.
I don't even know what. I never even heard of Anchor.
Well, that's the name of it. It took me forever to find it, but that's a not well advertised website where you can upload. Other places limit you to an hour or a certain amount of size or whatever. But Anchor, I can put these 7-hour episodes on, and you can watch any one of them right on the site or everything else. But yeah, people all the time when I used to do these shows, they're like, man, I wish I could listen to this on the way to work or when I drive my forklift or whatever. It would be perfect. And call ends in 10 minutes. Perfect. We have that much time. And then so I've been putting every single one of them the last year or two on there, and people are like, this is the best shit ever. But yeah, I get it, because I used to be like, well, just listen to it on YouTube, but I forget I have a YouTube premium account where there's no ads or anything else, and I can download and I can listen to things in the background on headphones or earbuds with it in my pocket turned off. Well, unless you're paying for that monthly, you can't do that, and I never knew that. I'm like, just play it on your damn YouTube. And people are like, I can't if the phone's not in my face. And I'm like, oh.
Really?
No.
I have YouTube Premium as a Red or whatever the hell it is. Also, so I always thought that's.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was just normal because I've always had that. I remember in the first iteration, they called it YouTube Red, and then I think they quickly realized that was dumb as shit. So.
Well, I keep calling it YouTube Red because I'm old.
Yeah, well, I remember I got it then too, but yeah, now it's YouTube Premium. But people don't. If you watch a lot of YouTube, you don't understand how much $15 a month cuts out every single advertisement. Period. And
I get my. I don't think I pay. Oh no, I do. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. I get other dumb shit.
And what people might not realize is you can get a family account too for like 19, and share that with up to 6 people. So, like Netflix,
I don't watch enough YouTube for it. matter. I really don't watch YouTube unless I'm like specifically searching for something.
Oh, I watch it. Oh, it's all I watch.
I don't, like I said, my level of YouTube is like, check out this new mower. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
I'm not even going to buy it.
Mine's all over the place. It's like woodworking and people making things out of metal and guys reviewing battery jump boxes and like Project Farm putting screws into wood and breaking tips off of stupid things and then another one's like how to fix problems with snakes that have malnutrition. Yeah, it's literally everything. And then recently I've been showing people in the Discord, like every night I'll go on the Discord at like 2 a.m. and I'm like, this is what I'm watching, and people are like, stop, I need to sleep. Someone just said top 10. I don't watch anything that's top 10 or top 5 because that's clickbait algorithm garbage. Everything's a top 10 now, and everything's you won't believe. I almost want to make a video that's like, you won't believe these top. I do it like once a year. I make a video that says that. You won't believe these top 10 things. Danger, fire, worst. I almost quit. I couldn't do it. This was the worst. I was on fire.
For like a full year and see if you can just get like 1 million subscribers.
I can't bring myself to it. I can't. I just can't do that. But I thought about like I want to make one that says like I died. That just says
posting from the grave.
Yeah, that just says like, oh, someone told me
like
something.
Thursday for me.
Someone told me something I didn't agree with, so I died.
You should just write. I should do one that just said I died, and then like a real small print inside a long time ago.
Yeah,
like dead inside, you know.
All
right, I gotta go to sleep.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Joe and Devin and blah, 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 blah.
All right. See you guys.
Do it for Dale.
All right. Dale, yeah. High five.